What happens next after Naruto steps in to save Ino from her abusive father? In part 2 of this emotional story, we explore how their bond grows and how Ino begins to heal from her painful past. Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel. In this video, we're continuing our powerful what-if story where Naruto saves Ino Yamanaka from her abusive father. If you haven't watched part 1 yet, be sure to check it out first. The link is in the description. You don't want to miss the beginning of this emotional journey. I'm getting so close to reaching my first 100 subscribers, and I'd really appreciate your support. If you enjoy these kinds of what-if scenarios, hit that subscribe button and help me reach my goal. It means so much. As always, this amazing story is written by Muhamad Thabt. For more details, you can find everything in the description and pinned comment below. Don't forget to like this video and subscribe if you want more stories like this. Thanks for watching, and now, let's jump into part 2 of the story. It was Naruto's last day off before he had to return to work, and he had made plans to take Ino out, knowing that it would be good for her to get some fresh air and spend time together outside of the apartment. The past week had been full of emotional moments, opening up about their pasts, taking care of each other, and growing closer in ways neither of them had expected. Naruto felt the bond between them deepen, but he also knew that Ino still struggled with her social phobia. That morning, Naruto had woken up with a sense of excitement. He dressed carefully, pulling on a black shirt that hugged his slim, muscular frame and paired it with white pants, an outfit he knew looked sharp. After everything they'd been through, he wanted to make this day special for Ino. He glanced at himself in the mirror, adjusting his collar, and smiled. This should do the trick. Meanwhile, Ino was in her room, feeling a mixture of excitement and nerves. She had been looking forward to spending the day with Naruto, but the thought of going out into the crowded village made her stomach churn. Her social phobia was something she still struggled with. While she felt safe around Naruto, the idea of being surrounded by strangers made her heart race. She took a deep breath, looking at her reflection in the mirror. She had chosen a simple, yet flattering outfit, a light purple dress that complemented her long blonde hair. But no matter how nice she looked, she couldn't shake the anxiety that was bubbling up inside her. It'll be okay, asterisk, she told herself, trying to calm her nerves. Asterisk, Naruto-kun will be with me. He always makes me feel safe. Asterisk, gathering her courage, Ino stepped out of her room and found Naruto waiting for her in the living room. The moment she saw him, her heart skipped a beat. He looked so handsome in his black shirt and white pants, his blonde hair catching the light just right. For a moment, her anxiety faded, replaced by a sense of warmth and comfort. Naruto looked up and smiled brightly when he saw her. "You look beautiful, Ino-chan," he said, his eyes full of affection. Ino blushed, her heart fluttering at the compliment. Thank you, Naruto-kun," she stammered, feeling shy but happy. Naruto walked over to her and held out his hand. "Ready to go?" he asked, his smile gentle and reassuring. Ino hesitated for a moment, her anxiety creeping back as she thought about the crowds they would face outside. But the warmth of Naruto's hand and the safety she felt with him gave her the strength to nod. "Yes," she whispered, taking his hand. With that, the two of them left the apartment and stepped out into the village. The streets were bustling with people, and the sounds of chatter and laughter filled the air. Ino immediately felt her heart rate pick up as they walked through the crowded marketplace. Her grip on Naruto's hand tightened, her body tensing as she tried to keep herself from panicking. Naruto, sensing her discomfort, glanced at her and gave her a reassuring smile. "I'm right here, Ino-chan," he said softly. "You don't have to worry about anything. I won't let anyone bother you." Ino nodded, but she stayed close to him, her grip on his arm tightening as they continued walking. Naruto's presence was the only thing keeping her from completely shutting down. With him by her side, she felt like she could handle anything. Well, almost anything. As they walked, they passed by a group of girls who were standing by a shop, chatting and laughing together. Naruto didn't think much of it as they passed, but Ino noticed right away that the girls had spotted him. One of them, a brunette with bright eyes, whispered something to her friends, and they all giggled, their gazes clearly fixed on Naruto. Ino's heart sank. She could feel their eyes on him, could see the way they were looking at him, and it made her feel uneasy. She didn't like the way they were staring at him as if he was some kind of prize. Her grip on Naruto's arm tightened even more, and she instinctively stepped closer to him, her anxiety now mixed with a pang of jealousy. "Naruto-kun," she whispered, her voice trembling slightly. Naruto, who had been oblivious to the attention from the girls, glanced down at her. What's wrong, Ino-chan?" Before Ino could respond, one of the girls, a tall blonde with a confident smirk, called out to Naruto. "Hey there, handsome. You look great today." Naruto blinked in surprise, turning to look at the group of girls who were now giggling and waving at him. He smiled awkwardly, clearly unsure how to respond. Thanks?" But Ino's heart was racing now, and without thinking, she grabbed Naruto's arm and pulled him closer to her, as if she was staking her claim. She didn't say a word, but her actions spoke volumes. The message was clear. "Naruto is mine." Naruto glanced down at her, surprised by her sudden possessiveness. He couldn't help but smile at the way she was holding onto him so tightly, as if she was afraid someone might try to take him away. He had never seen Ino act this way before, and while he was a little confused, he also found it endearing. The group of girls noticed Ino's actions, and their giggles died down. The tall blonde raised an eyebrow, clearly amused. "Looks like your girlfriend doesn't like sharing," she said with a smirk. Ino's face turned bright red, and she glared at the girl, her heart pounding in her chest. She didn't know why she was reacting this way. She had never been the jealous type. But something about the way those girls were looking at Naruto made her feel like she had to protect him, like she had to make sure he knew that he belonged with her. Naruto, sensing the tension, chuckled softly and wrapped his arm around Ino's shoulders, pulling her close. "Sorry, ladies," he said, his voice light but firm, "but I'm with someone already." Ino's heart swelled with warmth at his words, and she leaned into him, feeling both embarrassed and relieved. The girls exchanged glances, clearly disappointed, but they didn't say anything more. After a moment, they turned back to their conversation, leaving Naruto and Ino to continue on their way. As they walked away from the group, Ino's heart was still racing, but now it was for a different reason. She had never felt so protective of someone before, and the intensity of her feelings surprised her. She glanced up at Naruto, who was smiling down at her, his expression gentle and understanding. "You okay, Ino-chan?" he asked, his voice full of warmth. Ino blushed, feeling a little embarrassed by how she had acted. "Why, yeah," she mumbled, looking away. "Sorry about that. I don't know what came over me." Naruto chuckled, his arms still around her shoulders. "It's okay. I kind of liked it." Ino's eyes widened in surprise, and she looked up at him, her face turning an even deeper shade of red. "Why, you did?" Naruto nodded, his smile never fading. "Yeah, I don't mind if you get a little protective of me, Ino-chan. It's kinda cute." Ino's heart skipped a beat, and she felt a mix of emotions swirling inside her. Embarrassment, happiness, and something else she couldn't quite put into words. She had never expected to feel this way about Naruto, but the more time she spent with him, the more she realized how much he meant to her. As they continued walking, Ino stayed close to Naruto, her arm wrapped around his. The village was still bustling with people, but now, she didn't feel as anxious. With Naruto by her side, she felt safe, like nothing could hurt her. They wandered through the marketplace, stopping at different shops and stalls, and as they did, Naruto made sure to keep the mood light and fun. He pointed out interesting trinkets and cracked jokes to make her laugh, and little by little, Ino's nerves faded away. After a while, they stopped at a small cafe, where they sat outside, enjoying the fresh air. Naruto ordered drinks for them, and as they waited, Ino couldn't help but reflect on the day so far. It had been a roller coaster of emotions, anxiety, jealousy, warmth, but through it all, Naruto had been there for her, supporting her every step of the way. As they sipped their drinks, Ino looked at Naruto, her heart full of gratitude. "Thank you, Naruto-kun," she said softly. Naruto blinked, surprised by her sudden seriousness. "For what?" Ino smiled, her eyes soft. "For everything. For being there for me, for making me feel safe, and for putting up with me even when I get jealous." Naruto chuckled, his blue eyes sparkling with affection. "You don't have to thank me for that, Ino-chan. I'm happy to." The sun was setting, casting a warm golden hue over the village as Naruto and Ino sat together at a cozy cafe near the marketplace. It had been a long, eventful day, filled with laughter, exploration, in moments of vulnerability. Ino, despite her social anxiety, had managed to enjoy the day by Naruto's side, and now they were sitting at a small table, sipping their drinks and sharing quiet moments of peace. Naruto leaned back in his chair, stretching his arms over his head and letting out a content sigh. "Ah, this has been a great day, Ino-chan," he said with a smile. "I needed this. Just some time to relax before going back to work tomorrow." Ino, still holding onto her drink, glanced at him with a soft smile. The weight of her earlier jealousy had faded away, replaced by a sense of calm as they shared this quiet moment together. "I'm glad," she replied, her voice gentle. "You deserve it, Naruto-kun." Naruto chuckled, taking another sip of his drink. "You've been amazing today, Ino-chan. I'm really proud of how well you've handled everything. I know being around so many people is hard for you." Ino blushed slightly, feeling a surge of warmth at his words. "I just feel safe with you," she admitted, her gaze dropping to her hands. "I don't think I could have done it without you." Naruto's smile widened, and he reached out to gently pat her hand. "You're stronger than you think, Ino-chan. I'm just glad I could be here for you." The moment between them was peaceful, filled with the quiet understanding that had been growing between them over the past few days. But just as Ino was about to respond, the peace was suddenly interrupted by the sound of footsteps approaching their table. Well, what do we have here?" a sultry voice chimed in. Naruto and Ino both looked up to see a woman standing before them. She was tall, with striking features, blonde hair, toned muscles, and an air of confidence that immediately caught the attention of anyone nearby. Her name was Samui, and she exuded a calm, almost intimidating presence. She wasn't from Konoha, but she had clearly traveled to the village for some reason. Her sharp blue eyes zeroed in on Naruto, and a slow smile spread across her face. "You're quite the looker, aren't you?" she said, her gaze lingering on Naruto's blonde hair and fair skin. Naruto blinked in surprise, his cheeks flushing slightly at the sudden attention. Thanks," he mumbled, clearly unsure of how to respond. Ino, on the other hand, felt her heart rate spike. She wasn't unfamiliar with jealousy, especially after earlier that day, but this felt different. Samui wasn't just complimenting Naruto. She was boldly flirting with him, her gaze filled with unmistakable interest. Ino's stomach churned as she watched the woman, her fingers tightening around her drink. Without waiting for an invitation, Samui casually sat down at their table, her eyes still fixed on Naruto. "Mind if I join you?" she asked, though it was clear she didn't actually care about the answer. Naruto glanced at Ino, his expression uncertain, but before he could say anything, Samui continued. "You know," she said, leaning slightly closer to him, "I've always had a thing for blondes, and you've got this handsome, rugged look about you." Ino's heart dropped, and a sharp pang of jealousy surged through her. Who does this woman think she is? Ino thought, her mind racing. How dare she just sit down like this and start flirting with Naruto-kun? Her grip on the cup tightened, and she felt her face grow hot. She wasn't used to dealing with jealousy like this, and the intensity of it startled her. Her social phobia usually kept her from reacting boldly, but this was different. This wasn't just some stranger looking at Naruto. This was someone actively trying to take his attention away from her. Naruto, clearly uncomfortable with the situation, chuckled awkwardly and scratched the back of his head. Well, I appreciate the compliment, but..." Before he could finish, Samui reached out and gently placed her hand on his cheek, her fingers brushing against his skin. "Come on, handsome," she said in a low voice, her gaze locking with his. "Why don't you ditch the girl and come with me? We could have some fun together." Naruto's eyes widened in shock, his face turning bright red. What? No, I..." But before Samui could push any further, Ino snapped. "That's enough," she said sharply, her voice louder than she intended. Both Naruto and Samui turned to look at her, surprised by her sudden outburst. Ino, her face flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment, stood up from her chair and glared at Samui. "Get away from him," she demanded, her voice trembling slightly but filled with resolve. "He's with me." Samui blinked, clearly taken aback by the sudden show of assertiveness from Ino. For a moment, she stared at her, then a slow, amused smile spread across her lips. "Oh, really?" she said, her tone mocking. "And do you have your name written on him somewhere?" sweetheart?" Ino's heart raced, her chest tightening with a mix of jealousy and insecurity. She had never been one for confrontations, especially with someone as confident and intimidating as Samui. But this was different. This was about Naruto, the one person who had shown her kindness, the one person who had made her feel safe when no one else had. She couldn't let someone like Samui just waltz in and try to take him away. Without thinking, Ino reached out and grabbed Naruto's arm, pulling him closer to her. She felt her face grow even hotter, but she refused to back down. "He's mine," she said in a low voice, her heart pounding in her chest. "So back off." Naruto, still shocked by the situation, glanced between Ino and Samui, his face a deep shade of red. He had never seen Ino act like this before. So bold, so protective. It was completely out of character for her, and yet, he found himself oddly touched by it. Samui raised an eyebrow, clearly amused by Ino's sudden display of possessiveness. "Yours, huh?" she said, leaning back in her chair with a smirk. "Well, isn't that cute?" Ino's grip on Naruto's arm tightened, her heart racing as she struggled to maintain her composure. She didn't know where this sudden boldness was coming from, but the thought of losing Naruto to someone like Samui made her feel braver than she had ever felt before. She refused to let her social phobia control her this time. Naruto, sensing that the situation was getting more uncomfortable by the second, gently placed his hand over Ino's, giving her a reassuring squeeze. "It's okay, Ino-chan," he said softly, his voice filled with warmth. "Let's go somewhere else." Ino blinked, her face still flushed with embarrassment, but she nodded quickly, eager to get away from Samui. "Why yeah," she stammered. "Let's go." Naruto stood up, gently pulling Ino along with him as they left the table. Samui watched them go, her smirk never fading. "Have fun, sweetheart," she called after Ino, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "Better hold on to him tight." Ino didn't respond, but she could feel the heat of Samui's words burning in her chest as she and Naruto walked away from the cafe. Her grip on Naruto's arm remained tight, and she kept her head down, feeling both embarrassed and proud of herself for standing up for him. It wasn't like her to act that way, but something about Samui had brought out a side of her that she hadn't known existed. As they walked through the village, Naruto glanced down at her, a soft smile tugging at the corners of his lips. "Ino-chan," he said quietly, "I didn't expect that from you." Ino felt her face heat up even more, and she looked away, her heart still racing. Sorry," she mumbled. "I don't know what came over me. Naruto chuckled softly, his blue eyes shining with affection. "Hey, I'm not complaining," he said gently. "It was kind of nice, actually, seeing you stand up for me like that." Ino blinked, surprised by his words. "Really?" Naruto nodded, his smile widening. "Yeah, it's nice to know you care about me that much, Ino-chan. And I gotta admit, it was pretty impressive." Ino's heart swelled with warmth at his words, and she felt a small smile tug at her lips. "I just didn't like the way she was talking to you," she admitted quietly. "It made me feel, I don't know, jealous, I guess." Naruto laughed softly, giving her hand a gentle squeeze. "Well, you don't have to be jealous, Ino-chan. I'm not going anywhere." Ino blushed, her heart fluttering at his words. Thank you, Naruto-kun," she whispered. As they continued walking, the awkwardness of the encounter with Samui slowly faded, replaced by the quiet warmth of their bond. Ino still felt a little embarrassed by her actions, but Naruto's kind words had eased her worries. She knew that she didn't have to be afraid of losing him. He was with her because he cared about her, not because of some passing interest. They wandered through the village for a while longer, stopping at small shops and taking in the peaceful evening. Ino held onto Naruto's arm the entire time, feeling more secure and confident with each step they took together. As the night drew to a close, they made their way back to the apartment, the sky now a deep shade of blue, with stars twinkling above. Naruto glanced down at Ino, his expression soft and thoughtful. "Ino-chan," he said quietly as they approached the door, "I'm really proud of you, not just for today, but for everything. You've been through so much, and yet, you're still here, standing strong." Ino's heart swelled with emotion, and she looked up at him, her eyes shining with gratitude. "Naruto-kun." Before she could say anything more, Naruto leaned down and pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead, his smile warm and genuine. "Thank you for being you," he whispered softly. Ino's face turned bright red, but she couldn't stop the smile that spread across her face. "Thank you, Naruto-kun," she whispered in return, her heart feeling lighter than ever. As they stepped into the apartment together, Ino couldn't help but feel that, despite everything, she had found something truly special. And no matter what challenges lay ahead, she knew that with Naruto by her side, she could face anything. It was a quiet night in Konoha. The gentle rustling of leaves outside the window and the soft hum of the village's late-night silence usually brought a sense of peace. But in her room, Ino tossed and turned restlessly in her bed, her mind plagued by a familiar nightmare that had been haunting her for days. In the dream, Naruto was lying lifeless on the ground, his body still and cold, and no matter how hard she tried to save him, he slipped further away. Every time, it ended the same way. Naruto was gone, leaving her alone in a world that suddenly felt too big, too dangerous. The pain of losing him, even in her dreams, was unbearable. "No, please, don't leave me." Ino's eyes shot open, her breath coming in ragged gasps as she jolted upright in bed. Her heart was pounding in her chest, her hands trembling as she wiped away the beads of sweat on her forehead. She looked around her darkened room, her mind still half caught in the nightmare. It felt so real, and even though she knew it was just a dream, the fear of losing Naruto lingered. "Why do I keep having this dream?" she wondered, her heart aching at the thought of Naruto lying there, helpless. She glanced at the clock on the wall. It was late, but not late enough that the night had passed. The darkness still enveloped the room, and the shadows seemed to creep in on her, feeding her lingering fear. She wrapped her arms around herself, trying to steady her breathing, but it wasn't enough. She couldn't shake the anxiety gnawing at her heart. "I need to see him." Without thinking, Ino quietly slipped out of bed and padded barefoot down the hallway toward Naruto's room. The floor felt cold beneath her feet, and her heart beat faster with each step. She hesitated for a moment when she reached his door, but the familiar warmth and safety she felt when she was with Naruto outweighed her nerves. She needed him, needed to know he was okay. With a soft knock, she pushed the door open slightly, peeking inside. The room was dimly lit by the moonlight filtering through the window, and there, lying peacefully in bed, was Naruto. He was sound asleep, his chest rising and falling in a steady rhythm, his blonde hair tousled from the day. Ino's heart softened at the sight of him. He looked so peaceful, so calm, and just seeing him there made her feel a little better. But the fear still lingered, and she couldn't shake the sense of dread that something terrible might happen to him. "Naruto-kun," she whispered, her voice barely audible. Naruto stirred slightly at the sound of her voice, his blue eyes fluttering open as he slowly woke from his slumber. He blinked a few times, trying to focus in the dim light. "Ino-chan," he mumbled sleepily, his voice thick with drowsiness. "What's wrong?" Ino hesitated, feeling a little embarrassed for waking him up in the middle of the night, but the fear in her heart outweighed her shyness. I had that dream again," she whispered, her voice trembling slightly. "The one where you're gone." Naruto blinked, slowly sitting up in bed, his concern growing as he heard the tremor in her voice. "Ino-chan," he said softly, his voice now full of warmth and concern. "Come here." Ino didn't need any more encouragement. She crossed the room and stood beside his bed, her arms wrapped tightly around herself as if trying to ward off the cold fear that still clung to her. She glanced down at Naruto, her heart pounding in her chest. Can I sleep next to you tonight?" she asked, her voice small and hesitant. "I can't sleep. I'm scared." Naruto, still half asleep but fully aware of her distress, gave her a gentle smile. "Of course, Ino-chan," he said, his voice soft and soothing. He shifted over slightly to make room for her on the bed, patting the space beside him. "Come on. You're safe with me." Ino's heart fluttered at his words, and without another word, she slipped into the bed beside him. The moment her head rested on the pillow next to his, she felt an overwhelming sense of comfort and relief. Naruto wrapped his arm around her, pulling her close to him, and Ino rested her head on his chest, listening to the steady beat of his heart. It was the sound that brought her the most comfort, the reminder that he was alive, that he was here with her. "You're mine, Naruto," she whispered under her breath, barely loud enough for him to hear. "No one else gets you, just me." Naruto, who was now fully awake but still groggy from sleep, chuckled softly. "What was that, Ino-chan?" he asked, teasing lightly. Ino's face flushed bright red, realizing that she had said that out loud. "And nothing," she stammered, embarrassed. "I didn't say anything." Naruto's chest shook with quiet laughter, and he pulled her even closer. "Sure, you didn't," he murmured, his voice laced with affection. "But don't worry, Ino-chan. I'm not going anywhere." Ino blushed even more, but her heart felt lighter at his words. She snuggled closer to him, feeling the warmth of his body against hers, and for the first time that night, she felt truly safe. The fear of the dream was still there, lurking in the back of her mind, but being here with Naruto made it easier to push it away. She knew that as long as he was by her side, she could face anything, even the nightmares that haunted her. As she drifted off to sleep, her head resting on Naruto's chest, she felt a sense of peace wash over her. The steady rise and fall of his breathing, the warmth of his arms around her. It was enough to chase away the darkness that had been weighing on her heart. Naruto, still half awake, glanced down at her, his expression soft and full of affection. He knew that Ino had been through so much, that she carried a lot of fear and pain from her past. But he also knew how strong she was, how resilient she could be, even when she didn't realize it herself. "You're not alone, Ino-chan," he whispered, more to himself than to her. "I'm here for you, always." Meanwhile, across the village, in a small, dimly lit house, Ino's father sat alone in his living room. The air was heavy with tension, and the only light in the room came from the flickering flames in the fireplace. His face was twisted with anger and resentment, his eyes narrowed as he stared into the fire. It had been a month since Ino had left, a month since he had last seen his daughter. He had always taken his anger out on her, blaming her for the death of her mother, punishing her for things she had no control over. She had been his outlet, the target of his frustration and rage. But now, with her gone, there was no one to take his anger out on. The house felt empty, and the silence gnawed at him. He couldn't stop thinking about her, about how she had left, how she had escaped from his control. And the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. "That ungrateful girl," he muttered under his breath, his fists clenching at his sides. "She thinks she can just leave? She thinks she can run away from me?" His mind raced with dark thoughts, twisted by his own hatred and resentment. In his eyes, Ino was the reason his life had fallen apart. She was the reason his wife was gone, the reason everything had gone wrong. And now, she had left him alone with nothing but his anger. A cruel smile curled at the edges of his lips as he stared into the fire, the flames reflecting in his eyes. "She'll pay for this," he whispered, his voice low and filled with malice. "She'll pay for everything." He sat there for a long time, his mind consumed by thoughts of revenge. He had always hurt Ino, always taken his anger out on her. But now, he wanted something more. He wanted to make sure she never escaped him again. He wanted to end it once and for all. His plan began to take shape in his twisted mind, a plan that would ensure Ino never escaped his grasp. He would make her pay for everything, for her mother's death, for leaving him, for everything that had gone wrong in his life. And when he was done, there would be no one left to defy him. Back in Naruto's apartment, the night was quiet, the tension from earlier completely gone. Ino was fast asleep, her head resting comfortably on Naruto's chest, her breathing slow and even. She had found peace, at least for now, in the safety of Naruto's arms. Naruto, now fully awake but content to stay where he was, glanced down at her sleeping form and smiled softly. He didn't mind that she had come to him in the middle of the night. In fact, he was glad she had. He wanted to be there for her, to be the one she could rely on when her fears overwhelmed her. "Sweet dreams, Ino-chan," he whispered, his voice barely audible. He gently kissed the top of her head, his heart full of affection for the girl sleeping in his arms. She had been through so much, and yet she was still here, still fighting, still standing strong. He admired her strength, even if she didn't see it herself. As the night wore on, Naruto eventually closed his eyes, his own exhaustion catching up with him. But even in his sleep, He kept his arms wrapped protectively around Ino, holding her close as if to shield her from the world. And in that quiet moment, with the world outside forgotten, they found peace in each other's presence. The sun's soft light filtered through the curtains, casting a warm glow across Naruto's apartment. Ino stirred first, her eyes fluttering open as she blinked against the gentle rays of morning. For a brief moment, she forgot where she was, but then she felt a comforting warmth next to her. The steady rise and fall of Naruto's breathing. Her heart skipped a beat, and her cheeks flushed slightly as she remembered what had happened the night before. She had come to him after another nightmare, seeking comfort, and in typical Naruto fashion, he had welcomed her without hesitation. They had fallen asleep together, her fears soothed by his presence. But now, as she fully awoke, she realized something else. Naruto's arm was draped across her chest, completely by accident, of course, but it sent a jolt of embarrassment through her. She froze, unsure of what to do, her mind racing as she tried to figure out the least awkward way to handle this. Naruto, oblivious as always, began to stir next to her. His hand shifted slightly, and as soon as he realized where it had landed, his eyes snapped open in panic. "Oh, Ino-chan," he blurted, quickly pulling his arm away as he sat up in a flurry of blankets, his face turning beet red. I didn't mean to." Ino's own face was bright red, but she managed a small, awkward smile. It's okay. Naruto-kun," she stammered, looking away as she tried to calm her racing heart. "It wasn't your fault. We were just sleeping." Naruto rubbed the back of his neck, his face still flushed. "Yeah, right. Sorry about that." He chuckled nervously, trying to lighten the mood. "I guess I'm more of a restless sleeper than I thought." Ino, still embarrassed, shook her head and waved her hand dismissively. "It's fine, really. Don't worry about it." There was a brief, awkward silence between them before Naruto cleared his throat, eager to change the subject. "So, we should probably get ready for work, right? I've got a busy day ahead, but I'm not leaving you alone, Ino-chan." He smiled at her, his usual carefree attitude returning. "And don't forget your phone. You can play some games while I'm working." Ino, grateful for the shift in conversation, nodded quickly. "All right, I'll grab it." She smiled shyly, feeling the awkwardness begin to fade as they slipped back into their normal routine. They both got up and began to prepare for the day, the tension from earlier melting away as the morning unfolded. Ino slipped into her favorite casual outfit, a comfortable lavender shirt with simple jeans, and grabbed her phone from the bedside table. She glanced at herself in the mirror and took a deep breath, feeling a little more at ease. "It's just Naruto," she reminded herself. "There's no need to be so flustered." #### the drive to work. A little while later, Naruto and Ino stepped outside, the crisp morning air welcoming them as they made their way to Naruto's car. As usual, Ino sat in the passenger seat, her phone in hand as she absent-mindedly scrolled through her apps. The drive was peaceful, the familiar hum of the car and the village streets lulling her into a relaxed state. Naruto glanced over at her as they stopped at a red light, a small smile playing on his lips. "You know, Ino-chan," he said casually, "it's been a month since you've been living with me." Ino blinked, looking up from her phone. "Has it really been that long?" she asked, surprised. Time had flown by, and in some ways, it felt like she had just moved in with him. But at the same time, she couldn't deny how comfortable and safe she had felt living with Naruto. It was like finding a home she never knew she needed. "Yeah," Naruto said, his smile widening. "And honestly, it's been the most beautiful month of my life." He glanced at her, his blue eyes sparkling with sincerity. Ino felt her cheeks flush at his words, her heart skipping a beat. She fumbled with her phone for a moment before managing to reply. I feel the same way, Naruto-kun." She smiled shyly, her voice soft. "It's been nice living with you." Naruto chuckled, clearly pleased with her response. "Well, I'm glad to hear that." He grinned as they continued driving, the atmosphere between them light and comfortable. #### at work. When they arrived at the office, Ino followed Naruto inside, feeling the familiar mixture of excitement and nerves that always came with being in such a bustling place. As usual, Naruto's colleagues were friendly, though some of them were a bit more boisterous. "Naruto. Ino. Jiraiya, Naruto's mentor and self-proclaimed super pervert, called out as they walked through the office doors. He was leaning casually against his desk, a mischievous grin on his face. "You two look cozy as always." Ino immediately felt her face heat up, her shyness returning full force as Jiraiya's teasing eyes turned toward her. He was notorious for his playful comments, and today was no exception. "Ino-chan, you're looking lovely as always," Jiraiya said with a wink. Naruto's a lucky guy to have such a beautiful woman by his side. Ino's face turned scarlet, and without thinking, she grabbed Naruto's arm and hit her face against his chest, too embarrassed to respond. She could hear Naruto chuckling softly above her, clearly amused by the situation. "Come on, Ero-sennin," Naruto said, shaking his head. "Don't embarrass her like that." Jiraiya simply laughed, waving them off as he walked away, leaving Ino still clinging to Naruto's arm, her face buried in his chest. She could feel the warmth of his body and hear the steady beat of his heart, which somehow made her feel a little better. "Sorry about him," Naruto said softly, gently patting her back. "He means well, but he can be a little much." Ino nodded, still hiding her face. It's okay," she mumbled, her voice muffled by Naruto's shirt. "I'm just not used to that kind of attention." Naruto smiled down at her, his eyes full of warmth. "You'll get used to it," he said reassuringly. "But if it ever makes you uncomfortable, just let me know, okay? I'll always have your back." Ino looked up at him, her heart swelling with gratitude. "Thank you, Naruto-kun," she whispered, her voice filled with affection. ##### meeting the team. As they continued through the office, they ran into more familiar faces. Kiba, Naruto's old friend from their academy days, was lounging at his desk when he spotted them. "Yo, Naruto," Kiba called out, grinning as he leaned back in his chair. "Your wife's looking great today." Ino's face turned bright red again, and she quickly looked away, embarrassed by the comment. She wasn't Naruto's wife, at least, not yet. But the way Kiba said it so casually made her heart race. Naruto laughed, waving at Kiba. "She's not my wife, Kiba," he said, though there was a playful glint in his eyes. "We're just living together for now." Kiba raised an eyebrow, smirking as he crossed his arms. Sure, Naruto. Keep telling yourself that." Before Ino could respond, Sasuke appeared, his usual cool demeanor intact as he walked over to them. "Naruto," he said in his deep, calm voice. "It looks like everyone's getting married around here, except for you." Naruto blinked, surprised by the comment. "What's that supposed to mean?" he asked, raising an eyebrow. Sasuke shrugged, a faint smirk on his lips. "I'll find you a wife, Naruto," he said, his tone teasing. "Don't worry." Ino's heart skipped a beat at Sasuke's words, and before she could stop herself, she blurted out, "Naruto doesn't need a wife. I mean, he already has me." She quickly slapped a hand over her mouth, her face turning bright red as she realized what she had just said. Everyone, including Naruto, turned to look at her in surprise. Sasuke raised an eyebrow, clearly amused by her outburst. "Is that so?" he said, his voice teasing. Ino, mortified by her own words, grabbed Naruto's arm and pulled him away, hiding her face in his chest as they made a quick escape. "Oh, let's go, Naruto-kun," she stammered, her voice muffled as she clung to him like an ostrich hiding its head in the sand. Naruto, still a little stunned by what had just happened, allowed her to pull him along, though he couldn't help but chuckle at her sudden burst of confidence. All right, I'm coming," he said, smiling down at her. #### private moments. Once they were alone in Naruto's office, Ino finally let go of him, her face still flushed with embarrassment. She couldn't believe she had said that in front of everyone, especially Sasuke. What was she thinking? I'm sorry, Naruto-kun," she whispered, her eyes downcast. "I didn't mean to embarrass you." Naruto shook his head, still smiling. "You didn't embarrass me, Ino-chan," he said gently. "Actually, I'm kind of proud of you." Ino blinked, looking up at him in surprise. "Proud? Of me?" Naruto nodded, his smile softening. "Yeah, you stood up for yourself, and for me. I know how hard it is for you to speak up sometimes, but you did it, and you were great." Ino's heart swelled at his words, and for a moment, she forgot all about her embarrassment. She smiled shyly, feeling a warmth spread through her chest. "Thank you, Naruto-kun," she whispered, her voice filled with gratitude. Naruto grinned, giving her a playful wink. "Anytime, Ino-chan. Anytime." The gentle hum of the office filled the air as Ino sat comfortably on the couch, her eyes glued to the bright screen of her phone. Her thumbs moved quickly, navigating through a game Naruto had downloaded for her. It had become a regular part of her day. Sitting in his office while he worked, occasionally glancing up to see Naruto at his desk, focused on paperwork or his computer screen. It had been a month since Ino had started living with Naruto, and during that time, she had grown used to these quiet moments. Ino smiled to herself as she thought about the small, comforting routine they had developed. She liked the sense of security it brought, the knowledge that she wasn't alone, and that Naruto was always nearby. Naruto glanced over at her, noticing the small smile on her face as she played her game. "Having fun, Ino-chan?" he asked with a grin, his voice breaking the silence in the room. Ino looked up, her cheeks flushing slightly. "Why, yeah," she said, her smile widening as she lowered her phone. "It's a fun game. Thanks for downloading it for me, Naruto-kun." Naruto chuckled, leaning back in his chair. "Anything for you, Ino-chan. You know, it's nice seeing you relax a bit. You've been working so hard on getting comfortable here." Ino blushed a little, feeling a mix of pride and embarrassment. "I've just been trying my best," she said softly. "It's easier when you're around." Naruto smiled warmly, his blue eyes filled with affection. "I'm glad to hear that." Before their conversation could continue, the door to Naruto's office swung open, and in walked Sakura, her usual confident energy lighting up the room. She smiled brightly at both of them, giving Naruto a quick nod before turning her attention to Ino. "Hey, Ino." Sakura greeted cheerfully. "I haven't seen you in a while. How have you been?" Ino quickly set her phone down, feeling a bit flustered at the sudden arrival of Naruto's old friend and teammate. "I've been okay," she replied quietly, glancing at Naruto for reassurance. Naruto gave her a small, encouraging smile. "You'll be fine, Ino-chan," he said softly. Sakura stepped forward, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Without much warning, she leaned down slightly and, in typical Sakura fashion, touched Ino's arm playfully before commenting, "Your chest is bigger than mine. Geez, what are you eating?" Ino's face turned bright red, her hands instinctively flying up to cover herself as she stammered, Sakura." She quickly moved behind Naruto, using him as a shield to hide her embarrassment. Naruto, trying his best to stifle a laugh, raised an eyebrow at Sakura. "Sakura, come on. Don't embarrass her like that." Sakura waved her hand dismissively, her grin not fading. "Relax, I'm just teasing," she said, still chuckling. "It's just so fun to see you get all flustered, Ino." Ino peeked out from behind Naruto, her face still flushed with embarrassment. She wasn't used to this kind of playful teasing, especially from someone as outgoing as Sakura, but there was something genuine in Sakura's tone. She didn't seem to mean any harm by it, and her teasing, though a bit much for Ino, felt oddly warm. Sakura crossed her arms and smiled down at Ino. "Hey, why don't we hang out for a bit?" she suggested, her voice full of enthusiasm. "I mean, I know we haven't really spent much time together, but I think it'd be fun. Maybe we can be friends." Ino hesitated, glancing nervously at Naruto. She wasn't sure if she was ready for this. Socializing still made her anxious, and Sakura's energetic personality was a bit overwhelming. But Naruto's gentle encouragement gave her pause. He looked at her with that familiar, reassuring smile, the one that always made her feel like everything would be okay. "I think it's a great idea," Naruto said softly, giving her a nod. "It's good to have friends, Ino-chan, and you can trust Sakura." "I do." Ino bit her lip, feeling the weight of her decision. Part of her wanted to stay close to Naruto, where she felt safe. But another part of her knew that Naruto was right. She couldn't stay in her shell forever. She had to try. "Oh, okay," Ino said quietly, her voice barely above a whisper. "I'll go with you." Sakura's face lit up with excitement, and before Ino could second-guess herself, Sakura grabbed her hand and pulled her up from the couch. "Great!" she exclaimed, practically bouncing with enthusiasm. "Come on, let's go. We'll have so much fun, I promise." Ino glanced back at Naruto, her heart racing as she was pulled toward the door. He gave her an encouraging smile and a thumbs up. "You'll be fine, Ino-chan," he said gently. "Just have fun." With a deep breath, Ino nodded and allowed herself to be pulled out of Naruto's office, her mind still swirling with nerves. She wasn't sure what to expect, but she trusted Naruto. If he thought she would be okay with Sakura, then she had to believe him. ##### building friendships. As they walked through the halls of the office building, Sakura chatted excitedly, telling Ino about everything that had been going on in her life. Though Ino was still nervous, she found herself listening intently, grateful that Sakura was carrying the conversation. "You know, I've known Naruto for so long," Sakura said with a smile. "He's always been such a knucklehead, but he's one of the best people you'll ever meet. You're really lucky to have him around." Ino smiled softly at that. "Yeah," she agreed quietly. He's really special." Sakura grinned, nudging Ino playfully with her elbow. "I can tell you two are close," she teased. "The way you look at him, it's pretty obvious." Ino's face turned pink, and she quickly looked away, feeling embarrassed again. It's not like that," she stammered. We're just friends." Sakura raised an eyebrow, clearly not convinced. Sure," she said with a smirk. "Friends, right." Ino didn't know how to respond, so she simply kept quiet, her mind still racing. She wasn't sure what her feelings for Naruto really were, but Sakura's teasing only made her more flustered. As they reached a quiet corner of the building, Sakura gestured to a bench by the window. "Let's sit for a bit," she suggested. "I want to tell you about some of the crazy things Naruto and I have been through." Ino nodded, grateful for the chance to sit down and calm her racing thoughts. She followed Sakura to the bench and sat down beside her, feeling a little more relaxed now that the initial awkwardness had passed. Sakura leaned back, crossing her arms behind her head as she looked out the window. "You know, Naruto and Sasuke have been through a lot together," she began, her voice more serious now. "When we first started our missions, things were tough. But one of the hardest missions we ever went on was our first major one together." Ino listened intently as Sakura told the story of their first military mission with their sensei, Kakashi. She described how Naruto, Sasuke, and she had faced dangerous situations that tested their skills and their bond as a team. "We were sent to protect a bridge builder named Tazuna," Sakura explained. "But things didn't go as planned. We ended up facing off against a notorious assassin named Zabuza and his apprentice Haku." Ino's eyes widened as she listened to the story. She had heard bits and pieces about the mission from Naruto, but hearing it from Sakura's perspective made it feel even more intense. "Zabuza was one of the strongest assassins we'd ever faced," Sakura continued. "And Sasuke, he protected Naruto from a lethal attack. He took a hit that could have killed him. That's the kind of bond they had, you know? They always had each other's backs, no matter what." Ino's admiration for Naruto and Sasuke grew as she listened to Sakura's story. She could see why Naruto valued his friendship with Sasuke so much, even if the two of them were constantly competing and teasing each other. Sakura glanced at Ino, her expression more thoughtful now. "You know, Naruto's a great guy, but you'll need to be careful," she said, her voice lowering slightly. "There's someone else who's interested in him. A girl named Hinata." Ino blinked, surprised by the sudden shift in the conversation. "Hinata," she repeated, her heart suddenly feeling heavy with an unfamiliar emotion. "Who's she?" Sakura smiled knowingly. "She's this really sweet girl from the Hyuga clan. She's had a crush on Naruto for as long as I can remember, but she's so shy that she's never really acted on it." Ino felt a strange pang of jealousy welling up inside her at the mention of another girl being interested in Naruto. Does Naruto know?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Sakura shook her head. "Nope, he's totally oblivious. He has no idea how she feels about him. But you should know that she's been watching him from the sidelines for a long time." Ino's mind raced, the unfamiliar feeling of jealousy growing stronger. She didn't know why it bothered her so much, but the thought of another girl being interested in Naruto made her heart ache. Without thinking, she blurted out, "I'm not going to let her take him." The words escaped her mouth before she could stop them, and as soon as she realized what she had said, her face turned bright red. She slapped a hand over her mouth, her eyes wide with embarrassment. Sakura stared at her in surprise for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Wow, Ino, I didn't expect you to say that, she exclaimed, still laughing. But I'm glad to hear it. I want to see you fight for what you want. Ino's face was still red, but she couldn't help but smile a little at Sakura's teasing. I didn't mean to say that out loud, she mumbled, feeling flustered. Sakura grinned, giving her a playful nudge. Don't worry about it. It just means you care about him, right? Ino bit her lip, her mind swirling with thoughts and emotions. Did she care about Naruto? Of course she did. He had been her constant source of support and comfort. But was it more than that? Was there something deeper between them? Before she could dwell on it any further, Sakura pulled out her phone and handed it to Ino. Here, she said, her voice softening. Take my number. If you ever want to talk, or if you need someone to vent to, you can always call me. Ino hesitated for a moment, but then she took the phone, feeling a small smile tug at her lips. Thank you, Sakura, she said quietly. I appreciate that. Sakura smiled back, her usual confidence tempered by a touch of warmth. No problem. I'm here if you need me. And hey, don't let anyone take Naruto away from you. He's a good guy, and he's lucky to have you. Ino nodded, her heart feeling lighter as she stored Sakura's number in her phone. She wasn't sure what the future held for her and Naruto, but she knew one thing for certain. She wasn't going to let anyone stand between them. The afternoon sun was warm and comforting as Naruto and Ino stepped out of the office, the weight of the day behind them. The streets of Konoha were buzzing with life, and yet, for Ino, everything seemed distant. Her mind was swirling with thoughts about the conversation she had just had with Sakura. Hinata. The name had stirred something inside her, something unfamiliar. Jealousy. It was a strange feeling, one she had never expected to have, especially not over Naruto. But now, as they walked side by side, her thoughts kept drifting back to the possibility of someone else being interested in him. Her heart ached with the thought, and it confused her more than anything. Ino glanced at Naruto from the corner of her eye, watching him as he walked casually with his hands tucked into his pockets, his carefree smile lighting up his face. He was always so at ease, so oblivious to the way people looked at him, the way they admired his strength, his kindness. And now, knowing that someone like Hinata had feelings for him, it made her chest tighten with unease. She bit her lip, debating whether or not to ask him about it. It felt silly, childish even, to be worried about something like this. After all, Naruto had never given her any reason to doubt him. But still, the thought nagged at her. Maybe it's better to just ask, she thought, feeling the tension build inside her. She took a deep breath and tried to sound casual. Naruto-kun, can I ask you something? Naruto glanced over at her, his blue eyes bright with curiosity. Sure, Ino-chan. What's up? Ino hesitated, her heart racing. Who is Hinata? Naruto blinked, clearly surprised by the question. Hinata? Oh, she's a girl from our academy days. Really quiet, kind of shy. He paused for a moment, scratching the back of his head. Honestly, she's a bit strange sometimes. She blushes whenever she sees me. Ino's heart sank a little at that. The image of Hinata blushing whenever she saw Naruto sent another wave of jealousy through her, and she couldn't help but feel a little self-conscious. Asterisk, why does she blush around him? Does she really have feelings for him? Asterisk. Ino tried to keep her voice steady, but there was a slight edge of jealousy as she spoke. So, do you like her? Naruto, still oblivious to the depth of her question, shrugged casually. Nah, she's just a friend. She's really nice though. I guess she's always been kind of shy around me, but I've never really thought about it that way. Ino let out a breath she didn't realize she had been holding, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. He didn't have feelings for Hinata, at least, not in the way she had feared. But still, the jealousy lingered, gnawing at the edges of her mind. Why are you asking? Naruto said suddenly, a playful grin forming on his lips. Are you worried some girl's going to take me away from you? Ino's face flushed bright red, and she stammered, no. I mean, that's not. I wasn't. I just... She trailed off, feeling completely flustered and unsure of how to respond. Naruto chuckled, clearly enjoying her reaction. Relax, Ino-chan. I don't have eyes for anyone else. He gave her a wink, his tone teasing but filled with warmth. You don't have anything to worry about. Ino's heart skipped a beat at his words, and she felt her cheeks heat up even more. She quickly looked away, feeling embarrassed but also happy. The way he had said it, so casually, as if it was the most natural thing in the world. It made her heart flutter. Unable to stop herself, Ino reached out and grabbed Naruto's arm, pulling him closer to her as they walked. She leaned into him slightly, feeling a sense of security wash over her. "Thanks, Naruto-kun," she whispered, her voice soft. I don't know. I guess I got a little worried." Naruto smiled, his expression gentle as he wrapped his arm around her shoulders, pulling her even closer. "You don't need to worry about anything, Ino-chan," he said softly. "I'm not going anywhere." They continued walking together, side by side, the warmth of their connection filling the space between them. For a moment, everything felt right, like they were exactly where they were supposed to be. A dark shadow looms. Meanwhile, in a distant part of the village, in a small, dimly lit room, a man sat alone, his fingers tapping impatiently on the wooden table in front of him. His eyes were narrow, filled with a twisted sense of anger and resentment. The man was Ino's father, and for the past month, he had been stewing in his own hatred, unable to vent his frustrations as he once had. It had been a month since Ino had left, since she had escaped from his grasp. Without her, he had no one to take out his rage on, no one to blame for the misery that had consumed his life. His mind, already warped by years of bitterness, had twisted even further in her absence. A cruel smile curled at the edges of his lips as he thought about her. "Ungrateful little brat," he muttered under his breath, his voice filled with venom. "She thinks she can just run away? Thinks she can escape from me?" His fingers tapped faster on the table, the sound echoing through the empty room. The anger that had been simmering inside him for weeks began to boil over, filling him with a dark, malicious energy. "I'll make her pay for this," he whispered, his voice low and menacing. "She won't get away with it." He leaned back in his chair, his twisted smile widening as he thought about the plan he had been formulating. It was simple, really. He would find her, and when he did, he would make sure she never escaped again. "I'll take my time with her," he said to himself, his eyes gleaming with sadistic glee. "And I'll make sure she suffers for everything she's done." His laugh echoed through the room, cold and cruel, as the darkness inside him consumed whatever remained of his humanity. But what he didn't know, what he couldn't understand, was that Ino was no longer the frightened, vulnerable girl he had once controlled. She had found strength in the one person who had shown her kindness, the one person who had given her a reason to believe in herself again. And Naruto wouldn't let anything happen to her, not as long as he was by her side. A moment of fear. Back in the village, Naruto and Ino were making their way toward Naruto's car, the warmth of their earlier conversation still lingering between them. Ino felt lighter than she had in days, her heart at ease knowing that Naruto was by her side. The jealousy she had felt earlier had begun to fade, replaced by a deeper sense of connection with him. But as they reached the car, something strange happened. A sudden, cold shiver ran down Ino's spine, causing her to stop in her tracks. Her heart skipped a beat, and for a moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of dread wash over her. Naruto, noticing her sudden hesitation, turned to look at her, his brow furrowed with concern. "Ino-chan? What's wrong?" Ino couldn't explain it. She didn't know where the feeling had come from, but it gripped her tightly, making her feel like something terrible was about to happen. Her chest tightened, and she instinctively reached out, grabbing Naruto's arm. I don't know," she whispered, her voice shaky. I have a bad feeling." Naruto's expression softened, and without hesitation, he pulled her close, wrapping his arms around her in a comforting embrace. "It's okay, Ino-chan," he said gently, his voice soothing. "You're safe with me. Nothing's going to happen." Ino clung to him, her heart still racing, but the warmth of his embrace helped calm the storm of anxiety inside her. She buried her face against his chest, feeling the steady beat of his heart beneath her cheek. It was the one sound that always brought her comfort, the one thing that made her feel like everything would be okay. But even as she held on to him, the feeling of dread lingered. It was like a shadow, creeping at the edges of her mind, whispering that something was coming, something dark, something dangerous. Naruto gently stroked her hair, his voice calm and reassuring. "Don't worry, Ino-chan," he said softly. "Whatever it is, we'll face it together." Ino nodded, taking a deep breath as she tried to push the fear away. "Thank you, Naruto-kun," she whispered, her voice filled with gratitude. They stood there for a moment longer, wrapped in each other's arms, before finally getting into the car. As Naruto started the engine and began to drive, Ino kept her hand on his arm, still needing the reassurance of his presence. And though the feeling of fear hadn't completely left her, she knew one thing for certain. As long as Naruto was with her, she could face whatever was coming. The soft morning light filtered through the curtains, casting a warm glow over the room as Ino sat on the edge of the bed, her heart fluttering with a mix of nervousness and curiosity. She glanced over at Naruto, who was getting dressed for the day, his back turned to her as he buttoned up his shirt. Her mind had been wandering ever since their conversation the day before, and a question had been burning inside her, but she wasn't sure how to ask it. Finally, after taking a deep breath, she decided to go for it. "Naruto-kun," she said softly, her voice barely above a whisper. Naruto paused, turning to look at her with a curious expression. "Yeah, Ino-chan? What's up?" Ino hesitated for a moment, her cheeks already beginning to flush with embarrassment. But she had to know. "Can I ask you something personal?" Naruto blinked, slightly surprised by the serious tone in her voice. He nodded, smiling gently. "Of course, Ino-chan. You can ask me anything." Ino took another deep breath, her hands fidgeting nervously in her lap. Who was your first kiss?" Naruto froze for a second, his eyes widening in surprise. He hadn't expected that question. His face turned a deep shade of red as he scratched the back of his head, clearly embarrassed by the memory. Well, he began awkwardly, looking anywhere but at Ino. Ino's curiosity only grew at his hesitation. She tilted her head slightly, waiting for him to answer. "Come on, Naruto-kun," she teased lightly, though her heart was racing. "It can't be that bad, can it?" Naruto sighed, realizing there was no way out of this. All right, he muttered, still blushing. "It was with Sasuke." The room went silent for a moment as Ino processed his words. Her eyes widened in shock, and she stared at him, completely caught off guard. "Sasuke?" she repeated, her voice a mix of disbelief and surprise. "Your first kiss was with Sasuke?" Naruto quickly waved his hands in front of him, trying to explain. No, it was a mistake," he said hastily, his face still bright red. "It happened on our first day in the police force. We were outside, and this kid pushed me from behind, and I fell right into Sasuke. It wasn't on purpose." Ino blinked, her shock slowly giving way to amusement. The image of Naruto and Sasuke accidentally kissing played in her mind, and before she could stop herself, she burst into laughter. Naruto, who had been bracing himself for embarrassment, looked up at her in surprise. He hadn't expected her to laugh like that. "What's so funny?" he asked, still feeling flustered. Ino, trying to catch her breath between giggles, wiped away the tears forming in the corners of her eyes. "I am sorry, Naruto-kun," she managed to say, still laughing. "It's just, I can't believe your first kiss was with Sasuke, and the way you described it. Oh my gosh," Naruto groaned, covering his face with his hands. "It was so embarrassing," he muttered. "The whole department was laughing at us. Sasuke didn't talk to me for the rest of the day. It was a nightmare." Ino's laughter finally began to die down, though the smile on her face remained as she imagined the scene. "I can't believe it," she said, shaking her head with a playful grin. "Sasuke of all people." Naruto peeked at her from between his fingers, still blushing but starting to smile a little despite himself. "Yeah, well, that's what happens when you have bad luck, I guess." Ino giggled again, feeling a sense of warmth in her chest as she watched him. There was something so endearing about the way Naruto could be embarrassed yet still so honest with her. It made her feel closer to him, knowing that he trusted her enough to share even the most awkward parts of his past. After a moment, Ino's laughter finally subsided, and she gave him a soft, teasing smile. "Well, at least you can say your first kiss was memorable," she said with a wink. Naruto groaned again, but he couldn't help but laugh with her this time. "Yeah, I guess that's one way to look at it," he admitted. A sweet walk. After the laughter had faded and they both finished getting ready, Naruto and Ino headed out of the apartment together, the morning sun shining brightly overhead as they made their way through the village streets. The air was cool and refreshing, and Ino felt a sense of calm as they walked side by side. The earlier awkwardness replaced by a comfortable silence. As they passed by a small shop selling sweets, Naruto suddenly stopped, a mischievous grin forming on his face. "Hey, Ino-chan," he said, his tone playful. "How about we get some sweets before heading to work?" Ino blinked, surprised by the sudden suggestion. "Sweets? Right now?" she asked, though she couldn't help but smile at the idea. Naruto nodded enthusiastically, already pulling her toward the shop. "Come on, I know you love sweets. Consider it a little treat before we start the day." Ino blushed slightly, feeling a warm flutter in her chest. She couldn't deny that she loved sweets, especially when Naruto was the one treating her. "Oh, okay," she said shyly, letting him lead her into the shop. Inside, the air was filled with the delicious scent of freshly baked pastries and sugary treats. Ino's eyes widened as she looked around at the display cases filled with colorful cakes, chocolates, and candies. It was like stepping into a dream, and she couldn't help but feel a little giddy at the sight of all the sweets. "What do you want, Ino-chan?" Naruto asked, smiling as he watched her eyes light up. Ino hesitated for a moment, feeling a bit shy. "I don't know," she said quietly. "There's so much to choose from." Naruto grinned and nudged her playfully. "Get whatever you want. It's on me." Ino blushed, glancing around at the different treats before finally settling on a small box of strawberry mochi. "I'll take this," she said, holding it up. Naruto nodded and quickly paid for the sweets, handing the box to her with a smile. "Here you go, Ino-chan," he said. "Enjoy." Ino smiled shyly as she took the box, her heart fluttering again at the kindness in his voice. "Thank you, Naruto-kun," she whispered. As they left the shop, Ino opened the box and took a bite of one of the mochi, savoring the sweet, soft flavor. It was delicious, and she couldn't help but smile as she ate. Naruto glanced at her, noticing the happy expression on her face. "Good, huh?" he asked with a grin. Ino nodded, still chewing. She said, her mouth full of mochi. Naruto chuckled, watching her with fondness. "I knew you'd like it." As they continued walking, Ino suddenly reached out and took Naruto's hand, her heart racing slightly at the gesture. She didn't know why she had done it. It had just felt right. She wanted to be close to him, to feel his warmth next to her. Naruto glanced down at their intertwined hands, a small smile tugging at his lips. "What's this for?" he asked teasingly, though his voice was soft. Ino blushed, glancing away as she bit her lip. I didn't want anyone else to have you," she said quietly, her voice barely above a whisper. "You're mine." Naruto's heart skipped a beat at her words, and he felt a warmth spread through his chest. He gave her hand a gentle squeeze, his smile widening. "I'm yours, huh?" he said, his tone playful but filled with affection. Ino nodded, still too shy to look at him. "Why, yes," she said softly, her cheeks turning a deeper shade of pink. "I don't want you to spoil anyone else, just me." Naruto's smile softened, and he felt a surge of affection for her in that moment. He leaned down slightly and whispered, "Don't worry, Ino-chan. You're the only one I'll spoil." Ino's heart raced at his words, and she felt a warmth spread through her chest. She looked up at him, her eyes filled with gratitude and affection. "Thank you, Naruto-kun," she whispered, her voice full of emotion. Heading to work. As they continued their walk toward Naruto's office, Ino couldn't help but feel a sense of happiness and contentment. The weight of her earlier worries had lifted, replaced by a feeling of closeness with Naruto that she hadn't felt before. She still wasn't entirely sure what her feelings for him meant, but one thing was clear. She didn't want to lose him. When they arrived at the office, Naruto opened the door for her, and they stepped inside together, the familiar sounds of the bustling workplace greeting them. Ino's heart still fluttered with nervousness whenever she entered the building, but having Naruto by her side always made it easier. As they walked through the halls, Naruto greeted his colleagues with his usual cheerful energy, while Ino stayed close to him, her hand still holding onto his. She couldn't help but feel a sense of pride as they walked together, like they were connected in a way that no one else could understand. "Hey, Naruto!" one of the officers called out, waving at him. "Looks like you're treating your girl right with sweets this morning, huh?" Naruto chuckled, waving back. "You know it," he said, glancing at Ino with a grin. Ino blushed, but she didn't let go of his hand. Instead, she smiled shyly and took another bite of her mochi, feeling a sense of warmth and belonging as they made their way to Naruto's office. A new day begins. Once they were settled in Naruto's office, Ino sat on the couch, her phone in hand as she continued playing her game while Naruto worked at his desk. The comfortable routine they had fallen into felt natural now, and Ino found herself relaxing more and more with each passing day as she played her game. Her mind occasionally drifted back to the conversation they had had that morning. The laughter, the sweetness, the way Naruto had reassured her. It all made her feel more connected to him than ever before. Maybe I do love him *, she thought quietly to herself, her heart fluttering at the idea. It was a scary thought, but also a comforting one. Naruto had become such an important part of her life, and the idea of losing him to anyone else made her chest tighten. But as she looked over at him, focused on his work with that familiar, determined look in his eyes, she knew that he wasn't going anywhere. Naruto was hers, and she was his, and in that moment, Ino felt more sure of herself and of them than she ever had before. The office was peaceful. Naruto sat at his desk, focused on his computer, while Ino relaxed on the couch, her phone in hand as she played a game Naruto had downloaded for her. The air between them was calm and comfortable, with only the occasional sound of Naruto typing or Ino's phone pinging from the game. Ino was happy. Over the past month, she had grown accustomed to these quiet moments with Naruto. Despite her social phobia, she felt safe and secure in his presence. He was the one person who had shown her kindness, the one who had given her a home when she had nowhere else to go, and in turn, she had grown attached to him. So much so that the thought of losing him to someone else stirred a sense of anxiety and protectiveness inside her. She didn't want to think about that, though. Not now. She tried to focus on her game, occasionally sneaking glances at Naruto as he worked, her heart fluttering each time she saw his familiar smile, his focus, his warmth. Just as she was about to ask him if he wanted something to drink, there was a soft knock at the door. Before Naruto could respond, the door opened slowly, and standing in the doorway, shyly peeking in, was Hinata. Ino's fingers froze on her phone, her eyes widening in surprise as she saw the quiet, soft-spoken girl enter Naruto's office. Hinata was wearing her usual modest attire, her hands clasped in front of her as she nervously stepped inside. Naruto looked up from his desk, a bright smile spreading across his face as he greeted her. "Hey, Hinata," he said, his voice friendly and welcoming. "What brings you here?" Ino felt a sudden twinge of unease in her chest. Why is she here? She thought, her heart racing as she watched the interaction. She knew about Hinata's long-standing crush on Naruto. It was no secret, and even though Naruto had assured her time and time again that he didn't have romantic feelings for Hinata, the sight of her standing there, talking to him, made something inside Ino stir. Hinata, still looking shy, glanced nervously between Naruto and Ino, her cheeks flushing a soft pink as she spoke. "In Naruto-kun," she began, her voice barely above a whisper. "I was wondering, are you free after work today? I thought maybe we could, spend some time together, just the two of us." Ino's heart dropped at the suggestion. The words hung in the air, making her stomach twist with a mix of jealousy and anxiety. She clenched her phone tightly in her hands, her mind racing. She's asking Naruto out. Before Naruto could respond, Ino suddenly felt a wave of protectiveness wash over her. It was like something deep inside her had snapped, and without thinking, she stood up from the couch, her eyes narrowing slightly as she looked at Hinata. "No," Ino said firmly, her voice louder than she intended. Both Naruto and Hinata turned to look at her in surprise. Hinata's eyes widened, and Naruto blinked, clearly caught off guard by Ino's sudden outburst. Ino, her heart racing, crossed the room and stood beside Naruto, instinctively grabbing his arm and holding onto it tightly. "Naruto-kun isn't going anywhere with you," she said, her voice shaking slightly, but filled with determination. "He's with me, and I won't let him spoil any other girl." Naruto, completely stunned by Ino's boldness, stared at her with wide eyes. Is this really Ino? He thought, his mind racing. The Ino he knew was shy, reserved, and usually too anxious to speak up in situations like this. But here she was, standing protectively by his side, her grip on his arm tightening as she stared down Hinata. Hinata, for her part, looked equally shocked. She blinked, her lips parting slightly as she processed what Ino had just said. There was a flash of hurt in her eyes, but she quickly masked it, looking away as her cheeks flushed even deeper. "I see," Hinata said quietly, her voice barely above a whisper. "I didn't mean to intrude." Ino, still holding onto Naruto's arm, felt a strange mixture of emotions: jealousy, protectiveness, and even a little embarrassment at how bold she had been. But she couldn't help it. She didn't want to lose Naruto to anyone, and seeing Hinata so close to him had stirred something fierce inside her. Naruto, sensing the tension between the two girls, cleared his throat awkwardly. Hinata, I appreciate the invitation, but I'm kind of busy today," he said, trying to defuse the situation as gently as possible. "Maybe another time?" Hinata nodded quickly, still looking down at the floor. "Oh, of course," she said softly. "I understand." She turned to leave, but not before casting one last glance at Ino, her eyes filled with a mixture of jealousy and resignation. It was clear that Hinata wasn't happy about the situation, but she wasn't going to push it any further. With a small, sad smile, she quietly exited the office, leaving Ino and Naruto alone. As soon as the door closed behind her, the tension in the room seemed to dissipate, and Ino suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She loosened her grip on Naruto's arm and quickly looked away, her cheeks burning red with shame. "What did I just do?" Naruto, still recovering from the shock of what had just happened, turned to look at Ino, his expression a mixture of surprise and amusement. "Ino-chan," he said slowly, his voice soft but filled with curiosity. "That was unexpected." Ino bit her lip, feeling a surge of anxiety as she realized how out of character she had acted. She had never been the type to be so bold, so confrontational, but the thought of losing Naruto to someone else had made her act without thinking. "I'm sorry, Naruto-kun," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "I didn't mean to. I didn't want her to take you away." Naruto's heart softened at her words, and he reached out, gently placing a hand on her shoulder. "Hey, it's okay," he said reassuringly, his tone gentle and warm. "You don't have to apologize. I get it." Ino glanced up at him, her eyes filled with uncertainty. "Why you do?" Naruto nodded, his smile softening as he looked into her eyes. "Yeah, I get it, Ino-chan. You were just trying to protect me, right?" Ino nodded, feeling her cheeks heat up again. "I guess so," she admitted quietly. I don't know what came over me. It's just that you've always been there for me. You're the only one who's ever shown me kindness, and I don't want to lose you." Naruto's heart swelled with affection as he listened to her, and without thinking, he pulled her into a gentle hug. "You're not going to lose me, Ino-chan," he whispered softly. "I'm not going anywhere. I promise." Ino's breath hitched as she felt the warmth of his embrace, and for a moment, all of her fears and insecurities seemed to melt away. She wrapped her arms around him, holding him close as she buried her face in his chest. "I feel so embarrassed," she mumbled, her voice muffled by his shirt. "I didn't mean to act like that." Naruto chuckled softly, stroking her hair in a comforting gesture. "You don't have to be embarrassed," he said gently. "I think it was kind of cute, actually." Ino blinked, pulling back slightly to look up at him. "See cute?" she repeated, her heart skipping a beat. Naruto smiled down at her, his blue eyes filled with warmth. "Yeah," he said, his voice soft. "It just shows how much you care about me." Ino's cheeks flushed even deeper, but she couldn't help but smile at his words. "I do care about you," she whispered, her voice barely above a whisper. "A lot." Naruto's smile widened, and for a moment, they stood there, locked in each other's embrace, the world outside forgotten. It was just the two of them, wrapped in the warmth of their connection, and in that moment, nothing else mattered. As they pulled away from the hug, Naruto gave her one last reassuring squeeze before letting go. "Come on," he said with a playful grin. "We've got work to do, and I'm sure there are more sweets waiting for you later." Ino giggled, feeling her heart lighten as the tension from earlier faded away. "You know me too well, Naruto-kun," she said with a smile, feeling a sense of peace wash over her. And as they sat back down, side by side, Ino couldn't help but feel grateful. Grateful for Naruto's kindness, his patience, and most of all, his unwavering presence in her life. The night was still, the village bathed in a quiet moonlight that filtered through the windows of Naruto's apartment. Inside, everything was peaceful, until the silence was broken by the sound of ragged breathing. Naruto woke with a start, his chest heaving as he struggled to catch his breath. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and his heart raced as the vivid images from his dream began to fade. But no matter how much he tried to shake them, the scenes continued to haunt him. His parents, Minato and Kushina, their faces filled with pain as they sacrificed themselves to protect him. The explosion of the Nine Tails, the sight of his father standing before him, his mother's final words, all of it played out in a loop, over and over again, as it always did. Naruto sat up in bed, running a trembling hand through his damp hair. His blue eyes flickered with pain as he looked around the room, trying to ground himself. But the weight of the dream clung to him, heavy and suffocating. He could still hear his mother's voice, could still feel the loss, as if it were happening all over again. He threw the covers off and swung his legs over the side of the bed, his bare feet touching the cool floor. Sleep wasn't an option, not after that. Instead, he stood up, grabbed a shirt, and quietly made his way to the living room. He couldn't stay in the darkness of his room, trapped with the ghosts of his past. Naruto sank down onto the couch, burying his face in his hands as he tried to steady his breathing. He couldn't help but feel the overwhelming sense of helplessness that always came after the dream. No matter how strong he became, no matter how far he had come, he couldn't change the past. He couldn't bring them back. For what felt like hours, Naruto sat in silence, staring blankly out the window as the moonlight cast soft shadows across the room. His mind wandered as he tried to push the memories away, but the harder he tried, the more they clung to him. Before he knew it, the night had stretched on, and exhaustion weighed heavily on him. But even though his body begged for rest, his mind refused to let him sleep. He leaned back against the couch, rubbing his tired eyes, dark circles already forming beneath them. In the stillness of the room, Naruto began to hum softly, a tune he had learned from his mother long ago. The quiet melody was the only thing that brought him a sliver of comfort in moments like these, and so he sang it softly, his voice barely above a whisper. Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag Ino's concern. In the room down the hall, Ino stirred. Her long, blonde hair spilled over the pillow as she shifted in her sleep, her body wrapped in the soft, silky fabric of her nightgown. It had been a peaceful night for her, until something pulled her from her slumber. It wasn't a sound, exactly, but a feeling, a sense that something wasn't right. She blinked groggily, the moonlight spilling through her window and casting a soft glow over the room. For a moment, she lay there, trying to shake the feeling, but as she became more awake, she realized that Naruto wasn't in the room. The bed next to hers was empty, and that strange sense of unease began to grow. Ino sat up, her heart tightening with concern. She slipped out of bed and grabbed the thin robe that hung over the chair in the corner of the room, wrapping it around herself as she padded quietly toward the door. As she stepped into the hallway, she could faintly hear something, Naruto's voice, but not in conversation. It was a soft, almost sorrowful melody, carrying through the apartment. Her heart ached at the sound. She followed it, her bare feet making no noise as she approached the living room. When she reached the doorway, the sight that greeted her made her chest tighten even more. Naruto was sitting on the couch, hunched over with his hands loosely clasped in his lap. His voice, though quiet, was filled with a deep sadness. His face was shadowed by the dim light, but Ino could see the black circles under his eyes, the exhaustion etched into every line of his body. He looked worn down, as though he hadn't slept in days. Ino's heart broke for him. Without saying a word, she stepped into the room, her presence almost unnoticed as Naruto continued to hum the sad tune, lost in his thoughts. She hesitated for only a second before quietly making her way over to him. And then, without thinking too much about it, she did what her instincts told her to do. She knelt down in front of him and gently reached out, her arms wrapping around his shoulders as she pulled him close. Naruto's body stiffened at the sudden contact, his eyes wide with surprise as he looked down at her. But before he could say anything, Ino pressed his head gently against her chest. "Shh," she whispered, her voice soft and soothing. "It's okay, Naruto-kun." Naruto felt his heart race, his face flushing with embarrassment as he realized the position he was in. His head resting against Ino's chest, her arms holding him in a comforting embrace. He wanted to say something, to apologize or pull away, but he couldn't find the words. And despite the initial shock, there was something about Ino's presence that calmed him. The warmth of her body, the softness of her voice. It was like a lifeline in the darkness. For several minutes, neither of them spoke. Naruto simply let himself relax, his breathing slowly evening out as the tension drained from his body. Ino held him close, resting her chin gently atop his head as she continued to stroke his back in slow, calming motions. It was a kind of comfort Naruto hadn't realized he needed. He had always tried to carry his burdens alone, to face his pain by himself. But with Ino there, holding him, it felt a little less heavy. After what felt like an eternity, Ino slowly pulled back, though her hands still rested on his shoulders. She looked up at him, her blue eyes filled with understanding and warmth. "Naruto-kun, you don't have to face this alone." Naruto swallowed, his throat tight as he tried to find the words to respond. He began, but his voice faltered. He hadn't meant to worry her, but seeing the concern in her eyes made him realize just how much he had been carrying on his own. Ino smiled softly, her own cheeks flushing slightly as she realized how close they still were. She brushed a strand of hair behind her ear, trying to push aside her own embarrassment. "I'm here for you, okay? You've always been there for me. Let me do the same for you." Naruto's heart swelled with gratitude. He looked at her, really looked at her, and saw the care in her eyes, the genuine desire to help. And in that moment, he realized just how much Ino had come to mean to him. "Thank you, Ino-chan," he said quietly, his voice hoarse with emotion. Ino smiled shyly, her cheeks still tinged with pink as she stood up, giving him a little space. "Why, you're welcome," she stammered, feeling her own heart race as she turned toward the bathroom, needing a moment to collect herself. "But, Naruto-kun," she added, her voice soft but teasing, "don't let any other girls bury your head in their chest, okay?" Naruto's face flushed a deep red, his mouth opening in surprise. "Wait, Ino-chan, that's not," he began. But before he could finish, Ino had already disappeared down the hallway, her soft laugh trailing behind her. He sat there for a moment, still flustered, but he couldn't help the smile that slowly spread across his face. Ino had a way of making everything feel a little brighter, even when the shadows of his past loomed over him. ##### the morning after. The rest of the night passed more easily. Naruto, though still restless, managed to find some peace after Ino's comforting words. He stayed awake for a while longer, thinking about his parents and the life they had given him, but the weight didn't feel as crushing as it had before. Ino's presence lingered in his thoughts, a reminder that he wasn't alone. By the time morning came, Naruto felt more like himself. He stretched as the first light of dawn filtered through the windows, the familiar warmth of the sun easing his tired muscles. Ino was already up, her light footsteps padding around the kitchen as she prepared breakfast. When Naruto walked into the room, he was greeted by the smell of fresh miso soup and rice, and the sight of Ino, dressed casually but with her usual grace, setting the table. She looked up when she saw him and smiled, her eyes bright. "Good morning, Naruto-kun," she said cheerfully. "I made breakfast." Naruto smiled back, feeling a warmth spread through his chest. "Thanks, Ino-chan," he said, sitting down at the table. "You didn't have to, you know." Ino shrugged, her cheeks flushing slightly as she took her seat across from him. "I wanted to," she said softly. "You were up all night. I figured you could use a good meal." Naruto looked at her for a moment, his heart full of gratitude. He couldn't put into words just how much her kindness meant to him, but he hoped she could see it in his eyes. "I really appreciate it, Ino-chan," he said quietly. They ate together in comfortable silence, the events of the night before still fresh in their minds, but neither of them feeling the need to bring it up. Sometimes, the quiet moments were enough. The rain never stopped falling in the rain village. Every drop that hit the cobblestone streets seemed to echo the tension that hung in the air. Jiraiya, now deep in the heart of enemy territory, felt the constant drizzle soak through his cloak, but he didn't mind. He was used to operating in conditions far worse than this. He'd been undercover before, but something about this mission felt more dangerous, more unpredictable. As he approached the outskirts of the village, the dark alleys and narrow streets created a maze, each turn more ominous than the last. The Rain Village was infamous for its shady dealings, and the group Jiraiya was investigating had a reputation for being ruthless, dabbling in everything from drug trafficking to human exploitation. These weren't your run-of-the-mill criminals. They were dangerous, and Jiraiya knew he had to be careful. He adjusted the knife tucked into his pants and felt the cold metal of the automatic pistol concealed in his jacket. It wasn't his usual style to rely on weapons like these, but in the Rain Village, anything could happen. Even the smallest slip-up could cost him his life. He took a deep breath and stepped toward his destination, the brothel that had been flagged as a central hub for criminal activity. To anyone else, it was just another seedy establishment catering to the underworld of the village. But Jiraiya knew that this place was crawling with people who had connections to the criminals he was hunting. He had to gather information, and quickly. Jiraiya ducked through the entrance, immediately greeted by a dimly lit interior filled with the scent of incense and perfume. The brothel's lobby was draped in heavy curtains, the air thick with smoke and murmured voices. Women in revealing outfits moved about, laughing lightly as they entertained various patrons. From the outside, it looked like any other pleasure house, but Jiraiya knew better. Underneath the surface, it was a hotbed of illegal activity. He was here for one reason: to gather intelligence on the organization responsible for trafficking women and smuggling drugs into the country. If his cover was blown, it would be over. But if he could get close enough to the right people, he might be able to bring them down. Jiraiya straightened up, slipping easily into his role as a carefree customer. He put on a grin and approached the bar where a few patrons were already seated, blending in with the crowd. His eyes scanned the room, observing every detail: who was talking to who was watching the door, and who seemed out of place. "Oi, stranger!" A sultry voice cut through the haze, and Jiraiya turned to see a woman with sharp eyes and a knowing smile standing beside him. Her name tag read Marika, and she wore a crimson dress that clung to her figure. "Looking to have some fun tonight?" she asked, her voice smooth as silk, but Jiraiya could see the practiced ease with which she spoke. This wasn't her first time luring a man in. Jiraiya felt a drop of sweat trickle down his neck despite the cold rain outside. He had to play his part perfectly. "Oh, I'm always looking for a good time," he replied with a grin, trying to keep his tone light. Marika laughed softly, her eyes gleaming. "I can tell. You've got the look of a man who's seen too much and needs a distraction. We can arrange that for you." She leaned in closer, brushing a hand lightly against his arm. Jiraiya felt his face heat up and cursed himself internally. Stay focused, Jiraiya. You're here for information, not to get distracted. But he couldn't help but let his gaze wander for a brief moment, just a moment, which was enough to cause a small nosebleed to trickle from his nostril. "Later, maybe," Jiraiya stammered, wiping his nose quickly. "Business before pleasure." Marika's eyes gleamed with amusement. "Is that so? Well, if you're here for business, you've come to the right place." Jiraiya's interest peaked. This wasn't a casual comment. There was something deeper in her words. She leaned in closer, her lips barely brushing against his ear as she whispered, "The people you're looking for, they don't play nice. Be careful who you ask about." Jiraiya felt his heart skip a beat. She knew. But how much did she know? "Who said I was looking for anyone?" he replied smoothly, trying to keep the conversation casual. Marika smiled again, though this time it was sharper, more dangerous. "I know everyone who comes through here, and I know when they're not just here for the usual pleasures." Before Jiraiya could respond, another voice cut through the noise. A tall man with dark eyes approached the bar, his presence immediately commanding attention. He was one of the key figures Jiraiya had been briefed on before the mission, a known lieutenant in the trafficking ring. "I'll take it from here, Marika," the man said coldly, his eyes narrowing as he sized up Jiraiya. Jiraiya's instincts kicked in, and he knew this was the moment where everything could go wrong. His cover was paper-thin, and one wrong move could blow the entire mission. He needed to keep the conversation under control. The man leaned against the bar, his gaze never leaving Jiraiya. "You're new around here," he said, his voice low and dangerous. "What brings you to our little corner of the world?" Jiraiya forced a grin, leaning back casually as he shrugged. "Just passing through. Heard this was the place to unwind." The man's eyes flickered with suspicion, but he didn't press further. "You heard right," he said, "but I'd watch yourself if I were you. Not everyone in this village is as welcoming as Marika." Jiraiya's heart raced, but he kept his expression neutral. He couldn't afford to give anything away. "I'll keep that in mind," he said, his voice steady. The man studied him for another long moment before turning away. "Enjoy your night, stranger," he said over his shoulder, disappearing into the crowd. Jiraiya exhaled slowly, relieved that the tension had passed, but he knew that this was only the beginning. He needed more information, but now the spotlight was on him. The organization was already suspicious, and any more missteps could lead to disaster. #### information gathering. Jiraiya spent the next few hours carefully navigating the brothel, blending in with the other patrons while keeping his ears open for any useful information. He chatted casually with the women who worked there, learning more about the operations and the key players involved in the criminal network. Every detail mattered, and Jiraiya's sharp mind cataloged everything he heard, piecing together the puzzle. Eventually, he made his way back to a quiet corner, pulling out his phone to make a quick call to Tsunade. He needed to update her on what he had learned so far. "Tsunade," he whispered into the phone, keeping his voice low. "I've made contact with some of the people running the brothel. They're connected to the trafficking ring, but I haven't identified the leader yet." Tsunade's voice crackled over the line. "Be careful, Jiraiya. If they're onto you, they won't hesitate to kill you." "I know," Jiraiya replied, his voice grim, "but I've got to dig deeper. These people, what they're doing is beyond horrible. I won't let them keep getting away with it." There was a pause on the other end before Tsunade spoke again, her voice softer this time. "Just don't do anything reckless, okay?" Jiraiya smiled, though there was a hint of sadness in his eyes. "You know me, Tsunade. I'll be careful." As he ended the call, Jiraiya leaned back in his seat, his mind racing with everything he had learned so far. The network was bigger than he had anticipated, and the deeper he dug, the more dangerous it became. But he couldn't stop now. He was too close. "All right," he muttered to himself. "Let's catch these bastards." With renewed determination, Jiraiya stood up and prepared to head back into the heart of the brothel. The night was far from over, and the real work had only just begun. #### The hunt begins. As Jiraiya slipped deeper into the world of the brothel, the lines between criminal and civilian blurred. He began to pick up more information, coded conversations about drug shipments, whispered exchanges about women being moved to other locations. The more he heard, the more he realized just how entrenched the organization was in the Rain Village. The lieutenant from earlier kept a close eye on him, but Jiraiya managed to stay one step ahead, always careful not to arouse suspicion. He gathered enough intel to identify key members of the trafficking ring, but the leader remained elusive. By the time the night was over, Jiraiya had everything he needed to begin dismantling the operation. But there was still more to uncover, and he knew that the next steps would be even more dangerous. As he left the brothel, the rain still pouring down around him, Jiraiya couldn't help but feel a sense of dread creeping in. The mission was far from over, and the stakes were higher than ever. But one thing was certain. Jiraiya wasn't going to stop until the criminals responsible for the suffering of innocent people were brought to justice. The hum of Naruto's office was quiet, save for the occasional clicking of keys as Naruto worked through some reports at his desk. Across from him, Ino sat comfortably on the couch, her phone in hand, engrossed in the game Naruto had introduced her to just a few days ago. The game, Free Fire, had quickly become a favorite of hers, and she couldn't help but smile as she maneuvered through the map, her focus entirely on outsmarting the other players. "Gotcha," Ino muttered to herself, her eyes gleaming as she took down another opponent. Her fingers flew across the screen, her heart racing with excitement as she won another round. Naruto, sitting across the room, glanced up from his work and smiled warmly at the sight of her. He had always known Ino was competitive, but seeing her enjoy something so simple brought a warmth to his chest. She looked more relaxed than he'd ever seen her before, her usual shyness momentarily forgotten in the excitement of the game. "Having fun?" Naruto asked, leaning back in his chair as he watched her. Ino blushed lightly, lowering her phone for a moment to meet his gaze. "I have to admit, this game is really fun, Naruto-kun," she said softly, a shy smile tugging at her lips. "I didn't think I'd enjoy it this much," Naruto chuckled, running a hand through his messy blonde hair. "I'm happy to hear that, Ino-chan. Maybe we can play together sometime. I'll show you a few tricks." Ino's cheeks turned a deeper shade of pink, and she quickly looked back down at her phone, hiding behind her hair. "Why, you'd probably beat me every time," she mumbled, though the thought of spending time with Naruto made her heart flutter. Naruto laughed, his voice light and teasing. "I wouldn't go that easy on you. You're pretty good at games, Ino-chan." Before Ino could respond, the door to Naruto's office swung open, and in walked Sakura, her bright smile lighting up the room. In her arms, she carried her baby daughter, Sarada, who was wide-eyed and giggling softly as they entered. "Hey, Naruto." "Ino." Sakura greeted them cheerfully, bouncing Sarada gently in her arms. "Hope we're not interrupting anything." Ino's gaze snapped up, her heart racing as she quickly hid her phone behind her back. She had never been good with visitors, especially not when she was caught off guard. But as soon as she saw Sakura holding her baby daughter, her nervousness began to fade. Naruto stood up from his desk, a wide grin spreading across his face as he approached Sakura and the baby. "Hey Sakura, what brings you here? And look at Sarada. She's getting bigger every day." Sakura beamed with pride, shifting Sarada in her arms so Naruto could get a better look at the baby. "Yeah, she's growing fast. Soon enough, she'll be running around, getting into all kinds of trouble," she said with a laugh. Naruto leaned in closer, smiling as Sarada reached out her tiny hands toward him. He held out a finger, letting her grab onto it, and her infectious giggle filled the room. "She's adorable," Naruto said, his voice full of warmth. As Ino watched the interaction, she felt her usual shyness creep back in, and she instinctively scooted closer to the edge of the couch, trying to make herself as small as possible. Despite her social phobia, she couldn't help but admire Sarada. The baby's bright eyes and happy demeanor were impossible to resist. Sakura noticed Ino's quietness and turned her attention to her. "Hey Ino, you want to say hi to Sarada?" Ino blinked in surprise, her cheeks flushing as she nervously tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. "Me?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Sakura smiled warmly and nodded. "Of course. She's been giggling ever since we came in. I think she likes you already." Before Ino could respond, Sakura gently held Sarada out to her, offering the baby to Ino with a grin. "Here, why don't you hold her for a bit? I think Sarada could use some extra cuddles." Ino hesitated, her heart racing as she looked down at the baby. She had never been very good with kids, and the thought of holding Sakura's daughter made her incredibly nervous. But when Sarada looked up at her with those big, curious eyes, something inside Ino softened. Tentatively, Ino reached out and took Sarada into her arms, cradling the baby close to her chest. The moment Sarada was settled against her, she let out a soft coo and snuggled into Ino's embrace, her tiny fingers gripping the fabric of Ino's shirt. Ino's heart melted at the sight, and for a moment, she forgot about her shyness. A small smile spread across her face as she looked down at Sarada, her fingers gently stroking the baby's soft hair. "She's so cute," Ino murmured, her voice filled with awe. Sakura chuckled, watching the two of them with a knowing smile. "Looks like Sarada loves you already, Ino. You've got a natural touch." Ino blushed at the compliment, her eyes flickering shyly up to Naruto, who was watching her with a soft expression. He had always known that Ino had a kind heart, but seeing her with Sarada made him realize just how gentle and caring she could be. Sarada, meanwhile, seemed completely content in Ino's arms. The baby giggled softly, her tiny hand reaching up to touch Ino's face, and Ino couldn't help but smile even more. Sakura grinned mischievously as she leaned back against Naruto's desk. "You know, Ino, with how good you are with Sarada, I can totally see you having kids of your own one day." Ino's face turned bright red at the suggestion, and she quickly looked away, her heart pounding in her chest. "Me? I don't know about that." But Sakura wasn't done teasing. She gave Naruto a sly look and nudged him with her elbow. "What about you, Naruto? When are you and Ino going to start thinking about kids, huh?" Naruto's eyes widened in surprise, his cheeks flushing a deep red as he looked between Ino and Sakura. What? Us? I mean, we haven't even. Ino, equally embarrassed, ducked her head, her face burning with the intensity of her blush. She could barely bring herself to meet Naruto's eyes, let alone respond to Sakura's teasing. Sakura laughed at their reactions, clearly enjoying herself. Come on, I'm just messing with you guys. But, just imagine. If you had a boy, and I had Sarada, they could end up together. Wouldn't that be something? Naruto and Ino both blushed even harder, their minds racing with the unexpected idea. Ino's thoughts wandered, and before she could stop herself, she imagined the name Ino Uzumaki flashing in her mind. The thought of being married to Naruto and starting a family with him made her heart flutter in a way she hadn't anticipated. Ino quickly shook her head, trying to push the thoughts aside, but the warmth that spread through her chest remained. She glanced up at Naruto, her heart pounding as she saw the same shy expression on his face. For a moment, their eyes met, and something unspoken passed between them. A shared understanding, a quiet hope. Sakura, noticing their silence, smiled softly and placed a hand on Ino's shoulder. Hey, don't be embarrassed. You two would make a great couple. Ino's blush deepened, but she smiled shyly in return. Thank you, Sakura. Naruto, still flustered, scratched the back of his head and gave Sakura a sheepish grin. Yeah, thanks, Sakura, but let's not get too ahead of ourselves, alright? Sakura laughed, waving off his comment. Alright, I'll leave you two alone. But just remember, Sarada already loves you, Ino. Maybe that's a sign. With that, Sakura gently took Sarada back from Ino's arms, though the baby gave a soft whine of protest as she was handed back to her mother. Ino smiled as she watched Sarada cuddle into Sakura's chest, the warmth of the moment still lingering in her heart. She really is adorable, Ino said softly, her voice filled with affection. Sakura beamed. I know. Thanks for spending some time with her, Ino. We'll have to do this again soon. As Sakura said her goodbyes and left the office, the atmosphere slowly returned to its usual calm. Ino remained seated on the couch, her heart still racing from the unexpected conversation, while Naruto returned to his desk, though he couldn't quite focus on his work after what had just happened. The two of them sat in comfortable silence for a while, both lost in their thoughts. But as the minutes passed, Ino couldn't help but glance over at Naruto, her heart still fluttering with the idea that had been planted in her mind. Ino Uzumaki, she thought to herself, her cheeks warming at the thought. It was a silly idea, one born out of Sakura's teasing, but the more she thought about it, the more she realized how much the idea appealed to her. And, from the way Naruto kept sneaking glances at her, Ino couldn't help but wonder if he was thinking the same thing. The night was heavy with tension in the distant village of the rain, where the constant drizzle soaked everything in sight. The rain never seemed to stop, each drop echoing against the rooftops and narrow streets like a whisper of the village's dark secrets. Inside a modest house, the dim light of a single lamp flickered, casting eerie shadows across the room. Sitting at a rickety table, Ino's father, his face drawn and haggard, stared down at a pile of unpaid bills and empty bottles scattered around the room. His mind raced, consumed with frustration and bitterness. Money was running out, and the world had long forgotten him. He had no prospects, no future, and no way to claw his way out of the hole he had dug for himself. But then, a wicked idea began to form, slithering into his thoughts like a snake. His eyes narrowed as a cruel smile twisted his lips. Ino, his daughter, who had been gone from his life for a while now, was his ticket to getting rich quickly. She had always been beautiful, and in a world as dark as the one he inhabited, beauty was a commodity, especially when sold to the right people. And Ino, young and untouched, would fetch a high price. A very high price. He chuckled to himself, the sound low and menacing as he imagined the payoff. Asterisk, if I find her again, she'll be worth a fortune. Maybe I'll sell her to a brothel. She's still a virgin. Men will pay anything for that. A good price, a very good price. Asterisk, his laughter grew, filling the empty house with a sinister echo, the sound of a man who had long since lost his way. Meanwhile, in the Rain Village, far from the dark thoughts of Ino's father, Jiraiya was deep into his mission, working undercover in the Rain Village. His job was to gather intelligence on a powerful and ruthless gang leader named Ben, who had built an empire of crime in the village. Jiraiya had spent weeks carefully weaving his way through the shadows, making connections and gathering scraps of information. But now, he had a name, Ben. The man was elusive, rarely seen by anyone who wasn't a trusted member of his inner circle, but Jiraiya was determined. He had infiltrated some of the brothels, heard the whispers of women who lived in fear, and saw the devastation the gang's influence had left on the village. They were involved in everything: drugs, weapons, and even the trafficking of people. Jiraiya's jaw tightened every time he thought about the horrors these people had to endure. Standing in the shadows of a dark alleyway, Jiraiya adjusted the brim of his hat, his eyes scanning the rainy streets for any signs of movement. He had arranged to meet with a contact tonight, someone who claimed to have information about Ben's whereabouts. The rain beat down on the rooftops, the sound blending with the distant noise of the village. A figure appeared at the far end of the alley, cloaked and moving swiftly. Jiraiya tensed, his hand instinctively hovering near the weapon hidden beneath his jacket. But as the figure approached, Jiraiya relaxed slightly. It was his contact. "Do you have the information?" Jiraiya asked in a low voice, stepping out of the shadows. The contact, a thin man with a nervous twitch, nodded quickly, glancing over his shoulder as though he expected to be followed. "I found out where he's staying," the man said, his voice shaky. "He moves around a lot, but he's got a hideout in one of the old warehouses near the docks. That's where he keeps most of his business dealings." Jiraiya's eyes narrowed. Business dealings? The man swallowed hard. Trafficking, drugs, weapons, people, everything. Jiraiya's jaw clenched. He knew this mission was dangerous, but hearing the confirmation of Ben's operations made his blood boil. "And the security?" "Hi," the man said quickly. "Armed guards everywhere. You'll need to be careful. But if you can get in, well, I don't need to tell you what you'll find." Jiraiya nodded, slipping the man a small bag of coins in exchange for the information. "I'll take it from here. And you never saw me." The contact nodded rapidly and disappeared back into the rain-soaked streets, leaving Jiraiya alone once more. He sighed, rubbing a hand through his damp hair. This mission was bigger than he'd anticipated, but he couldn't turn back now. Too many lives were at stake. Pulling his cloak tighter around himself, Jiraiya turned and disappeared into the night, ready to begin the next phase of his mission. He knew the risks, but if he could bring Ben down, it would be worth it. Hashtag back in Konoha. Back in the comfort of Naruto's home, the atmosphere was much warmer, though Ino couldn't quite shake a feeling of unease. She and Naruto sat together on the couch, the soft glow of the television illuminating the room as they watched a movie. Ino was nestled against Naruto's side, her head resting lightly on his shoulder. It was a quiet, peaceful moment, something she had come to treasure more and more since moving in with him. Naruto, always so energetic and full of life, had a way of making her feel safe. He didn't pry into her past or ask too many questions about her fears, but somehow he understood. And that understanding was more comforting than any words could ever be. As they sat there, watching the movie in companionable silence, Ino couldn't help but let her mind wander. The warmth of Naruto's presence, the way he made her laugh, the way he cared for her, all of it made her feel things she hadn't expected to feel. Her heart fluttered as she glanced up at him, her cheeks turning pink as a shy smile crept across her lips. Could this be what real love feels like? She wondered to herself. The thought sent her heart racing, and she quickly averted her gaze, hoping Naruto wouldn't notice the blush spreading across her face. But he did notice, of course. Naruto had always been observant when it came to Ino. He turned his head slightly, giving her a curious look. "You okay, Ino-chan?" he asked softly, his voice filled with concern. Ino nodded quickly, biting her lip as she tried to calm her racing thoughts. "I am fine," she stammered, her fingers toying nervously with the ends of her long, blonde hair. "Just thinking." Naruto raised an eyebrow, a teasing grin tugging at his lips. "About what?" Ino's blush deepened, and she ducked her head, feeling more embarrassed than ever. She couldn't possibly tell Naruto what she had been thinking, about how she had imagined, just for a moment, what it would be like to start a family with him, to have his children. The thought had come out of nowhere, but once it had taken root, it was hard to shake. It's nothing," she said quickly, her voice barely above a whisper. Just random thoughts, Naruto chuckled, wrapping an arm around her shoulders and pulling her closer. Well, whatever it is, don't let it worry you too much, he said warmly. I'm here, and I'm not going anywhere. Ino's heart swelled at his words, and for a moment, the fear she had been feeling, the worry about her father, the shadows of her past, faded away. All that mattered was the warmth of Naruto's embrace, the safety she felt in his arms. She leaned into him, closing her eyes and letting out a soft sigh of contentment. But even as she tried to relax, a part of her couldn't help but think about her father. She hadn't heard from him in a long time, and while that should have brought her some relief, it didn't. Ino knew her father well enough to know that his silence wasn't a sign of peace. If anything, it was the calm before the storm. She glanced up at Naruto again, her heart tightening with worry. She didn't want to drag him into her family problems. He had already done so much for her, but she couldn't help the fear that gnawed at her. What if something happens? What if my father tries to find me? Naruto, sensing her unease, squeezed her shoulder gently. Hey, he said softly, his voice full of warmth and understanding. Whatever's bothering you, you can tell me, okay? I'm here for you, Ino-chan. Ino's heart fluttered at his words, and she smiled up at him, her eyes soft with affection. Thank you, Naruto-kun, she whispered. You always know how to make me feel. Ino's heart trembled at his words, and she smiled up at him, her eyes soft with affection. Thank you, Naruto-kun, she whispered. You always know how to make me feel safe. Naruto smiled again, his blue eyes shining with sincerity. That's what friends are for, right? He replied, nudging her playfully. And besides, I want to be more than just a friend to you, Ino-chan. I want to be someone you can count on, no matter what. Ino's breath caught in her throat at his words. The warmth of his presence wrapped around her like a warm blanket, and she felt a surge of emotions she struggled to express. You do, she managed to say, her voice steady as she met his gaze. Sometimes I worry about things that are out of my control. Naruto nodded, his expression turning serious. I get it. Life can be really unpredictable, but you're not alone in this, Ino. No matter what happens, we will face it together. His words were a balm to her anxious heart, and she found comfort in the promise they held. Ino took a deep breath, her heart racing as she finally decided to voice the fear that had been haunting her. Naruto-kun, she started, her voice trembling slightly. I'm scared of my father. You know how he used to treat me. His silence. It worries me. What if he comes looking for me? Naruto's expression shifted to one of concern, and he instinctively pulled her closer, wrapping his arms around her protectively. Ino-chan, I promise you, I won't let anything happen to you, he said firmly, his voice steady. You're safe here with me. I won't let him hurt you again. Ino felt a wave of relief wash over her at his words. But what if he finds me? What if he tries to drag me back? Her voice was barely above a whisper, the memories of her past flooding her mind. Those moments of fear, the way he had belittled her, made her feel worthless. Naruto shook his head, determination etched on his face. You're stronger than you think, Ino. You've come so far since I first found you on the street. You're not that scared girl anymore. You have friends who care about you, and I'll always be here to support you. Ino looked up at him, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. But what if I can't face him? What if I freeze up? Then I'll be right there with you, Naruto reassured her, his grip tightening around her shoulders. You won't have to face him alone. We'll figure it out together. You have me, and I won't let you go back to that life. You deserve so much more than that. His words wrapped around her like a shield, and for the first time in a long while, Ino felt a flicker of hope. Thank you, Naruto. You always know what to say to calm me down, she admitted, her voice softening. Naruto smiled gently, his blue eyes shining with sincerity. That's what friends do, right? But I want to be more than just a friend to you, Ino-chan. I want to be someone you can lean on, someone who protects you. You're not alone anymore. Ino felt the warmth of his words seep into her heart, easing the tightness that had gripped her. I know, and it means the world to me, she said, her voice steadying. I just wish things could be different. I wish I didn't have to worry about him. Me too, Naruto replied, his expression softening. But we can create our own future, Ino. One where you're happy and free. I'll help you every step of the way. Ino smiled, feeling a warmth spread through her chest. You really believe that, don't you? Absolutely, he said, his gaze unwavering. And I'll do whatever it takes to keep you safe. You're part of my family now, and I'll protect my family. Ino's heart swelled with emotion as she leaned into him, feeling the weight of her worries lift just a little. Thank you, Naruto. I don't know what I'd do without you, she whispered, feeling grateful for his unwavering support. Hey, you don't have to thank me. Just remember, you're not alone. We'll face whatever comes together, he replied, his voice filled with warmth and conviction. As they sat together, Ino felt a renewed sense of strength. With Naruto by her side, she knew she could face her fears, no matter how daunting they seemed. The shadows of her past might linger, but with him, she felt ready to confront whatever challenges lay ahead. The rain was relentless. It poured down in sheets over the rain village, the sound of water hitting metal roofs and cobblestone streets blending into a constant, echoing hum. Jiraiya crouched behind an old crate in the warehouse district, the hood of his cloak pulled low over his head to shield himself from the downpour. His mission had taken him to this dark corner of the village, a place where the criminal underworld thrived beneath the radar of most law enforcement. This was no ordinary mission. The organization he was investigating wasn't just involved in drug trafficking or petty crimes. These were high-level criminals, dangerous men who exploited the vulnerable and spread chaos wherever they went. Jiraiya had been following a lead for weeks now, but tonight, it seemed like things were finally coming to a head. Jiraiya's contact had told him about the warehouse he now found himself outside of, hidden in the darkness as he waited for the right moment to strike. Inside that warehouse was Ben, the leader of the criminal organization that had plagued the Rain Village for years. But getting to Ben wouldn't be easy. The warehouse was heavily guarded, and Jiraiya had spotted several sentries patrolling the perimeter, their eyes sharp despite the rain. From his vantage point, Jiraiya could see the dim glow of lights from within the warehouse. He needed to get inside, gather evidence, and find out what Ben was planning next. His instincts told him that something big was about to go down, and if he didn't act fast, more innocent lives would be in danger. Taking a deep breath, Jiraiya adjusted the weapons hidden beneath his cloak, his trusted kunai and the small automatic pistol he'd brought for close-quarters combat. He wasn't a fan of guns, but he knew that in a place like this, sometimes you had to fight fire with fire. He made his move, darting from the shadows and slipping silently through a gap in the warehouse's outer fence. His movements were quick and precise, honed from years of experience in intelligence work. As he crept toward the side of the building, he spotted an unguarded door. Perfect. Pressing his ear against the door, Jiraiya listened carefully. The sound of muffled voices reached him from inside. It seemed like a meeting was taking place, a gathering of Ben's most trusted men. This was his chance. Slowly, he eased the door open and slipped inside, his heart pounding in his chest as he crouched behind a stack of crates. From his hiding spot, he could see the group of men gathered around a table in the center of the room. Ben was there, his imposing figure hard to miss. He was tall, broad-shouldered, with a cold, calculating look in his eyes that sent a chill down Jiraiya's spine. On the table in front of Ben was a map of the village, with various points marked in red ink. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed as he tried to make sense of the markings. It was clear that Ben was planning something. But what? Carefully, Jiraiya pulled out a small camera from his cloak and began taking pictures of the map. He couldn't risk getting caught, but this evidence would be crucial for the mission. Just as he finished snapping the last photo, one of Ben's men stood up, his eyes scanning the room. Jiraiya held his breath, pressing himself deeper into the shadows as the man's gaze passed over his hiding spot. After what felt like an eternity, the man turned back to the table, and Jiraiya let out a quiet sigh of relief. He needed to get out of there now. With one last glance at Ben and his men, Jiraiya slipped back through the door and into the rainy night. The mission was far from over, but he had what he needed for now. It was time to report back to Tsunade and plan the next move. #### in Konoha. Conversations over tea. Back in Konoha, the rain from the Rain Village seemed like a distant memory. The village was bathed in warm sunlight, and the streets bustled with the everyday life of its citizens. Inside a cozy tea shop, Ino and Sakura sat at a small table, sharing a pot of tea and enjoying some much-needed relaxation. Sakura, ever the talkative one, had just finished telling Ino about her latest mission with Sasuke, but her eyes kept drifting to Ino, who was fidgeting with her teacup and looking a bit distant. "You seem distracted, Ino," Sakura said, her green eyes sparkling with curiosity. "What's on your mind?" Ino blushed, caught off guard by Sakura's question. She had been thinking about Naruto a lot. Ever since she had started spending more time with him, her feelings had become more complicated. He was kind, caring, and always made her feel safe. But more than that, there was something about him that made her heart race in ways she hadn't felt before. "Oh, it's nothing," Ino said quickly, trying to brush off the topic, but her cheeks betrayed her, turning a soft shade of pink. Sakura raised an eyebrow, clearly not buying it. "Come on, Ino, you can tell me. It's about Naruto, isn't it?" Ino's blush deepened, and she nodded shyly. "Why, yeah, maybe a little." Sakura grinned, leaning in closer. "I knew it. You've been spending so much time with him lately, and trust me, I get it. I mean, Naruto's grown up a lot, hasn't he? He's not the same goofy kid we used to know. He's gotten, well, pretty impressive." Ino's mind flashed to Naruto. The way he smiled, the way he always put others before himself. And yes, she couldn't help but notice his slim, muscular build, the way his blonde hair caught the light when they walked together, and how kind his eyes were when he looked at her. Ino fidgeted, playing with her long blonde hair, twirling it between her fingers. "He really has," Sakura laughed, nudging her friend playfully. "I can see why you're so flustered around him. I mean, come on, Ino. You've got a great thing going with him. He's strong, kind, and trust me, with that body of his, any girl would be lucky." Ino blushed furiously, nearly spilling her tea in her lap. "Sakura," she stammered, her heart racing at the thought of Naruto. Sakura wasn't done teasing, though. She glanced at Ino, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. "And don't think I haven't noticed your body, Ino. You're stunning, and with that figure of yours, especially, well, you know, I bet Naruto's noticed." Ino blushed so deeply she thought she might pass out. "Sakura," she squeaked, covering her face with her hands. Sakura laughed, but her tone softened as she placed a comforting hand on Ino's shoulder. "Hey, I'm just saying, you two would make a great pair. And I think Naruto's lucky to have someone like you in his life." Ino peeked through her fingers, her heart fluttering at Sakura's words. Maybe she was right. Maybe there was something special between her and Naruto. Something worth exploring. Hashtag Tsunade's worry. Back at the Hokage's office, Tsunade sat behind her desk, her brow furrowed in concern as she stared down at the mission report in front of her. Jiraiya's latest update had given her some insight into the situation in the Rain Village, but it wasn't enough. The more she read, the more worried she became. Jiraiya was one of the strongest shinobi she knew, but even he wasn't invincible. The mission he had taken on was dangerous, and the criminals he was up against were ruthless. Tsunade couldn't shake the feeling that something was going to go wrong. She stood up from her desk, pacing the room as she tried to think of what to do next. Should she send backup? Or would that only blow Jiraiya's cover and put him in even more danger? Tsunade let out a frustrated sigh, rubbing her temples as she tried to push the thoughts aside. Jiraiya had always been reckless, but he was also resourceful. He could handle himself. Still, the worry gnawed at her, a constant reminder of the risks he was taking. "I swear, if you get yourself killed, Jiraiya, I'll bring you back just to kill you myself," Tsunade muttered to herself, though the worry in her voice was clear. She would wait for his next report, but until then, all she could do was hope that Jiraiya was as good as he always claimed to be. The day had begun to wind down as Naruto and Ino left the police station, both eager to return home. The sun hung low in the sky, casting golden rays that shimmered through the trees lining the village streets. Naruto, as usual, carried a calm confidence about him, though today it was clear something weighed heavily on his mind. Ino, seated next to him in his sleek car, could feel the tension. Naruto slid on his sunglasses, his blue eyes momentarily hidden behind the dark lenses. His hand gripped the steering wheel as he started the engine, and with a soft purr, the car eased onto the road. The wind caught his hair as the windows were slightly rolled down, making his blonde locks flutter with each breeze. Ino couldn't help but steal glances at him. The way his hair moved, the sharp lines of his face, and his posture, relaxed but alert, made him look like someone from a magazine. His white skin almost glowed under the evening sun, free of any blemishes, like something out of a dream. Ino's heart fluttered in her chest, her hands gripping her phone as she nervously played with it. Her cheeks began to burn as she silently chastised herself for staring. "Why is he so effortlessly handsome?" she thought to herself, biting her lip to contain the sudden rush of feelings that swept over her. Ino had always known Naruto to be kind and caring, but recently, she found herself looking at him differently. His protective nature, his unwavering loyalty to his friends. It was impossible not to feel something for him. Yet, every time she found herself in moments like this, where they were alone and the world around them seemed to melt away, she felt overwhelmed by emotions she wasn't sure how to handle. Naruto, on the other hand, was unusually quiet. Normally, he would have been chatting away, making jokes, or telling stories about his latest escapades. But today, his mind was preoccupied. Jiraiya's mission loomed large in his thoughts. Jiraiya, his mentor and one of the most important people in his life, had been in the Rain Village for weeks now, working a dangerous undercover mission. Every day that passed without word from him made Naruto more anxious. He tried to push it aside, but the worry gnawed at him, leaving a pit in his stomach. The car continued down the road, the sound of the engine and the rustling of the wind filling the space between them. Ino finally gathered her courage and spoke, her voice soft and tentative. "Naruto-kun?" she asked, her tone hesitant. Naruto turned his head slightly, though his eyes remained on the road. "Yeah, Ino-chan?" he replied, his voice warm but distracted. Ino bit her lip, her fingers still nervously playing with her phone. She wasn't sure how to ask what had been on her mind lately, something she'd never dared ask before. Her blush deepened as the words hovered at the tip of her tongue, threatening to spill out before she could stop them. "Have you ever been with a girl before?" she finally blurted out, immediately covering her mouth in shock at her own boldness. Naruto's foot momentarily lifted from the gas pedal, and he glanced at her, surprised by the suddenness of her question. His face, normally so confident, flushed red. What do you mean, Ino-chan?" he asked, his tone a mixture of confusion and embarrassment. Ino's heart raced, her face burning with a deep blush. She couldn't believe she had actually said that out loud. "I mean," she stammered, feeling lightheaded from the embarrassment. Have you ever, been with someone?" The weight of her question lingered in the air for a moment, and both of them fell into an awkward silence. Naruto's hands tightened on the steering wheel, his face still flushed as he tried to figure out how to answer without making things more uncomfortable. After a moment, he cleared his throat, his voice low but honest. "And no," he said, shaking his head slightly, "I've never done anything like that before. Not with anyone." Ino's eyes widened in surprise, and she found herself feeling a strange sense of relief. She hadn't known what to expect, but his answer, his honesty, made her heart swell. "Oh, really?" she asked softly. Naruto nodded, keeping his eyes on the road as he tried to calm the heat in his cheeks. "Yeah," he admitted, his voice quieter than usual. I've never really thought about that stuff much. At least, not seriously. If I ever, it would be with someone I really care about. Someone I want to spend my life with. I think I'd want it to be with my future wife." His words hung in the air, making Ino's chest tighten. There was something so genuine, so pure about the way he said it. She had always admired Naruto for his strong sense of loyalty and commitment, but hearing him speak so candidly about something so personal made her feel even more drawn to him. Without thinking, the words slipped from her lips before she could stop them. "I'll be your future wife." As soon as the words left her mouth, Ino's eyes widened in horror. She slapped a hand over her mouth, her heart pounding so hard she thought it might burst. Did I really just say that? She screamed internally. Her face turned a deep shade of crimson, and she sank lower into her seat, mortified beyond belief. Naruto's own blush deepened as he processed what she had said. He opened his mouth to respond but found himself at a loss for words. For a moment, the only sound was the hum of the engine and the gentle breeze flowing through the open windows. Ino, feeling like she might pass out from embarrassment, turned her head toward the window, her hand still covering her mouth as she tried to recover. She couldn't believe she had said that out loud. "What's wrong with me?" she thought, her mind racing. Naruto, meanwhile, was equally flustered. He could feel his heart racing, but there was also a strange warmth in his chest, a warmth that spread through him the more he thought about what Ino had said. He didn't know what to say, so instead, he let the silence speak for itself, hoping that his feelings would somehow come through without words. The rest of the drive was quiet, both of them lost in their own thoughts. Ino stared out the window, her mind racing with 1,000 different emotions, while Naruto tried to focus on the road, though his thoughts kept drifting back to her. ##### at home. A quiet evening. By the time they arrived back at Naruto's apartment, the sun had fully set, casting a soft, golden glow over the village. The air was cool, and the quiet of the evening settled over them as they stepped inside. Naruto tossed his keys onto the counter and sighed deeply, running a hand through his hair as he sat down on the couch. Ino, still feeling the weight of her earlier embarrassment, quickly excused herself to her room to change. As she slipped into her comfortable home clothes, her mind continued to race. She couldn't believe she had said something so forward, and yet, there was a small part of her that didn't regret it. The idea of being with Naruto, of sharing her life with him, felt right. But still, she couldn't shake the shyness that came with those thoughts. Naruto, meanwhile, leaned back on the couch, his thoughts heavy with concern for Jiraiya. The mission in the Rain Village had been gnawing at him for weeks, and every passing day without word from Jiraiya made his anxiety grow. He trusted his mentor. Jiraiya had survived countless dangerous situations before, but something about this mission felt different, darker. As Ino emerged from her room, dressed in a soft, comfortable sweater and leggings, she noticed the faraway look in Naruto's eyes. He wasn't his usual energetic self, and she could see the worry etched into his expression. Quietly, she walked over to the couch and sat beside him, her hand gently resting on his arm. "Naruto-kun," she said softly, her voice full of concern. "You've been quiet all evening. Are you okay?" Naruto glanced at her, the warmth of her touch breaking through the cloud of worry that had settled over him. He forced a small smile, though it didn't quite reach his eyes. "I'm fine, Ino-chan," he said, though his voice was heavy with unspoken fears. "I'm just thinking about Jiraiya." Ino's heart ached at the mention of Jiraiya's name. She knew how much Naruto cared about his mentor, how deeply their bond ran. She squeezed his arm gently, offering him a small smile of reassurance. "He's strong, Naruto. He's always made it back before, hasn't he?" Naruto nodded, though the knot in his chest didn't loosen. "Yeah, but this mission, it's different. Something about it doesn't feel right." Ino leaned her head on his shoulder, offering him silent comfort as they sat together in the quiet of the apartment. For a while, neither of them spoke, the weight of their thoughts filling the space between them. But as they sat there, side by side, there was a sense of peace, a sense that, no matter what happened, they would face it together. The night sky over the Rain Village was heavy with clouds, casting everything in a dim, oppressive gloom. The constant rainfall was a never-ending presence, soaking the streets, dripping from the rooftops, and adding a cold chill to the air. But inside a darkened, dingy apartment on the outskirts of the village, a very different storm was brewing. Ino's father paced back and forth, his eyes wild with frustration and anger. It had been weeks since his daughter had disappeared, and he still hadn't been able to track her down. He slammed a fist against the table, rattling the empty bottles and sending a few to the floor with a clatter. "Where is she?" he growled under his breath, his voice shaking with fury. "That ungrateful girl. She thinks she can run away from me? She's got no idea what's coming to her." His mind raced with thoughts of how he could turn this situation around. He had debts piling up, more than he could ever hope to pay off on his own. But then he remembered, Ino, his daughter, with her beauty and innocence, would fetch a high price if he could sell her to the right people. She had always been obedient, too afraid to disobey him. But now, she had disappeared, and it infuriated him. He clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. "If I find her, no, when I find her, I'll make sure she pays for this," he muttered darkly. His twisted thoughts spiraled further. "I'll sell her to a brothel. No one will be able to stop me." He imagined the money he could make by selling his own daughter, and a cruel, sadistic smile crossed his lips. "She's still a virgin, after all. They'll pay a fortune for her." His laughter echoed through the small apartment, cold and heartless. But the village was vast, and despite his threats, he hadn't found a single trace of her. She had slipped away, and it was eating away at him. He swore under his breath and punched the wall, his anger bubbling over into violence. "I'll find you, Ino," he snarled through gritted teeth. "And when I do, you'll wish you never ran away." Jiraiya's mission. Unveiling the enemy. In another part of the village, far from the madness of Ino's father, Jiraiya was deep in his mission. He stood silently in the shadow of a crumbling warehouse, the constant rain masking his presence as he observed the scene unfolding before him. His mind was racing, but his body was calm, every muscle ready for action. His years of experience as a spy had taught him the importance of patience. You couldn't rush into these things. Timing was everything. Tonight was the night he had been waiting for. After weeks of undercover work, gathering intelligence, and moving carefully through the criminal underworld, he had finally uncovered the true identity of the gang leader he had been hunting, Ben. The name didn't hold much weight at first, but after days of digging through files and interviews, he had found something that set off alarm bells in his mind. Ben wasn't just a low-level thug. His real name was Nagato. And if it was the same Nagato Jiraiya had once heard about, this man was dangerous. Far more dangerous than anyone realized. Jiraiya's hand rested on the grip of the automatic pistol tucked into his belt. He wasn't one to use firearms often, preferring his jutsu in combat, but in the Rain Village, you had to adapt to the situation. Tonight, he might need more than just his ninja skills to get the job done. From his hiding spot behind a stack of crates, Jiraiya could see the interior of the warehouse. Inside, the scene was grim. A group of women, bound and gagged, sat huddled in the corner of the room, their faces pale with fear. They had been kidnapped, taken from their homes or off the streets, and now they were being sold like cattle. It made Jiraiya's blood boil, but he forced himself to stay calm. Rushing in would only get him killed, and it wouldn't help the women either. He had to wait for the right moment. The two men who were supposed to be guarding the women were arguing. Jiraiya strained to hear their conversation over the noise of the rain, his senses on high alert. "This one's mine," one of the men shouted, pointing to a beautiful girl who sat in the center of the group, her wide eyes filled with terror. "No way," the other man snarled, stepping forward. "I saw her first. She'll fetch a higher price. She's the best one here." Jiraiya's grip tightened on his pistol as he watched the scene unfold. The two men were getting closer to a fight, their greed and cruelty evident in every word they spat at each other. But before things could escalate any further, the door to the warehouse slammed open and a tall figure stepped inside. It was Nagato, or as the men called him, Ben. His presence immediately silenced the room, and the two arguing men quickly backed away from the girl, their expressions filled with fear and respect for their leader. "Stop your bickering, you idiots," Nagato said coldly, his voice cutting through the tension like a knife. "You're going to ruin the entire operation with your childish squabbling. That girl is going to fetch a high price, and we're not going to lose that money because you two can't keep your hands off her." The men bowed their heads, ashamed and afraid of what Nagato might do if they disobeyed him. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes, watching closely from his hiding spot. So this is the infamous Nagato. He had heard stories of him. Ruthless criminal mastermind who ran one of the most dangerous trafficking rings in the Rain Village. He was calculating, intelligent, and utterly ruthless. But there was something more, something familiar about the way he carried himself. Jiraiya kept his breathing steady, waiting for the right moment to strike. He couldn't just barge in now. Nagato had too many men with him, and Jiraiya was alone. He needed to wait until Nagato made his move, until he had more information that could take the entire operation down. Nagato walked over to the girl in question, inspecting her like she was nothing more than an object. "She'll be sold to one of our highest bidders. No more fighting over her. Understood?" The men nodded quickly, backing away from Nagato as he issued his orders. Jiraiya's jaw clenched. "I can't let this go on any longer," he thought. But he had to be smart about this. His mission wasn't just about rescuing these women. It was about dismantling the entire organization, and that meant taking down Nagato and all of his operations from the top. He waited, every muscle in his body tense and ready for action. The moment would come soon enough, and when it did, he would strike with precision and force. He couldn't afford to fail, not when so many lives were on the line. Tsunade's concern. Back in Konoha, the night was peaceful. The village bathed in the soft glow of the moonlight. But inside the Hokage's office, there was no peace to be found. Tsunade sat behind her desk, staring at the latest mission report from Jiraiya with a deep frown on her face. Her fingers drummed on the wooden surface, her mind racing with concern. It had been days since she had last heard from Jiraiya, and though the reports had been promising, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Jiraiya was one of the best, no doubt about that, but even he wasn't invincible. Tsunade let out a sigh, rubbing her temples. "Damn it, Jiraiya," she muttered under her breath. "Why do you always have to take the most dangerous missions?" The door to her office creaked open, and Shizen stepped inside, her face equally concerned. "Tsunade-sama, is everything all right?" Tsunade looked up, forcing a small smile. "I'm fine, Shizen. Just worried about Jiraiya. This mission, it's bigger than we thought." Shizen nodded, understanding Tsunade's concern. "Do you think he'll be okay?" Tsunade leaned back in her chair, staring up at the ceiling as she considered the question. "Jiraiya's tough. He's survived worse. But something about this mission, I don't know. I just have a bad feeling." Shizen placed a reassuring hand on Tsunade's shoulder. "He'll come back. He always does." Tsunade smiled faintly, though the worry in her eyes didn't fade. "Yeah," she said softly. "He always does." The rain village was shrouded in darkness, the constant drizzle casting a veil of mist over the streets and alleyways. The only sound that echoed through the empty corridors was the rhythmic tapping of raindrops against metal and stone. Jiraiya sat hunched over in his car, eyes sharp as they followed the movements of a large cart rolling down a narrow street. The cart, pulled by a pair of sturdy horses, looked innocent enough on the outside. But Jiraiya knew better. Inside that cart, hidden beneath a heavy wooden box, was a group of women, kidnapped, broken, and held against their will. His heart clenched as he watched the cart creak forward, knowing that if he didn't act soon, these women would disappear into the dark underworld of the village, never to be seen again. From the moment he had followed Ben, or as he now knew him, Nagato, Jiraiya had been planning his move carefully. Nagato was no ordinary criminal. His operation was sprawling, meticulously organized, and ruthless. Even now, as Jiraiya trailed behind, keeping a safe distance in his own vehicle, he knew that any misstep would blow his cover. Jiraiya's mind raced as he watched the cart slow to a stop in front of a nondescript warehouse on the outskirts of the village. The building was large, old, and run down, but its outward appearance was deceptive. This place, Jiraiya knew, was the nerve center of Nagato's operations. Here, deals were made, lives were traded, and money changed hands without a second thought. As the cart halted, two burly men jumped down from the driver's seat, their eyes scanning the surroundings before they began unloading the box. Jiraiya tensed in his seat, his hand resting lightly on the pistol tucked inside his jacket. Patience, he reminded himself. He couldn't blow his cover, not yet. The men began to pull the women from the cart, their arms bound and their faces streaked with dirt and fear. Jiraiya felt a surge of anger rise in his chest, but he forced it down. He couldn't help them yet, but he would. He had to see where they were being taken. The women were led into the warehouse, their heads bowed as they shuffled forward. Once the last woman had disappeared inside, the heavy door of the warehouse slammed shut. The two men outside exchanged a few words before heading back toward the cart. "Now's my chance," Jiraiya thought, slipping out of his car. He moved quickly and silently, the rain muffling his footsteps as he crept toward the warehouse. His years of training had made him an expert at stealth, and tonight, he needed every bit of that expertise. The warehouse was large, with several entrances, but Jiraiya knew better than to walk in through the front. Instead, he slipped around the side, keeping low as he searched for an alternate way in. His eyes scanned the building, and after a moment, he spotted a small, partially open window near the back. It wasn't large, but but it was just big enough for him to squeeze through. With a practiced ease, Jiraiya pulled himself up and through the window, landing softly on the warehouse floor. The interior was dimly lit, with only a few flickering light bulbs hanging from the ceiling. The sound of muffled voices reached his ears, and he crouched low, moving silently through the shadows as he navigated the maze of crates and machinery. As he moved deeper into the building, Jiraiya's sharp eyes caught sight of a large holding area where the women had been taken. They were seated on the floor, their hands still bound, and a few armed guards stood nearby, watching over them. The scene made Jiraiya's blood boil, but he knew that charging in recklessly would only get him killed, and the women would suffer for it. I need to gather more information, he thought, his mind working quickly. I need to find Nagato. Jiraiya continued to move through the building, his senses on high alert. As he rounded a corner, he spotted a small group of men gathered near a table, their voices low but intense. Among them was Nagato, his tall frame and distinctive red hair impossible to miss. Standing beside him was a woman with blue hair, her expression calm and composed. Conan, Jiraiya realized with a start. He hadn't expected her to be involved in this. Conan had once been one of his students, and seeing her here, standing beside Nagato, sent a wave of conflicting emotions through him. But now wasn't the time for sentimentality. He needed to focus on the mission. Jiraiya edged closer, keeping himself hidden behind a stack of crates as he listened to their conversation. The next shipment is scheduled for tomorrow night, Nagato said, his voice cool and commanding. These women will fetch a high price, especially that one. He gestured toward a group of women nearby, and Jiraiya's eyes followed the movement, spotting a young girl who seemed barely older than 16. His stomach turned at the thought of what would happen to her if he didn't stop them. Conan nodded in agreement. We've already secured buyers. All we need to do is make sure everything goes smoothly. No mistakes this time. Nagato's eyes narrowed. There won't be. I've made sure of it. Jiraiya clenched his fists, his mind racing as he absorbed the information. Asterisk tomorrow night. That's when they plan to move the women. Asterisk he needed to act fast if he was going to stop them, but he couldn't do it alone. He would have to call for backup, and soon. But just as he began to retreat, a cold voice cut through the darkness behind him. We knew you were following us. Jiraiya's heart skipped a beat as he felt the cold barrel of a gun press against his back. He turned slowly, his body tense as he faced the man holding the weapon. The man was one of Nagato's guards, and behind him stood several more, all armed and ready for a fight. Well, Nagato's voice echoed from across the room, drawing Jiraiya's attention back to the group. Sergeant Jiraiya, I have to admit, I'm impressed that you made it this far. Jiraiya forced a grin, though his mind was racing. Think fast. Nagato, he said, his voice steady despite the gun at his back. I figured it was you running this operation. You always did have a flair for the dramatic. Nagato's lips curled into a cold smile as he approached, his eyes gleaming with amusement. And you always did have a habit of sticking your nose where it doesn't belong. The room was silent except for the rain tapping on the roof above, the tension between the two men thick in the air. Jiraiya remained calm, his eyes scanning the room as he calculated his next move. So, Jiraiya said, his tone casual despite the danger. Do you really think you'll get away with this? Selling people? Exploiting innocent lives for profit? You're a fool if you think I'll let you walk away from this. Nagato laughed softly, his voice cold and mocking. Oh, Jiraiya, you really don't understand, do you? You're in my territory now. This village is mine. These people, they belong to me. And there's nothing you can do to stop it. Jiraiya's grin widened, his hand subtly moving toward the kunai hidden in his sleeve. I wouldn't be so sure about that. Nagato's eyes narrowed, sensing the shift in Jiraiya's demeanor. But before he could react, Jiraiya moved. In one swift motion, he disarmed the man holding the gun behind him, using the kunai to knock the weapon from his hand before spinning around and delivering a powerful kick to his chest, sending the guard crashing to the ground. Chaos erupted as the other guards rushed forward, but Jiraiya was faster. He ducked and weaved between them, his movements fluid and precise as he fought his way through the group. In the chaos, Nagato stepped back, his expression cold as he watched the fight unfold. Jiraiya knew he couldn't take them all on at once, but he didn't need to. His goal was simple: get out alive and call for backup. With one last strike, Jiraiya knocked the final guard unconscious and turned toward the exit, his mind focused on escape. But as he made his move, he felt a sharp pain in his side. A bullet grazing his ribs as Nagato fired a shot from across the room. Jiraiya gritted his teeth, pushing through the pain as he sprinted toward the door. He could hear Nagato. The night hung heavy over the Rain Village, the relentless downpour seeming to mirror the impending doom that lurked within its walls. In the heart of an old, decrepit warehouse, a battle for life and legacy was about to unfold. Jiraiya stood amidst the chaos, his breath coming in quick bursts as his heart pounded in his chest. Blood trickled from the wound at his side, where Nagato's bullet had grazed him, but his mind remained sharp, his instincts still as keen as ever. Before him stood Nagato, his former student, now a shadow of the boy Jiraiya once knew, twisted by power and pain. Around them, the air crackled with tension as Nagato's men circled, their weapons raised, their eyes cold and ruthless. The scent of rain mixed with the metallic tang of blood, and the warehouse floor was littered with the bodies of those who had already fallen. Despite the overwhelming odds, Jiraiya stood tall, his gaze unwavering as he met Nagato's eyes. "You've changed," Jiraiya said, his voice low but steady. "But you were always one to hide behind others, Nagato. That's the difference between you and Naruto." Nagato's expression didn't change, but there was a flicker of something in his eyes, something that reminded Jiraiya of the boy he once trained. But that flicker was quickly swallowed by the cold, detached cruelty that had come to define him. "You speak as if you still know me, Jiraiya-sensei," Nagato said, his tone icy. "But that boy you knew is long dead. The world is broken, and this is how it works now. Power controls everything, and I've become the master of it." Jiraiya narrowed his eyes, his hands slowly reaching for the kunai tucked inside his sleeve. "You may think you've mastered power, Nagato, but you've forgotten the most important lesson." Nagato tilted his head slightly, watching Jiraiya with quiet curiosity. "And what's that?" "That true power doesn't come from control or fear," Jiraiya said, his voice gaining strength. "It comes from protecting those you care about, from standing up for what's right, even when it's hard." For a brief moment, there was silence between them, just the sound of the rain pattering against the metal roof above. But the silence was broken by a sharp laugh, low and mocking. It was Nagato's men, circling in closer. Jiraiya shifted his stance slightly, feeling the weight of his pistol and rifle beneath his cloak. His body ached from the fight, but he wasn't finished. He couldn't be finished, not yet. Nagato raised a hand, and with that simple gesture, his men moved forward. Jiraiya's muscles tensed, his senses going into overdrive as he prepared for the attack. The first man lunged at him, a knife gleaming in the low light. But Jiraiya was faster. He sidestepped the attack, his kunai flashing as he slashed across the man's arm, sending him stumbling back with a pained cry. But there was no time to rest. Another man charged at Jiraiya, this time with a pistol aimed directly at his chest. Jiraiya ducked low, grabbing a nearby metal pipe and swinging it upward with all his strength. The man's gun went flying from his hand as he crumpled to the ground, unconscious. One by one, Nagato's men fell, but Jiraiya could feel the weight of the battle pressing down on him. His movements were slower now, his breath coming in ragged gasps as the blood loss from his wound began to take its toll. Still, Jiraiya fought on, his mind focused on one goal: stopping Nagato and saving the women who had been taken. He couldn't let them be sold. He wouldn't allow it. As the last of Nagato's men crumbled to the floor, Jiraiya turned his attention back to the leader. Nagato stood at the far end of the warehouse, watching Jiraiya with an eerie calm. At his side stood Konan, her blue hair slicked with rain, her expression unreadable. "You've gotten slower, old man," Nagato said, his voice devoid of emotion. "This battle was over before it even started. You've lost." Jiraiya smiled through the pain, his hand reaching for the automatic rifle he had slung over his back. "I wouldn't be so sure about that." With a swift motion, Jiraiya raised the rifle and fired. The sound echoed through the warehouse as the bullet flew through the air, striking one of the remaining guards directly in the chest. The man collapsed in a heap, his body lifeless. Nagato's eyes widened slightly, but he remained composed. "You think killing a few of my men will stop me? You're a fool, Jiraiya." But Jiraiya wasn't listening. He wasn't thinking about the pain, the blood, or even his own survival. His focus was on the women, those innocent lives trapped in this dark world. He couldn't save them all, but he could make sure that Nagato never got the chance to harm them again. Nagato's men moved toward him again, but Jiraiya was relentless. His rifle spat fire as he cut them down, each shot precise, each strike calculated. The warehouse filled with the sounds of battle, gunfire, screams, the thud of bodies hitting the ground, but the fight was taking its toll on him. Jiraiya's vision blurred as the pain in his side flared up, and he stumbled slightly, catching himself against a crate. He could feel the life draining from him, but he pushed forward, refusing to give in. Nagato watched him with cold indifference, his arms crossed over his chest. "You're only delaying the inevitable," Jiraiya gritted his teeth, his hand pressing against the wound in his side as he straightened up. "Maybe so," he said, his voice strained, "but I've never been one to go down quietly." With a final burst of strength, Jiraiya raised the rifle and aimed it directly at Nagato. The world seemed to slow around him as he pulled the trigger, but before the bullet could hit its mark, Conan stepped forward, a wall of paper shields forming around Nagato to protect him. Jiraiya cursed under his breath, his body sagging as the last of his strength left him. He had failed. Nagato stepped forward, his expression unreadable as he looked down at his former sensei. "You fought well, Jiraiya," he said softly, "but this is where it ends." Jiraiya's vision swam as he collapsed to his knees, the rifle slipping from his grasp. The pain was overwhelming now, but more than that, there was a sense of finality in the air. A sense that this truly was the end. But even in his final moments, Jiraiya wasn't done. With trembling hands, he pulled out his phone and began typing. His fingers were slow, clumsy from the blood loss, but he forced himself to keep going. He had to send the location to Tsunade. She needed to know what was happening here. The phone beeped as the message went through, and Jiraiya allowed himself a small smile. He had done it. Even if he didn't make it out of here, the others would. Nagato watched him in silence, his expression unreadable as Jiraiya slumped forward, his breath coming in short, shallow gasps. "It's over," Nagato said quietly, his voice almost sad. "Goodbye, Jiraiya-sensei." But Jiraiya wasn't finished. With the last of his strength, he lifted his head, his eyes locking onto Nagato's. "Naruto," he whispered, his voice barely audible. "I trust you to stop this." And with that, Jiraiya's body went still, the weight of his final words hanging in the air. For a moment, there was silence. Nothing but the sound of the rain as it continued to fall outside the warehouse. Nagato stood over Jiraiya's lifeless body, his expression cold and distant, but somewhere deep inside him, something shifted. Conan, standing by Nagato's side, looked down at Jiraiya with a hint of sadness in her eyes. She had once been his student, too, and despite everything that had happened, part of her still remembered the man who had taught her so much. Nagato turned away, his face hardening once more. "We move forward," he said coldly, addressing his remaining men. "There's no turning back now." As the rain continued to fall, Jiraiya's body lay motionless on the warehouse floor, a final, silent testament to the hero he had always been. The night was unusually quiet in Konoha. The sky was clear, with stars scattered across the inky blackness, casting a soft, serene glow over the village. Inside Naruto's apartment, the atmosphere was peaceful, with the only sound being the gentle ticking of the clock on the wall. Naruto and Ino sat together on the couch, wrapped in the comfort of their quiet evening. Ino rested her head on Naruto's shoulder as they watched the flickering images on the TV, but her mind wasn't on the movie. Her thoughts wandered as she gazed up at Naruto, his profile illuminated by the soft glow of the screen. There was something about his presence that always made her feel safe, like everything would be all right as long as he was by her side. But tonight, something felt off. Ino couldn't quite put her finger on it, but there was a heaviness in the air that seemed to creep in from nowhere. It was as if the village itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. Naruto shifted beside her, and Ino felt him tense slightly. She lifted her head, looking up at him with concern. "Naruto-kun, are you okay?" she asked softly, her voice laced with worry. Naruto didn't respond immediately. His brows furrowed, and his hand moved to his stomach as if something was wrong, but he couldn't explain what it was. A sharp, piercing sensation shot through his abdomen, causing him to wince in pain. He pressed his hand harder against his stomach, trying to make sense of the sudden discomfort. Ino-chan, Naruto's voice was strained, his eyes unfocused as if something far away was pulling at him. A deep sense of foreboding wrapping itself around him like a dark cloud. What's wrong, Naruto? Ino's voice was sharper now, filled with alarm as she sat up, grabbing his arm. But Naruto didn't seem to hear her. His entire body began to tremble, a cold sweat breaking out across his forehead. The sharp pain intensified, radiating through his body, making it harder for him to breathe. He gasped, his chest tightening as the world around him began to blur. Naruto, answer me, Ino called out, panic rising in her voice. She shook his shoulder gently, but he didn't respond. His eyes glazed over as his breath came in short, ragged bursts, and then, without warning, he collapsed. Naruto, Ino screamed, catching him just as he slumped forward, unconscious. Her heart raced as she carefully laid him back on the couch, her hands trembling. Tears welled up in her eyes as fear gripped her. What had just happened? Ino knelt beside him, her hands brushing against his cheek as she checked his pulse. It was there, thankfully, but it was weak, and his skin was clammy to the touch. She swallowed hard, trying to stay calm, but inside, she was terrified. After what felt like an eternity, Naruto's breathing evened out, and his body relaxed, though he remained unconscious. Ino let out a shaky breath, relief flooding through her as she wiped her tears away. ##### 1 hour later. The reunion. Naruto stirred awake slowly, the fog of unconsciousness lifting as his senses returned. He blinked, disoriented, his vision gradually focusing on his surroundings. He wasn't on the couch anymore. He was in a different room, Ino's room. The soft scent of her perfume lingered in the air, familiar and comforting. His head ached slightly, but the sharp pain in his stomach had faded. He tried to sit up, but a gentle weight on his chest held him down. He glanced to his side and saw Ino lying next to him, her body curled against his as if she had been watching over him the entire time. Ino-chan, Naruto whispered, his voice hoarse. Ino stirred at the sound of his voice, her eyes fluttering open. When she saw him awake, her entire face lit up with relief. Naruto, she cried softly, sitting up quickly and wrapping her arms around him. Her embrace was tight, filled with all the worry and fear she had bottled up since he collapsed. I was so worried, Ino said, her voice trembling as she buried her face in his chest. You just fainted out of nowhere. I didn't know what to do. Naruto, still groggy, lifted a hand to gently stroke her hair, his fingers brushing through the long blonde strands. I'm sorry, Ino-chan, he murmured, his voice soft and reassuring. I didn't mean to scare you. I don't know what happened. It felt like something bad, like a wave of darkness. Ino pulled back slightly, her teary blue eyes searching his face. Do you think it's something to do with Jiraiya? You've been so worried about him. Naruto's expression darkened at the mention of Jiraiya. The pit in his stomach returned, not as sharp this time, but heavy, like the weight of the world pressing down on him. He didn't know why, but he couldn't shake the feeling that something terrible had happened. I don't know, Naruto admitted, his voice low, but it feels wrong, like something's happened. Ino bit her lip, her own heart aching as she saw the pain in Naruto's eyes. She couldn't bear to see him like this, so strong, yet so vulnerable. Without thinking, she reached out and cupped his face in her hands, her touch gentle but firm. Whatever it is, we'll face it together, Ino said, her voice filled with determination. You don't have to carry it all on your own, Naruto-kun. I'm here for you. Naruto looked at her, his heart swelling with gratitude. He could see the sincerity in her eyes, the way she was willing to stand by his side no matter what came their way. It was moments like these that made him realize how much he had come to rely on Ino, not just as a friend, but as someone who truly understood him. Thank you, Ino-chan, Naruto said, his voice soft but full of emotion. He leaned forward slightly, pressing his forehead against hers in a gesture of closeness. I don't know what I'd do without you. Ino blushed at the closeness, but she didn't pull away. Instead, she wrapped her arms around him once more, holding him tightly as if to protect him from whatever dark force was looming on the horizon. For a moment, they stayed like that, their breaths in sync, finding comfort in each other's presence. After a while, Naruto spoke again, his voice quieter now. "I feel like something's coming, Ino-chan. Something big. And I'm not sure if I'm ready for it." Ino pulled back slightly, looking into his eyes with a gentle smile. "You're stronger than you think, Naruto-kun. Whatever happens, you'll get through it. You always do." Naruto nodded, though the weight in his chest hadn't fully lifted. "Yeah, I just hope Jiraiya's okay." Ino gave him a reassuring smile, her fingers brushing against his cheek. "He's tough. He'll make it through. And until we know more, you need to rest." Naruto let out a soft sigh, his body still feeling drained from whatever had caused him to faint earlier. "Maybe you're right." Ino smiled and shifted slightly, making herself more comfortable beside him. "I'll stay with you," she said softly. "I won't leave your side." Naruto smiled, his heart warming at her words. "Thank you, Ino-chan." Without saying anything more, the two of them settled down on the bed, lying side by side. Ino rested her head on Naruto's chest, listening to the steady beat of his heart as she closed her eyes. Naruto, feeling the warmth of her presence, allowed himself to relax, his worries slowly fading into the background. As the night wore on, the two of them drifted into a peaceful sleep, their breaths in sync. The weight of the world momentarily lifted from their shoulders. Ino's hand rested gently on Naruto's chest as if to keep him close, to remind him that no matter what happened, she would always be there. And for the first time in a long while, Naruto felt at peace. The sun had barely risen over the horizon when Naruto and Ino stepped out of the apartment, the morning air cool against their skin. It was a day like any other, or so it seemed. Ino walked beside Naruto, her hand occasionally brushing against his as they made their way toward the police headquarters. She had grown used to these quiet morning walks, and though she appreciated the calm, something about today felt different. Naruto's expression was distant, his blue eyes clouded with thought. Though outwardly composed, there was an undercurrent of tension in the air around him. Ino noticed it almost immediately. His usual energy, the spark that always seemed to light up even the darkest moments, was dim today. "Are you okay, Naruto-kun?" Ino asked softly, her voice carrying a note of concern. Naruto glanced at her briefly and gave her a small, reassuring smile, but it didn't reach his eyes. "Yeah, I'm fine. Just thinking about work." Ino frowned slightly, but she didn't push further. She had known Naruto long enough to recognize when he was bottling up something deeper, but she also knew that he would talk when he was ready. She would be there for him when that time came. As they approached the police headquarters, something strange caught Ino's attention. The usual hustle and bustle of the station was subdued. The officers and detectives milling about the entrance were quiet, their faces somber and heavy with emotion. There were no loud conversations, no laughter or jokes, just an oppressive silence that settled over the building like a thick fog. Naruto seemed to notice it too. He paused briefly at the entrance, his brow furrowing in confusion as he looked around. "That's strange," he muttered. "Why is everyone acting so off?" Ino's heart tightened with an unspoken sense of dread. She had seen that look before, on people's faces when bad news had spread, like the aftermath of a tragedy. Her eyes darted around, searching for any clues, but the air was thick with unspoken tension. As they walked further inside, the feeling of unease grew. The usual buzz of the station was replaced by hushed whispers, officers exchanging glances and shaking their heads. Even the clerks at the front desk were unusually quiet, their heads bowed as if weighed down by invisible burdens. "Something's wrong," Ino whispered, her hand instinctively reaching for Naruto's arm. Naruto gave a small nod, but he remained silent, his expression unreadable. They made their way down the hallway, passing by colleagues who barely acknowledged them. Some of the younger officers looked like they had been crying, their eyes red and swollen. It wasn't until they reached Naruto's office that they finally got their answer. Sasuke was standing by the door, his arms crossed over his chest, his face unusually serious. His dark eyes met Naruto's as soon as they approached, and there was something heavy in his gaze, something that made the knot in Ino's stomach tighten. "Sasuke," Naruto greeted casually, though his tone lacked its usual warmth. "What's going on?" Everyone's acting strange. Sasuke didn't respond immediately. He unfolded his arms and took a step toward Naruto, his expression hard to read. For a long moment, he just stood there, watching Naruto as if trying to gauge his reaction before saying anything. Finally, Sasuke spoke, his voice low and grave. "Naruto, it's Jiraiya." Naruto's face remained neutral, though Ino saw the briefest flicker of something. Shock, maybe, or recognition in his eyes. "What about him?" Naruto asked, his tone cool and measured. Sasuke's jaw tightened. He hesitated for a moment before continuing, as if the words were difficult to say. He didn't make it back from his mission. The words hit like a blow to the chest, and for a moment, the world seemed to freeze. Ino felt her breath catch in her throat, her heart sinking as the full weight of Sasuke's words settled in. Jiraiya? Gone? It didn't seem possible. Naruto, however, didn't react the way Ino had expected. There was no outburst, no sign of the emotional devastation that must have been churning inside him. Instead, he remained eerily calm, his face betraying none of the turmoil she knew he must be feeling. "Is that so?" Naruto said, his voice steady, though it sounded almost too calm, too detached. Sasuke's brows furrowed, clearly taken aback by Naruto's reaction. "Naruto, But Naruto cut him off, his voice cold and final. He was a police officer, Sasuke. He knew the risks. Death is part of the job." Ino's eyes widened in shock at Naruto's words. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. This was Jiraiya, Naruto's mentor, his father figure, the man who had helped shape him into the person he was today. And yet, Naruto was speaking about him as if he were just another casualty of war, another number in the long list of lives lost in the line of duty. "Is that really all you have to say?" Sasuke asked, his voice filled with disbelief. Naruto shrugged, his expression unreadable. "What else is there to say? He did his job. Now we have to do ours." Sasuke stared at Naruto for a long moment, his eyes searching for any sign of the grief or pain that must have been buried beneath the surface. But Naruto's face remained a mask of cold indifference. "Right?" Sasuke muttered, his voice tight. He turned and walked away, shaking his head in frustration. Ino watched him go, her heart aching with sadness. When Sasuke was out of sight, Ino turned to Naruto, her voice soft but filled with concern. "Naruto?" But Naruto didn't meet her gaze. He pushed open the door to his office and walked inside, his movements mechanical, like a man on autopilot. Ino hesitated for a moment before following him in, closing the door softly behind her. Inside the office, Naruto sat down at his desk, his eyes focused on the paperwork in front of him as if nothing had happened. He picked up a pen and began working, his hands steady and his expression calm. But Ino could see the tension in his shoulders, the way his jaw clenched ever so slightly. She stood by the door, watching him in silence for a few moments, unsure of what to say. She had never seen Naruto like this before, so closed off, so distant. It was as if he had built a wall around himself, shutting out everyone and everything that might threaten to break through. Ino took a step forward, her voice soft and tentative. "Naruto-kun, are you okay?" Naruto didn't look up from his work. "I'm fine, Ino-chan. There's nothing to worry about." But Ino wasn't convinced. She could see the cracks in his calm exterior, the way his hands trembled ever so slightly as he wrote. She knew that he was trying to hold everything together, trying to be strong. But she could also see the weight of his grief pressing down on him, threatening to overwhelm him. "Jiraiya meant a lot to you," Ino said gently, her eyes filled with understanding. "It's okay to feel sad about what happened." Naruto's hand paused mid-sentence, his pen hovering over the paper for a moment before he set it down. He finally looked up at Ino, his blue eyes filled with a cold, detached calm that sent a chill down her spine. "I told you, Ino-chan," Naruto said, his voice quiet but firm. "Death is part of our work. I've accepted that." Ino's heart ached as she looked at him. She could see the pain hidden behind his words, the way he was trying to keep it all inside. But she also knew that this wasn't the real Naruto. The real Naruto felt deeply, cared deeply, and loved deeply. This cold, distant version of him was a defense mechanism, a way of coping with the unbearable pain of losing someone he loved. "Even so," Ino said softly, taking another step toward him, It's okay to grieve. It's okay to be sad. Naruto's eyes flickered with something. Anger, maybe, or frustration. But it was gone as quickly as it had appeared. He turned his gaze back to the paperwork in front of him, his voice calm once again. "I don't have time to be sad," he said quietly. "There's too much work to do." Ino felt a lump form in her throat as she watched him. She wanted to reach out to him, to comfort him, to tell him that he didn't have to go through this alone. But she also knew that Naruto was stubborn. When he set his mind to something, there was no changing it. So instead, she moved closer and gently placed a hand on his shoulder, her touch light but comforting. "I'm here for you, Naruto," she said softly. "Whenever you're ready to talk." Naruto didn't respond immediately, but after a moment, he reached up and placed his hand over hers, giving it a small squeeze. It was a silent acknowledgement of her presence, a quiet thank you for her support, even if he wasn't ready to accept it just yet. They sat like that for a while, the silence between them heavy but not uncomfortable. Ino stayed by his side, her hand resting on his shoulder, offering him silent comfort as he worked. Inside Naruto's mind, the storm beneath the calm. As Naruto worked, his mind was anything but calm. On the outside, he appeared composed, in control, but inside, he was a whirlwind of emotions. Grief, anger, guilt, and regret all swirling together in a chaotic storm. Jiraiya was gone. The man who had taught him so much, who had been like a father to him, was gone. Naruto had known the risks. He had known that this was a possibility, but knowing didn't make it any easier. He knew what he was getting into. Naruto told himself for what felt like the 100th time. He was a shinobi. He was a police officer. Death is part of the job. But no matter how many times he repeated those words to himself, they didn't make the pain go away. They didn't erase the hollow ache in his chest, the feeling of loss that gnawed at him like a constant, dull pain. Naruto clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms as he fought to keep the emotions at bay. He couldn't let them out. He couldn't afford to. If he let himself feel, if he let himself grieve, then everything would come crashing down, and he wasn't sure if he could hold it all together. The sound of Ino's fingers tapping against her phone filled the otherwise silent office. She was sitting at the corner of Naruto's desk, occasionally glancing at him as he worked, his focus entirely on the reports spread out in front of him. But his expression was cold, colder than Ino had ever seen it. There was a heaviness in the room, one that neither of them acknowledged aloud but felt in their bones. Naruto hadn't said much since learning about Jiraiya's death. His calm, measured demeanor had given way to something more robotic, almost detached. He was still Naruto, still the same person she cared about, but there was a wall around him now, one that Ino wasn't sure how to break through. She wanted to reach out, to say something, anything that might bring him comfort, but every time she opened her mouth, the words wouldn't come. How do you console someone who refuses to grieve? How do you heal someone who is determined not to feel? As she toyed with her phone, Ino couldn't shake the feeling that something terrible was looming on the horizon. The tension in Naruto's body, the look in Sasuke's eyes earlier, it all pointed to something big, something dangerous. She just didn't know what. The door to the office creaked open, pulling Ino from her thoughts. Tsunade and Sasuke entered, their faces grim, and immediately, the air in the room shifted. Tsunade looked exhausted, her eyes shadowed with the weight of something heavy, something terrible. Sasuke, as always, was stone-faced, but there was an intensity in his gaze that made Ino sit up straighter. Naruto didn't react at first. He simply kept writing, his pen scratching against the paper as if nothing had changed. But Ino could see the way his shoulders tensed, the subtle clenching of his jaw. Tsunade walked over to the desk, her movements slow and deliberate. She looked down at Naruto, her expression softening for just a moment before she spoke. "Jiraiya's mission," she began, her voice low, almost a whisper. "It wasn't just about gathering intelligence. He uncovered something far worse than we anticipated." Naruto didn't look up. His hand continued to move across the paper, his face a mask of indifference. Ino, however, was frozen in place, her eyes wide with concern. Whatever Tsunade was about to say, she knew it was bad. "Human trafficking," Tsunade said, her voice barely holding steady. "They're selling women, young girls, like they're nothing more than objects. Ino's hand flew to her mouth, her stomach twisting with horror. She had known that the world was cruel, but this was beyond anything she could have imagined. The idea that innocent girls were being traded, sold to brothels, stripped of their dignity, it made her feel sick to her core. Naruto, however, remained disturbingly calm. He stopped writing for a moment, setting down his pen with a quiet click. But when he looked up at Tsunade, his eyes were cold. So cold it sent a shiver down Ino's spine. And Naruto's voice was flat, emotionless. Tsunade blinked, clearly taken aback by Naruto's reaction. She had expected anger, maybe even grief, but this cold detachment was unsettling. They're planning a major sale, Tsunade continued, her voice growing more strained. It's happening in 2 days. At night, we've received intel on the location, a secluded warehouse on the outskirts of the Rain Village. Jiraiya didn't get a chance to send all the details before he was killed. Naruto's expression didn't change. So, what's the plan? Sasuke, who had been silent up until now, stepped forward. We're not going in blind, Naruto. We have a team working on a strategy. Shikamaru's on his way to brief us. At the mention of Shikamaru, Ino's heart lifted slightly. If anyone could come up with a plan to stop this, it was Shikamaru. He was the smartest person she knew, and his tactical mind was second to none. If anyone could figure out how to dismantle this operation, it would be him. As if on cue, the door swung open again, and in walked Shikamaru. He looked as calm as ever, though there was a tightness around his eyes that told Ino he understood the gravity of the situation. He gave her a brief nod before walking over to Naruto's desk, where he unrolled a large map of the Rain Village. All right, Shikamaru said, his voice level as he pointed to a section of the map. Here's what we know. Ino leaned in, her heart racing as she watched Shikamaru lay out the plan. This was it. This was their chance to stop these monsters, to save the women who were being held captive. Hashtag Shikamaru's plan. The path to victory. The map of the Rain Village was spread out before them, its winding streets and alleyways illuminated by the dim light of the office. Shikamaru stood at the center, his eyes scanning the map with the precision of a master strategist. He took a deep breath, then began outlining the plan that would determine the fate of the mission and the lives of countless innocent women. We know the operation is happening in 2 days, Shikamaru began, his voice calm but commanding. The location is here. He pointed to a remote warehouse on the outskirts of the village, circled in red ink. It's isolated, heavily guarded, and surrounded by high walls. They've chosen this place specifically because it's hard to infiltrate. Naruto and Sasuke leaned in, their eyes fixed on the map as Shikamaru continued. We've identified 3 entry points, Shikamaru said, marking them on the map. One at the front, heavily fortified. The second is a side entrance, less guarded but still a challenge. The third is a hidden access tunnel underneath the warehouse. This is where we'll make our move. Naruto raised an eyebrow. The tunnel. How do we know it's not a trap? Shikamaru didn't miss a beat. We don't. But based on the intel Jiraiya gathered, this tunnel was used by the organization to smuggle goods in and out without being detected. It's the most vulnerable point, but it's also our best shot at getting in undetected. Ino listened carefully, her eyes following Shikamaru's every movement as he laid out the plan. She could feel the tension in the room, the weight of the mission bearing down on all of them. This wasn't just about taking down a criminal operation. This was about saving lives. Innocent lives, Shikamaru continued, pointing to different areas on the map. We'll split into 3 teams. Team A, led by Sasuke, will approach from the front and create a diversion. You'll engage the guards, draw their attention, and keep them busy while Team B moves into position. Sasuke nodded, his face set with determination. Team B, Shikamaru said, turning to Naruto, will be led by you. Your team will enter through the tunnel. You'll need to move quickly and quietly. Once you're inside, your priority is to locate the women and secure their safety. Take out any guards you encounter, but don't engage unless absolutely necessary. Your mission is to get them out. Naruto's expression remained cold, but there was a flicker of something in his eyes. Something that told Ino he was already planning, already preparing for the mission ahead. And what about Team C? Naruto asked, his voice steady. Shikamaru's gaze shifted slightly, his tone becoming more serious. Team C will provide backup. I'll be leading that team. Our job is to neutralize any reinforcements that try to enter the warehouse once the alarm is raised. We'll also secure the perimeter and ensure that no one escapes. Tsunade crossed her arms, her face grim. This operation is bigger than we thought. The organization has ties to several criminal networks, and there's a possibility that they have more reinforcements than we initially anticipated. Shikamaru nodded. That's why timing is everything. We need to be in and out before they can call for backup. Once we've secured the women, we'll detain any remaining members of the organization and shut this down for good. Ino's heart pounded in her chest as she listened. This was their chance, but it was also incredibly dangerous. One wrong move, one mistake, and everything could fall apart. Shikamaru turned to Naruto, his gaze serious. Your team will face the most danger. You'll be going in blind, and the chances of encountering resistance are high. But I know you can handle it. Naruto met his gaze, his expression unreadable. I'll get it done. Shikamaru didn't doubt him for a second. He knew that Naruto had the skills, the strength, and the determination to see this mission through. But he also knew that this mission would take a toll on him, emotionally and physically. Sasuke, who had been silent for most of the briefing, finally spoke. And what about Nagato? He's still out there, and he won't go down without a fight. Tsunade nodded grimly. Nagato is our primary target. We need to take him down, but we can't risk losing sight of our main objective, the safety of the women. Shikamaru pointed to a small building adjacent to the warehouse. Nagato is likely operating from this location. It's separate from the main warehouse, but still within range of the action. Once the women are safe, we'll move in on him. Ino's breath hitched at the mention of Nagato. The man who had orchestrated all of this, the man responsible for so much suffering. She could feel the anger rising inside her, the desire to see justice served. But she also knew that this was a delicate operation, and they couldn't afford to let emotions cloud their judgment. Shikamaru's plan was airtight, but the weight of what lay ahead hung heavy in the air. There were so many variables, so many things that could go wrong, but they didn't have a choice. They had to move forward. Hashtag Naruto's cold resolve. As the briefing came to an end, the room fell silent. Tsunade, Shikamaru, and Sasuke exchanged a few final words before turning to leave, their faces set with determination. But Naruto remained seated, his eyes fixed on the map, his thoughts distant. Ino stood by the door, watching him. She could see the tension in his body, the way his hands clenched into fists as if he were holding something back. She knew that the weight of Jiraiya's death still hung over him, but she also knew that he wouldn't let himself feel it. Not yet. Slowly, she walked over to him, her footsteps quiet as she approached. She placed a gentle hand on his shoulder, her voice soft. Naruto-kun, are you okay? Naruto didn't respond at first. He kept his gaze on the map, his eyes cold and calculating. But after a moment, he let out a slow breath and turned to face her. I'm fine, Ino-chan, he said, his voice calm but distant. We have a job to do. Ino nodded, though her heart ached for him. She could see the storm brewing inside him, the emotions he was trying so hard to keep buried. But she didn't push him. She knew that when the time was right, he would let it out. Until then, all she could do was be there for him. Let's get this done, Naruto said, standing up and grabbing his gear. For Jiraiya. Ino smiled softly and nodded. For Jiraiya. Together, they left the office, ready to face the storm that awaited them. The night was quiet, the soft hum of the village almost entirely swallowed by the silence of Naruto's bedroom. He sat on his bed, staring at the ceiling, his mind in turmoil. No matter how hard he tried to relax, sleep wouldn't come. It had been like this for days, ever since Jiraiya's death. The weight of the loss hung over him like a dark cloud, pressing down on his chest. He tried to cry, but the tears wouldn't come. His emotions were locked deep inside, buried under layers of pain, anger, and confusion. Naruto wasn't used to feeling this way, so utterly powerless. Jiraiya had been a rock in his life, someone who always knew how to guide him, and now he was gone. The room was dimly lit by the moonlight streaming through the window, casting long shadows on the walls. Naruto's hands clenched into fists as he tried to force the thoughts away. He needed to be strong. He needed to push through this, but the silence of the night made it impossible to escape the truth. Just as he was about to get up and leave the room, the door creaked open. Naruto glanced over, surprised to see Ino standing there. She was dressed in her usual nightwear, but the softness of the moonlight made her seem almost ethereal, her long blonde hair cascading over her shoulders. Her face was marked with concern, her blue eyes searching his. "Ino-chan," Naruto said, his voice hoarse from the sleepless nights. "Why are you still awake? It's late." Ino hesitated for a moment before stepping inside, closing the door softly behind her. She walked over to the bed, her expression filled with quiet determination. "I couldn't sleep," she admitted, sitting down next to him. "And I noticed you weren't sleeping either." Naruto looked away, embarrassed that she had noticed. He wasn't used to sharing his feelings, not like this. "I'm fine," he muttered. "You don't need to worry about me." Ino wasn't convinced. She could see the exhaustion etched on his face, the dark circles under his eyes that told the story of sleepless nights and inner battles he wasn't willing to share. She had known Naruto for a while now, and in that time, she had learned one thing. He was always the one who carried the weight of the world on his shoulders, but he rarely let anyone help him carry it. "You don't have to pretend with me," Ino said softly, her voice laced with sincerity. "I know you're hurting." Naruto's shoulders tensed, and for a moment, he didn't say anything. The air between them was thick with unspoken emotions, the weight of everything he hadn't been able to say hanging in the space. Ino shifted closer, her hand resting gently on his arm. "It's okay to not be okay, Naruto. You don't always have to be strong." Naruto finally turned to look at her, his blue eyes reflecting the turmoil he had been trying to hide. "I don't know how to be anything else," he admitted, his voice barely above a whisper. Ino's heart ached at his words. She had always seen Naruto as someone who was endlessly strong, someone who never let anything break him. But in this moment, she realized just how much he had been carrying on his own, and she couldn't let him go through it alone. Without thinking, Ino reached out and gently took his hand, her fingers intertwining with his. The simple gesture sent a wave of warmth through Naruto, a reminder that he didn't have to carry this burden by himself. "I'm here," she said softly, her voice steady. "And I'm not going anywhere." Naruto looked down at their joined hands, the quiet strength in Ino's presence easing some of the tension that had been building inside him. He wasn't used to this kind of support. He had always been the one giving it, not receiving it. But now, sitting here in the quiet of the night with Ino beside him, he realized just how much he needed it. "I don't know how to stop feeling like this," Naruto admitted, his voice cracking slightly. "It's like everything is falling apart." Ino's heart clenched. She had never heard Naruto sound so lost. She knew how much Jiraiya meant to him, how much his mentor had shaped the person he had become. And now, with Jiraiya gone, Naruto was adrift, struggling to find his footing in a world that suddenly felt a lot emptier. "You're not alone," Ino said gently, her thumb brushing over the back of his hand. "We'll get through this together." Naruto didn't say anything, but the tension in his body began to ease ever so slightly. He let out a long breath, the weight of the grief he had been carrying finally starting to lift, if only a little. Ino shifted on the bed, moving closer to him. Without saying a word, she wrapped her arms around him, pulling him into a gentle embrace. Naruto stiffened at first, and used to the comfort of someone else's arms, but slowly, he relaxed into the hug. Ino rested her head against his shoulder, her heart aching for him. She could feel the pain radiating off him, the silent grief he was trying so hard to hide. But she also knew that he didn't have to hide it anymore, not with her. They stayed like that for a long time, the quiet of the night wrapping around them like a blanket. Naruto's breathing began to slow, the tension in his body finally releasing as the warmth of Ino's embrace soothed him. "Thank you," Naruto whispered, his voice barely audible. Ino pulled back slightly, her hands resting on his shoulders as she looked into his eyes. "You don't have to thank me, Naruto," she said softly. "I'm just glad you're letting me be here for you." Naruto managed a small smile, the first real smile he had given in days. It wasn't much, but it was a start. "Come on," Ino said, her voice gentle as she stood up. "You need rest." Naruto hesitated, his body still heavy with exhaustion, but Ino gave him a reassuring smile, taking his hand and leading him toward the bed. She pulled back the covers and gestured for him to lie down. "I'll stay with you," she said softly, her voice soothing. "You don't have to be alone tonight." Naruto nodded, too tired to argue. He lay down, his head sinking into the pillow as his body finally began to relax. Ino lay down beside him, close but not too close, offering him the comfort of her presence without overwhelming him. As they lay there in the quiet of the room, Naruto felt a strange sense of peace wash over him. The pain of Jiraiya's death was still there, a deep ache in his chest, but it didn't feel as suffocating as it had before. With Ino by his side, he didn't feel so alone. "Good night, Naruto-kun," Ino whispered, her voice soft in the darkness. Naruto closed his eyes, a small smile playing at his lips as he finally allowed himself to relax. "Good night, Ino-chan." And for the first time in what felt like forever, Naruto drifted off into a deep, peaceful sleep. The first light of dawn painted the sky in pale shades of pink and orange as Naruto stood at the window, gazing out into the quiet village. His mind was consumed by the mission that lay ahead. Today was the day. The plan had been carefully crafted, every detail fine-tuned by Shikamaru, and the team was ready to execute it. But despite the sense of preparation and control, Naruto's heart felt heavy. Behind him, Ino stirred from her place on the couch. She had spent the night at Naruto's place, trying to offer him comfort and reassurance. But Naruto couldn't shake the anxiety that gnawed at him. An anxiety that had less to do with the mission and more to do with the thought of leaving Ino behind. He turned to look at her as she sat up, her blonde hair falling messily over her shoulders, her eyes still heavy with sleep. She smiled softly at him, but Naruto could see the concern etched in her expression. He knew what she was feeling because he felt it too, the fear of what could happen today. Naruto crossed the room and sat beside her, taking her hand in his. "I'm going to keep you at Sakura's place today," he said gently. "I don't want you to be alone while I'm gone." Ino frowned slightly, her lips parting as if to protest, but she held back. She didn't want to add to Naruto's burden, especially not when he was already so focused on the mission ahead. Still, the thought of being apart from him made her chest tighten with worry. "Do you have to go?" she whispered, her voice barely audible. Naruto squeezed her hand, his thumb brushing over her knuckles in a soothing gesture. "I do. You know that. It's part of the job. We have to stop these people from hurting more women." Ino bit her lip, her eyes dropping to their joined hands. She knew he was right. This wasn't just about him or her. It was about saving lives. But that didn't make it any easier. Naruto lifted her chin gently, forcing her to meet his gaze. "I'll come back, Ino-chan," he said firmly, his voice filled with a quiet strength. "I promise." Ino nodded, her throat tight with unshed tears. She didn't want to cry in front of him, not when he needed to focus. But the fear of losing him, of something going wrong, was almost too much to bear. Naruto pulled her into a tight hug, his arms wrapping around her securely. Ino buried her face in his chest, clinging to him as if letting go would mean losing him forever. "Be careful," she whispered against his shirt. "I will," Naruto murmured, pressing a soft kiss to the top of her head before gently pulling away. "I've got this." With a final squeeze of her hand, Naruto stood up and grabbed his gear. Ino watched as he adjusted his vest and weapons, her heart pounding in her chest. She knew he was capable. Naruto was one of the best. But that didn't stop the fear from gnawing at her insides. Naruto turned back to her, offering a small smile. "I'll leave you with Sakura. She'll keep you company until I get back." Ino nodded, forcing a smile of her own. "Okay, #### Sakura's house." A moment of support. A few minutes later, they arrived at Sakura's house. The pink-haired Kunoichi greeted them at the door, a warm but understanding smile on her face. She could sense the tension between Naruto and Ino, the weight of the mission hanging over them like a dark cloud. "Hey, come on in," Sakura said, stepping aside to let them inside. Naruto turned to Ino, his expression softening. "I'll be back soon. Just stay safe, okay?" Ino nodded, biting her lip as she tried to hold back the wave of emotion that threatened to spill over. She leaned in and hugged him tightly one last time, her arms wrapped securely around his waist. "Please be careful," she whispered, her voice trembling slightly. Naruto hugged her back, resting his chin on the top of her head. "I will, Ino-chan. I promise." With a final kiss on her forehead, Naruto pulled away and gave her a reassuring smile before turning to leave. As the door closed behind him, Ino's heart sank. She watched from the window as he walked down the street, his figure growing smaller with each step. Sakura, sensing Ino's turmoil, stepped up beside her and placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. "He'll be fine, Ino," she said softly. "Naruto's one of the best. He knows what he's doing." Ino nodded, but the worry still gnawed at her insides. "I know, but I can't help feeling scared." Sakura smiled gently and pulled Ino away from the window. "Come on, let's not stand here worrying ourselves to death. I have something that might take your mind off things." Ino followed Sakura into the living room, trying to push the anxiety aside. But as soon as they sat down, Sakura's expression shifted into something mischievous. Without warning, she reached over and grabbed Ino's chest playfully, a wicked grin on her face. "You know, with a body like yours, you're going to make Naruto crazy when he gets back." Ino's face flushed a deep red, and she screamed in embarrassment, covering her chest as she glared at Sakura. "Sakura, what are you doing?" Sakura burst into laughter, waving her hand dismissively. "Oh, come on, Ino. You can't tell me you haven't noticed how he looks at you. He's head over heels, and you're over here worrying about him." Ino's blush deepened, and she buried her face in her hands. "That's not the point." Sakura chuckled and leaned back on the couch. "I'm just saying, you've got nothing to worry about. Naruto's not going to let anything happen to him because he knows you're waiting for him." Ino smiled faintly, her cheeks still flushed from the teasing. "I hope you're right." "I am," Sakura said confidently. "And when this mission is over, you two can enjoy some time together without all this stress hanging over you." #elsewhere. The team prepares for battle. Meanwhile, in a secluded part of the Rain Village, Naruto, Sasuke, Shikamaru, Kiba, and a group of highly trained soldiers were gathered around a map. The operation was set for tomorrow night, but Shikamaru wanted to make sure everyone understood the plan down to the smallest detail. Shikamaru stood at the center, his eyes scanning the group with a level of intensity that immediately silenced any idle chatter. The map in front of him was detailed, showing every alleyway, entrance, and escape route surrounding the warehouse where the women were being held. "This is it," Shikamaru began, his voice calm but authoritative. "We have one chance to get this right. One mistake and it's over, not just for us, but for the women we're trying to save." The group nodded, their expressions serious as they listened intently. Shikamaru pointed to the map, circling the warehouse in red ink. "Our target is this warehouse. According to the latest intel, Nagato, who is also known as Ben, is using this location to hold the women before they're sold to the brothels. There's going to be heavy security, armed guards, lookouts, and possibly even traps. We need to be prepared for anything." Naruto stood beside Sasuke, his face set in a determined expression. The coldness he had shown earlier had faded, replaced by the focused intensity of someone who was ready to do whatever it took to get the job done. "We'll split into 3 teams, Shikamaru continued. Team A, led by Sasuke, will approach from the front. You'll create a diversion, engage the guards, and draw their attention away from the back entrance." Sasuke gave a curt nod, his dark eyes gleaming with determination. "Team B, led by Naruto, will enter through the hidden tunnel beneath the warehouse. Your job is to get inside undetected, locate the women, and secure their safety. Take out any guards you encounter, but don't engage unless absolutely necessary. We don't want to raise the alarm before we have the women secured." Naruto clenched his fists, the weight of the mission settling on his shoulders. He knew what was at stake. These women's lives depended on them. There was no room for error. "Team C," Shikamaru said, glancing at Kiba, "will provide backup. Your job is to secure the perimeter, take out any reinforcements, and ensure no one escapes." Kiba grinned, his sharp teeth gleaming. "Piece of cake." Shikamaru's gaze hardened as he scanned the group. "This is a high-risk mission. We've planned for every contingency, but things can still go wrong. Stick to the plan, follow the protocols, and don't let your emotions cloud your judgment. We have to be smart about this." He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in. "One more thing," Shikamaru said, his voice dropping slightly. "Nagato is dangerous. If you encounter him, Do not engage unless absolutely necessary. Our priority is to get the women out safely. If Nagato makes a move, we'll deal with him afterward." Naruto's jaw clenched. He had no intention of letting Nagato escape, but he knew Shikamaru was right. The women came first. Shikamaru stepped back from the map, his eyes sweeping over the group once more. "Any questions?" There was a moment of silence as the team processed the plan. Then, with a collective nod, they all silently agreed. They were ready. #####the calm before the storm. As the sun began to set on the eve of the mission, the team made their final preparations. Naruto sat alone by the campfire, his mind racing as he thought about the coming battle. Ino's face kept appearing in his thoughts, her soft smile, the warmth of her embrace, the way she had held him this morning. He sighed, running a hand through his hair. He couldn't afford to be distracted, not now. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was going to go wrong. Sasuke sat down beside him, his expression as unreadable as ever. "You're thinking too much," he said quietly. Naruto glanced at him. "I can't help it. This mission, it feels different." Sasuke didn't respond immediately. He stared into the fire, his dark eyes reflecting the flickering flames. "It is different, but we've been through worse. We'll get it done." Naruto nodded, though the weight in his chest didn't ease. "I hope you're right." Sasuke smirked, his usual cocky demeanor returning. "When have I ever been wrong?" Naruto chuckled, shaking his head. "Fair point." As the night deepened, the camp grew quiet. Shikamaru had gone over the plan one last time, confirming every detail and ensuring that everyone knew their role. There was no room for mistakes. Naruto lay back on the grass, staring up at the stars. His mind wandered back to Ino, to the promise he had made to her that morning. "I'll come back, Ino-chan," he whispered to himself. "I promise." And with that, he closed his eyes, preparing himself for the battle that awaited them. In a dimly lit room, the sound of raindrops against the window was the only thing that filled the silence. Ino sat by the edge of the bed, her hands clasped tightly in her lap. Her thoughts raced, circling around Naruto and the dangerous mission he was about to undertake. The worry gnawed at her, a tight knot forming in her chest. She had been trying to distract herself all day, but no matter what she did, the anxiety remained. Sakura sat across from her, gently rocking her sleeping daughter, Sarada, in her arms. The soft glow from the table lamp cast a peaceful light over the room, but the atmosphere was anything but calm. Sakura could sense Ino's worry. It was written all over her face. "He'll be fine, you know," Sakura said softly, offering a reassuring smile. "Naruto's been through worse." Ino nodded, but didn't say anything. She knew Sakura was right. Naruto was strong, capable, and always seemed to find a way through even the toughest situations. But this time felt different. The stakes were higher. The mission was dangerous, and the thought of something happening to him was too much to bear. Sakura gently placed Sarada in her crib, the infant now sound asleep, and turned back to Ino. She could see the tension in her friend's posture, the way her hands were clenched tightly together as if she was holding on for dear life. Sakura walked over and sat down beside her, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder. "Hey," she said softly, "it's okay to be scared. We all worry about the people we care about." Ino glanced at Sakura, her eyes betraying the fear she had been trying so hard to hide. I can't stop thinking about what could happen. I don't know what I'd do if..." Sakura shook her head gently, cutting Ino off before she could finish. "Don't think like that. You've got to have faith in Naruto. He's strong, and he has all of us backing him up. He'll come back." Ino smiled weakly, though the fear still lingered in the pit of her stomach. She had always admired Sakura's strength, both physically and emotionally. Sakura had been through so much, yet she always managed to stay positive, always believed in the people she loved. Ino wanted to be that strong, but the weight of the unknown was suffocating. Sakura stood up and stretched, her tired muscles aching from the long day. "Come on," she said, reaching out her hand to Ino. "Let's do something to take your mind off of things. You'll drive yourself crazy if you just sit here worrying." Ino hesitated for a moment before taking Sakura's hand, allowing her friend to pull her up. "What do you have in mind?" Sakura grinned mischievously, her eyes sparkling with a playful glint. "How about a shower before bed? It always helps me relax. Ino blinked, caught off guard by the suggestion. A shower. Sakura nodded enthusiastically. Yeah, come on. It'll be fun. We can talk, and you'll feel better afterward. Trust me. Before Ino could protest, Sakura grabbed her arm and playfully dragged her toward the bathroom. Ino blushed, a mixture of embarrassment and amusement rising in her chest. She had never been able to say no to Sakura's energy, and tonight was no different. Hashtag the quiet comfort of friendship. The bathroom was filled with warm steam, the gentle hiss of the showerhead providing a soothing background noise. Ino stood by the door, nervously fiddling with the hem of her shirt as she watched Sakura turn on the water. Her friend's carefree attitude had a calming effect, but the situation was still a little overwhelming for Ino. Sakura glanced back at her, noticing the shy expression on Ino's face. "You okay?" she asked, her voice light and teasing. Ino nodded quickly, her cheeks flushing pink. "Why yeah, I'm fine. Just not used to this, I guess." Sakura smiled warmly. "Don't worry, it's just us. Besides, you could use some relaxation after all the stress you've been carrying around." Ino managed a small smile and nodded again, stepping forward to join Sakura by the shower. They stood in companionable silence for a moment, the sound of the running water filling the room. Sakura was the first to speak, her tone shifting into something more serious. "You know, you're not alone in this, Ino. We all have people we worry about, but we have to trust that they'll come back to us. It's what keeps us going." Ino looked at her friend, grateful for her words. "I know," she whispered. I'm scared." Sakura's expression softened, and she reached out to gently touch Ino's shoulder. "I get it. I worry about Sasuke all the time. But in the end, we have to believe in them, and in ourselves. They'll come back." Ino sighed, feeling the tension in her body start to ease just a little. Sakura's calm presence was like a balm to her frayed nerves. She didn't have to carry all this worry on her own. Her friends were here, and they understood. Hashtag late night thoughts. After the shower, Ino and Sakura settled back in the living room, both of them feeling more relaxed. The weight of the mission still hung in the air, but for now, there was a sense of peace between them. Ino leaned back against the couch, her fingers tracing lazy patterns on the cushion as she stared at the ceiling. Her thoughts drifted back to Naruto, his smile, his determination, the way he had promised her he would come back. She knew he meant it, but the fear of losing him still lingered. Sakura noticed the distant look in Ino's eyes and smiled softly. "You really care about him, don't you?" Ino's heart skipped a beat, her cheeks flushing pink. She glanced at Sakura, surprised by the question. What do you mean?" Sakura chuckled lightly. "Come on, Ino. It's obvious. The way you look at him, the way you worry about him. It's pretty clear how you feel." Ino's blush deepened, and she quickly looked away, her hands fidgeting in her lap. I don't know what you're talking about." Sakura laughed softly, shaking her head. "You don't have to hide it, you know. It's okay to admit that you like him." Ino bit her lip, her mind racing. She had never really put it into words before, not even to herself. But now, sitting here with Sakura, she couldn't deny it any longer. She did care about Naruto, a lot more than she had realized. The thought of something happening to him made her chest tighten in a way she hadn't expected. "I guess, maybe I do," Ino finally admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. Sakura smiled knowingly and leaned back against the couch. "There's nothing wrong with that. Naruto's a good guy, and I think he feels the same way about you." Ino's heart fluttered at the thought, but at the same time, she felt a wave of nervousness wash over her. What if something went wrong? What if she never got the chance to tell him how she felt? Sakura seemed to sense her anxiety and placed a comforting hand on her arm. "Hey, it'll be okay. He's strong, and he's got all of us backing him up. He'll come back, and you'll get your chance." Ino nodded, trying to believe in Sakura's words. But the fear still lingered, gnawing at her heart. She just had to hope that Naruto would keep his promise. As the night grew later, the two friends eventually settled down for sleep. Sakura drifted off quickly, her breathing soft and even as she rested beside Ino on the couch. But Ino lay awake, her mind still racing with thoughts of the mission and Naruto. She closed her eyes, whispering softly to herself, "Naruto-kun, please come back?" The rain village was shrouded in a thick fog, the air damp and heavy with the threat of an oncoming storm. Hidden in the shadows of a massive warehouse, Nago sat at the head of a large wooden table, his hands clasped together, deep in thought. His eyes, cold and calculating, scanned the faces of his men who sat around him, each one smirking with overconfidence. The atmosphere in the room was tense, but not because of the danger that loomed outside. No, these men were used to danger. They thrived on it. But their leader, Nago, had an air of quiet menace, and the weight of his silence pressed down on the room like a suffocating fog. His right-hand woman, Conan, stood by the window, her blue hair flowing down her back as she looked out into the distance. She was always the voice of caution, the one who reminded Nago of the threats that lurked in the shadows. And tonight, her instincts were on high alert. "Nago," Conan said, her voice soft but firm, "we shouldn't underestimate them. We've seen what happens when people let their guard down." Nago glanced up at her, his expression unreadable. His men, however, laughed. Sharp, cruel laughs that echoed through the dimly lit room. "No one has stood in our way so far," one of his men scoffed. "What's different about tonight?" Nago raised a hand, silencing the room instantly. His eyes, dark and predatory, fixed on the man who had spoken. "What's different?" he said slowly, his voice a low growl. "Is that tonight, we're making the biggest sale of our lives." He leaned forward, his gaze sweeping over the room, making sure his words sunk in. "We're selling them to the highest bidder. They'll be shipped out of the rain village and scattered across the world. No one will ever find them again. And no one will stand in our way." Conan, still watching the streets from the window, crossed her arms. "I understand that, Nago, but don't be overconfident. The moment we start underestimating our enemies is the moment we lose." Nago leaned back in his chair, his lips curling into a cold, thin smile. "Relax, Conan. I've planned everything. I've stationed men around the perimeter. No one will get close without us knowing." Conan's eyes narrowed, but she didn't argue. She knew Nago too well. He thrived on control, on power. He had orchestrated this operation with precision, and while she trusted his tactical mind, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was about to go wrong. Elsewhere, the dawn before the storm. Naruto woke up early that morning, his heart heavy with the weight of the mission ahead. The soft light of the rising sun filtered through the window of the temporary shelter the team had set up. He lay in bed for a moment, staring at the ceiling, his mind racing with thoughts of what was to come. "Tonight's the night," he thought, clenching his fists. "We either succeed or fail, and failure isn't an option." The mission had been meticulously planned by Shikamaru, but that didn't make it any less dangerous. There were lives at stake, innocent women who were being treated like commodities. Naruto's jaw tightened at the thought of it, anger bubbling beneath the surface. He would do whatever it took to stop Nago and his men. No one should have to live through that kind of horror. A soft knock on the door pulled him from his thoughts. Shikamaru stepped into the room, his usually relaxed face set in a serious expression. He was already dressed for the mission, his tactical gear in place, and he carried an extra handgun in his hand. "Good morning," Shikamaru said, his voice calm but purposeful. Naruto sat up, rubbing the back of his neck. "Morning. You ready?" Shikamaru gave a small nod. "As ready as I can be. It's going to be a long night." He walked over and handed Naruto the gun. "I know you've already got one, but I figured you might need a backup. You never know what could happen out there." Naruto took the gun, inspecting it briefly before setting it down on the bedside table. "Thanks, Shikamaru, but I'm hoping we won't need to use too many of these." Shikamaru sighed, leaning against the wall. "Yeah, well, we can hope. But something tells me this mission isn't going to go as smoothly as we'd like." Naruto nodded, his mind already racing through the potential scenarios. He knew that Shikamaru's plan was solid, but there were always unknowns. And those unknowns could be deadly. Shikamaru crossed his arms, his eyes narrowing slightly as he studied Naruto. "This is your night, Naruto. You're leading the charge. We're all counting on you." Naruto met Shikamaru's gaze, his expression hardening. "I won't let you down." Shikamaru gave a small smile, though it didn't quite reach his eyes. "I know you won't." Sasuke's determination. Meanwhile, Sasuke was getting ready in his own temporary quarters. He strapped on his tactical gear, checking and rechecking his weapons, his mind focused on the mission ahead. But despite his usual calm, collected demeanor, his thoughts kept drifting back to Sakura and Sarada. He could picture them at home, waiting for him to come back. Sarada's small hand wrapped around his finger, Sakura's reassuring smile. They were his reason for fighting. And tonight, he needed to make sure he came back alive. I have to asterisk, he thought, tightening the strap on his arm. For them, as he finished gearing up, he glanced across the room at Naruto, who was standing by the window, lost in thought. Sasuke could sense the tension radiating off him, the weight of responsibility that came with leading the mission. He smirked slightly, walking over to his old friend. "You ready for this?" Naruto glanced at him, his expression serious. "Yeah. Are you?" Sasuke nodded, his eyes flickering with determination. "I have to be. I've got people waiting for me back home, and I think you've got someone waiting for you too." Naruto blinked, surprised by Sasuke's words. "What do you mean?" Sasuke gave him a knowing look. "That blonde girl, Ino. You think I haven't noticed how close you two have gotten?" Naruto's cheeks flushed slightly, and he scratched the back of his head, trying to play it off. Well, I guess." Sasuke chuckled, his smirk widening. "Don't worry. Just make sure you come back alive. I'm sure she's expecting you to keep that promise." Naruto smiled faintly, though the weight of the mission still pressed down on him. "Yeah, I will." Ino's worry. Back at Sakura's house, Ino woke up slowly, the morning light streaming through the curtains. She rubbed her eyes, her mind immediately going to Naruto. The day of the mission had arrived, and her heart felt heavy with worry. She sat up in bed, glancing around the room. Sakura was already up, likely tending to Sarada. Ino sighed, running a hand through her long blonde hair. She couldn't shake the nervousness that had been gnawing at her since last night. The mission was dangerous, and while she had faith in Naruto, the fear of something going wrong was always there. "Naruto-kun," she whispered, her heart aching with the thought of him heading into danger. She got out of bed and walked to the window, gazing out at the village below. Everything seemed so peaceful here, so calm. But out there, beyond the safety of the village, Naruto was preparing to risk his life. Ino bit her lip, her fingers gripping the windowsill. She had always known that being close to someone like Naruto meant facing this kind of fear. But that didn't make it any easier. The final plan. Shikamaru's last briefing. Later that day, the team gathered in the command center, the tension thick in the air as they went over the final details of the mission. Shikamaru stood at the head of the room, a large map of the Rain Village spread out before him. His sharp eyes scanned the room, making sure everyone was paying attention. "All right," Shikamaru began, his voice calm and steady. "This is it. The operation goes down tonight." He pointed to the map, circling the area where the warehouse was located. "Our intel confirms that the women will be transported out of the village at midnight. We need to intercept them before that happens." Shikamaru looked around the room, his gaze locking on Naruto and Sasuke. "Naruto, Sasuke, you two will lead the charge. Team A will create a diversion at the front, drawing the guards away from the rear entrance. Meanwhile, Team B will infiltrate through the underground tunnel. That's where we'll hit them hard." He tapped the map again, outlining the escape routes. "If everything goes according to plan, we'll secure the women and neutralize the threat before they can move." The room was silent, everyone focused on Shikamaru's words. "One mistake," Shikamaru warned, his voice growing more serious, "and the whole operation falls apart. We can't afford that. We need to stay sharp, stick to the plan, and trust each other." Naruto and Sasuke exchanged a glance, both of them nodding in silent agreement. They were ready. "Let's get this done," Naruto said, his voice filled with determination. The team gathered their gear, the tension in the air palpable as they prepared for what was to come. Shikamaru pulled Naruto aside one last time, handing him an extra gun. "Just in case," he said quietly. Naruto took the gun, his expression serious. "Thanks." Shikamaru nodded, his face set in determination. "Good luck out there." As the sun began to set, the team moved out, heading toward the Rain Village. The night would be long, the battle fierce, but they were ready. The rain poured heavily on the village, soaking the streets and creating a constant tapping on the rooftops. In a remote corner of the Rain Village, Nagato, known to his men as Nago, stood under the roof of the dark warehouse, his eyes sharp as he watched the operation unfold. The rain didn't seem to bother him. In fact, he thrived in it. There was something about the relentless downpour that matched the coldness in his heart. Behind him, a group of women, trembling and scared, were lined up, forced to walk into the back of a large van that was barely visible in the rain-soaked darkness. Their eyes, wide with fear, darted between Nagato and the armed guards surrounding them. Each woman had been stripped of her dignity, treated like nothing more than a commodity to be sold to the highest bidder. One woman hesitated, her eyes locking onto the dark, narrow entrance of the van. She planted her feet firmly on the ground, refusing to move. The other women stopped, glancing nervously at each other, unsure of what was about to happen. They had already been beaten, starved, and humiliated. But the defiance in this one woman's eyes was unlike anything they had seen. Nagato noticed the hesitation immediately. His eyes narrowed as he approached her, his long coat billowing in the wind, rain dripping from the brim of his hat. Without a word, he reached for the whip coiled at his side. "Move," he commanded, his voice cold and emotionless. The woman remained still, her lips pressed together in a tight line. The other women held their breath, their bodies tense with fear. They had seen what happened to those who disobeyed, but the defiance in this one woman had sparked something within them. A flicker of hope, or maybe just the desperate desire to resist, even if only for a moment. Nagato didn't hesitate. With one swift motion, the whip cracked through the air, striking the woman's back with a sharp, biting sound. She gasped in pain but didn't fall. Instead, she straightened herself, standing taller, her resolve unbroken. The other women watched in horror as the whip came down again, this time harder. Nagato's expression didn't change. There was no joy in his actions, just cold efficiency. This wasn't personal. It was business. And in his business, obedience was non-negotiable. Finally, after the third strike, the woman staggered forward, her legs buckling beneath her. The other women began to move, their fear overtaking their brief moment of defiance. One by one, they climbed into the van, their eyes downcast, their spirits broken. Nagato watched them for a moment, his hands still gripping the whip. He glanced at Conan, who had been watching from a distance, her arms crossed. Her expression was unreadable, but Nagato knew she wasn't happy. "You should be careful," Conan said quietly, stepping forward. "You're pushing them too far." Nagato's eyes flicked toward her, a hint of amusement in his cold gaze. "They'll do what they're told. They always do." Conan didn't respond immediately, her sharp blue eyes narrowing as she watched the women being loaded into the van. "You can break their bodies, but you can't break their spirits. Something will go wrong if you keep this up." Nagato smirked, turning away from her. "No one has stood in our way yet, Conan, and no one will." Conan remained silent, but a sense of unease settled in her chest. She had been by Nagato's side for years, helping him build this operation from the ground up. They had dealt with enemies before, police raids, rival gangs, even civilians trying to fight back. But tonight felt different. There was something in the air, something that made her skin crawl. But Nagato's confidence was unshakable. He didn't believe anyone could touch them, and that, she feared, would be his downfall. Tsunade's anxiety. Far from the rain-soaked warehouse, Tsunade sat in the intelligence office, staring at the map of the rain village laid out before her. The clock on the wall ticked steadily, marking the passing minutes as she tried to steady her breathing. She hated this feeling, this helplessness, knowing that the fate of the mission rested in the hands of her most trusted people, and all she could do was wait. The mission was dangerous, more dangerous than anything they had faced in recent memory. If something went wrong, if even one detail was missed, the consequences would be catastrophic. Not just for the women they were trying to save, but for the entire team. Tsunade stood up, pacing the room, her fists clenched at her sides. She had put her faith in Shikamaru, Sasuke, and Naruto, the best operatives they had. Each one of them was skilled, precise, and deadly in their own right. But that didn't ease the knot of anxiety in her chest. "This has to work," Tsunade muttered to herself, her eyes flicking toward the map again. "It has to." Her mind raced with all the possibilities of what could go wrong. What if Nagato had set a trap? What if the warehouse was more heavily guarded than they anticipated? What if? She shook her head, forcing herself to breathe deeply. There was no room for doubt. Not now. She had to trust in her team. She had to believe that they would come through. "They're counting on you, Naruto," Tsunade whispered, her voice barely audible. "Don't let them down." Hashtag the calm before the storm. Ino and Sakura. Back in Konoha, Ino sat in Sakura's cozy living room, absent-mindedly scrolling through her phone. Her fingers tapped against the screen as she played Free Fire, trying to distract herself from the gnawing worry in her chest. But no matter how hard she tried to focus on the game, her mind kept drifting back to Naruto. Sakura sat beside her, gently rocking Sarada, who had fallen asleep in her arms. The quiet hum of the room was comforting, but both women knew that something was happening far away, something dangerous. "You seem pretty into that game," Sakura said, her tone light, trying to ease the tension she saw in Ino's face. Ino blushed slightly, glancing down at the phone. "Yeah, it's Naruto's favorite. He got me into it." Sakura raised an eyebrow, smirking. Free Fire asterisk? Of course. Naruto's been obsessed with that game since he was a kid. Ino smiled softly, remembering the many times she had caught Naruto playing on his phone. "He told me he and Sasuke always challenge each other in the game." Sakura laughed, the sound light and genuine. "Oh yeah, they used to play it all the time when they were younger. I remember this one time. They got into a huge argument over who was better. Sasuke insisted he was the top player, but Naruto, well, you know how he is." Ino giggled, the image of Naruto and Sasuke arguing over a video game brightening her mood slightly. "I can imagine." They ended up having this intense match right in the middle of the academy. Everyone gathered around to watch, Sakura continued, a mischievous glint in her eyes. "And guess what? Naruto won." Ino's eyes widened in surprise. "Really?" Sakura nodded, a smile playing at her lips. "Yep. Sasuke was so mad. He refused to talk to Naruto for the rest of the day. But, of course, by the next morning, they were back to their usual selves, arguing about something else." Ino couldn't help but laugh, the tension in her chest easing just a little. The thought of Naruto and Sasuke competing in something as simple as a video game made her feel a little closer to him, even though he was miles away on a dangerous mission. "Those two," Ino said, shaking her head with amusement. Sakura smiled warmly, her gaze softening as she looked at her daughter sleeping peacefully in her arms. "Naruto's always been the kind of person who brings people together, even when he doesn't realize it." Ino's heart swelled with affection for Naruto, her thoughts drifting to the countless moments they had shared together. She missed him, more than she had realized. And the fact that he was out there, risking his life for others, made her both proud and scared. Sakura shifted Sarada in her arms, her eyes twinkling with mischief as she suddenly reached out and poked Ino's chest. "You know, you're lucky, Ino. With a chest like that, you're going to drive Naruto crazy." Ino's face turned bright red, and she let out an embarrassed yelp, crossing her arms over her chest. Sakura, what are you doing?" Sakura laughed, her shoulders shaking with amusement. "I'm just saying, you've got nothing to worry about with Naruto. He's totally into you." Ino buried her face in her hands, mortified. "I can't believe you just said that." Sakura grinned, leaning back on the couch as she rocked Sarada gently. "Hey, I'm just being honest. I mean, have you seen the way he looks at you? He's head over heels, Ino. Trust me." Ino peeked through her fingers, her heart pounding in her chest. Could Sakura really be right? Was Naruto really that interested in her? Hashtag the mission begins. The rain had intensified, the storm swirling around the rain village as the team gathered in the shadows of the abandoned warehouse district. Shikamaru stood at the front of the group, his sharp eyes scanning the area, his mind racing through every possible outcome of the mission. Naruto stood beside Sasuke, both of them dressed in tactical gear, their weapons ready. The tension in the air was palpable, but neither of them said a word. This was the moment they had been preparing for. "We move in when the clock hits midnight," Shikamaru instructed, his voice low but firm. "Naruto, Sasuke, you two lead the charge. We need to get those women out of there before Nagato moves them." Naruto nodded, his jaw set in determination. "We'll get them." Shikamaru's gaze shifted to the rest of the team. "Remember, we don't know exactly how many guards are in there, so stay sharp. We stick to the plan, no matter what." The team nodded in unison, their faces grim and focused. There was no room for error. As the clock ticked closer to midnight, the team moved into position, slipping through the shadows as they approached the warehouse. The sound of the rain masked their movements, but the weight of the mission hung heavily on their shoulders. Naruto's heart pounded in his chest as he crouched behind a stack of crates, his eyes locked on the large building in front of them. The warehouse was lit by dim, flickering lights, and he could see the faint outlines of guards patrolling the perimeter. This was it, the moment of truth. Shikamaru's voice crackled through Naruto's earpiece. "All right, move in." Naruto and Sasuke exchanged a brief glance, both of them nodding in silent agreement. They moved as one, slipping through the darkness and approaching the warehouse from opposite sides. The rest of the team followed suit, their movements swift and precise. As they reached the entrance, Naruto pressed his back against the wall, his pulse racing. He could hear the muffled voices of the guards inside, but there was no turning back now. With a deep breath, Naruto nodded to Sasuke, and together, they kicked the doors open, storming inside. The mission had begun. The rain fell in heavy sheets, soaking the abandoned warehouse district. In the flickering light of distant street lamps, shadows stretched long, disappearing into the alleyways between the crumbling buildings. This was the perfect environment for a stealth operation. But tonight, Sasuke wasn't here for stealth. He was here to draw the enemy's attention. The plan had been clear. Shikamaru needed Sasuke to create a diversion, to engage the enemy head-on and keep them occupied while Naruto and his team infiltrated the main warehouse. Sasuke knew his role well. He would fight, and he would win, because failure was not an option. His eyes scanned the area, already calculating the best routes and anticipating potential obstacles. Behind him, a squad of elite soldiers, handpicked by Tsunade, waited for his command. They were all heavily armed, each one dressed in tactical gear, faces set in grim determination. They knew this mission could turn deadly in a matter of moments. Sasuke adjusted the earpiece in his ear, his voice calm and cold. "You know the plan. Our job is to create a distraction, keep them focused on us while Naruto and the others secure the women. Don't engage recklessly. We hit hard, we hit fast, and we don't let them know our true numbers. Understood?" A collective nod from the soldiers. They were ready. Sasuke took a deep breath, his mind already locked into the mission. This wasn't just about fighting, it was about outsmarting the enemy. He knew Nagato's men were well-armed and brutal, but they lacked the tactical precision that came from true discipline. And that was something Sasuke would exploit to the fullest. He gestured silently to his second-in-command, a tall man with sharp eyes and quick reflexes named Kaido. "You take the north entrance. Make it look like we're storming the building from there. I'll take the east. Make sure the enemy is focused on you long enough for me to get inside." Kaido nodded, his eyes gleaming with understanding. "Got it. We'll give them a show." Sasuke turned back to his team. "Move out. Hashtag the calm before the attack." Sasuke moved swiftly, his steps barely making a sound as he led his group toward the eastern side of the warehouse. The rain was relentless, its steady rhythm masking the sounds of their movements. It was perfect. Under the cover of the storm, they could get closer to the enemy without being detected. The warehouse loomed ahead, a dark and imposing structure. From this vantage point, Sasuke could see guards patrolling the perimeter. There were at least a dozen of them, all armed and alert. But Sasuke wasn't concerned. They wouldn't see him coming. He crouched behind a stack of crates, his team following his lead. His mind was working at lightning speed, calculating the best approach. The eastern side of the warehouse had fewer guards, but it was also closer to the command center where Nagato's higher-ups would be stationed. If they wanted to cause a real distraction, they'd have to get close enough to make it look like a full-scale assault. Sasuke glanced at his watch. Kaido would be moving into position soon. Timing was everything. If they hit too early, they'd blow the operation. If they waited too long, Naruto's team could be compromised. His earpiece crackled to life. "Kaido here. We're in position. Ready when you are." Sasuke's eyes narrowed. "Wait for my signal." He turned to his men, his voice low and commanding. "On my mark, we engage. Stay sharp. We want them focused on us, but don't get reckless." They nodded, their grips tightening on their weapons. Sasuke counted the seconds in his head, watching the guards move in their predictable patterns. He waited until one of them turned his back, then gave a sharp hand signal. Now, hashtag the ambush. Sasuke and his team moved like shadows, darting from cover to cover, avoiding the guards' line of sight. They moved with precision, slipping past the outer defenses and positioning themselves closer to the warehouse. The rain muffled their footsteps, and the guards, complacent in their routine, didn't notice a thing. Sasuke's heart raced, but his mind was as sharp as ever. He lived for moments like this, the calm before the storm, the anticipation of battle. Every nerve in his body was attuned to the mission, his senses heightened as he calculated every possible outcome. As they approached the eastern wall of the warehouse, Sasuke gave the signal. Two of his men moved forward, placing small charges on the locked door. It was an old building, the metal rusted and weak, and it wouldn't take much to blow it open. Sasuke raised his hand, and with a quick flick of his fingers, the charges detonated with a muted thump. The door buckled under the pressure, swinging open just enough for them to slip inside. The sound of the explosion drew the attention of the nearby guards. They turned, weapons raised, but Sasuke was already moving. He darted forward, his body a blur of motion as he drew his katana, the blade flashing in the dim light. The first guard barely had time to react before Sasuke's blade sliced through the air, disarming him with a precise strike. The guard fell, unconscious before he hit the ground. Sasuke didn't stop. He moved like lightning, cutting through the enemy ranks with ruthless efficiency. His men followed his lead, taking down the remaining guards with well-placed shots and quick, brutal strikes. Within moments, the outer defenses had been neutralized. "Move," Sasuke ordered, his voice cold and calm. "We're not done yet." They slipped into the warehouse, the interior dark and oppressive. The air was thick with the smell of oil and metal, the faint hum of machinery filling the space. This was where Nagato's men were stationed, where the real fight would begin. Sasuke signaled to his team, splitting them into two groups. One would head for the control room, where they could disable the security systems and buy Naruto's team more time. The other would remain with Sasuke, providing backup as they engaged the enemy head-on. Sasuke's eyes flicked to the ceiling, where a series of rusted catwalks crisscrossed the warehouse. That's where the snipers would be. He could feel their presence, even if he couldn't see them. "Snipers," he muttered to his second in command. "We need to take them out before they can pick us off." Kaido nodded, his eyes scanning the upper levels. "On it. Hashtag the fight begins." No sooner had Sasuke given the order than a sharp crack echoed through the warehouse, the unmistakable sound of a sniper rifle. One of Sasuke's men cried out as a bullet grazed his shoulder, sending him stumbling back behind cover. Sasuke's eyes narrowed. They were faster than he had anticipated. He needed to neutralize the threat, and fast. "Kaido, take the west side. I'll handle the east." Without waiting for a response, Sasuke leaped onto a nearby stack of crates, his body moving with fluid precision as he launched himself toward the catwalk. He landed silently, his katana drawn, his eyes scanning the shadows for movement. Another shot rang out, narrowly missing him as he ducked behind a support beam. The snipers were good, skilled, trained, but Sasuke was better. He moved quickly, darting from one point of cover to the next, using the shadows to his advantage. The snipers were positioned in pairs, each one covering the other's blind spots. It was a good strategy, but Sasuke had seen it before. He closed the distance between him and the nearest sniper, his steps silent on the metal catwalk. The sniper didn't even realize he was there until it was too late. Sasuke's blade flashed, the sharp edge cutting through the rifle's barrel, rendering it useless. The sniper barely had time to react before Sasuke disarmed him with a swift, precise strike. The second sniper turned, his rifle aimed at Sasuke's head, but Sasuke was faster. He ducked low, his blade slicing through the man's legs, sending him tumbling to the floor below. Sasuke didn't waste any time. He sprinted across the catwalk, moving toward the next pair of snipers. Kaido and his team were already engaging the enemy on the west side, drawing their fire and keeping them distracted. With the snipers neutralized, Sasuke turned his attention to the rest of the warehouse. His team had taken out most of the guards, but there were still a few left, entrenched behind heavy crates and machinery. Sasuke leaped down from the catwalk, landing gracefully behind a group of enemies who hadn't noticed his approach. He struck quickly, his blade flashing in the dim light as he disarmed and incapacitated each one with brutal efficiency. The fight was intense but brief. Sasuke's team moved with precision, taking down the remaining guards with calculated strikes. Within minutes, the warehouse was secured, but Sasuke knew the real fight was just beginning. The final push. As the last of the enemy forces were subdued, Sasuke's earpiece crackled to life. It was Shikamaru. Status? Sasuke wiped the rain from his face, his eyes scanning the warehouse. We've secured the area. Snipers are down, and the guards have been neutralized. Good. Shikamaru's voice was calm but tense. Naruto's team is moving in. You know what to do next. Sasuke nodded, even though Shikamaru couldn't see him. Understood. The real challenge was yet to come. Nagato was still out there, and Sasuke had a feeling the battle with him wouldn't be so easy. But Sasuke wasn't worried. He had faced stronger enemies before. He had trained for this, and tonight, he would make sure Nagato paid for the lives he had destroyed. With a final glance at his team, Sasuke sheathed his katana and stepped toward the center of the warehouse. The mission wasn't over. Not yet, but it would be soon. The rain fell like a relentless curtain, pounding against the ground as if trying to drown the village in darkness. The cold winds howled through the streets, but inside the warehouse, the tension was far more suffocating than the storm outside. Naruto stood just beyond the entrance of the warehouse, his sharp blue eyes scanning the dimly lit interior. His breath was steady, his mind calm. Despite the chaos and danger of the situation, Naruto was completely in control. He had to be. This wasn't just about taking down a criminal, this was about saving lives. The women inside were counting on him, and failure wasn't an option. Behind him, his team of elite operatives moved into position, slipping into the shadows as they prepared to secure the exits and disable the guards. They were the best, handpicked for this mission, but Naruto was their spearhead. He would confront the mastermind behind this operation, Nagato. Shikamaru's voice crackled through his earpiece. Naruto, Team A has successfully created the diversion. Sasuke and his men are keeping the guards occupied. You're clear to proceed. Naruto's jaw tightened, his focus sharpening. He took a deep breath, feeling the cool metal of his pistol pressed against his side. The secondary gun Shikamaru had given him was securely tucked inside his jacket, just in case. He didn't like carrying too many weapons, but Shikamaru insisted, and Naruto knew better than to ignore Shikamaru's advice. Understood, Naruto replied, his voice cold and even. He signaled to his team, and without a word, they moved forward. Into the lion's den. The interior of the warehouse was a maze of rusted metal beams, crates stacked haphazardly, and dim, flickering lights that cast long shadows across the floor. The air was thick with the stench of oil and damp wood, but there was something else, something more sinister lurking beneath the surface. The faint sounds of muffled cries echoed through the space, coming from the far end of the building where the women were being held. Naruto's heart tightened, but his face remained expressionless. He couldn't let emotion cloud his judgment, not now. He moved silently through the darkness, his movements precise and calculated. His team followed closely, their footsteps barely audible against the concrete floor. As they approached the center of the warehouse, Naruto spotted the faint glow of lights coming from an adjacent room. He knew that this was where Nagato and his inner circle would be waiting. He stopped, raising a hand to signal his men to hold their position. Secure the perimeter, Naruto whispered into his calm. No one gets in or out. The operatives nodded and dispersed, leaving Naruto to face what lay ahead. The confrontation begins. Naruto pushed the door open with a quiet creak, stepping into a large open space that resembled more of a makeshift command center than a simple warehouse room. The lights were dim, but he could make out the large table in the center, cluttered with maps, documents, and various electronic devices. Several armed guards stood around the room, but Naruto's attention was focused solely on the figure sitting at the head of the table, Nagato. Nagato was tall, with a gaunt face and sharp, calculating eyes. His red hair was pulled back, slick with rainwater, and his long black coat hung from his thin frame like a shroud. He was flanked by two menacing guards and, standing off to the side, Konan, his right-hand woman, her piercing blue eyes watching Naruto's every move. For the first time in his life, Nagato felt something he had never felt before, a flicker of uncertainty. There was something about the blonde-haired officer who stood before him, a cold, unshakable presence that made his pulse quicken. Naruto took a step forward, his posture relaxed, but his eyes were ice. "Nagato," he said evenly. "This ends now." Nagato's lips twisted into a cruel smile, though there was a nervous edge to it. "You're a brave man, Naruto. Foolish, but brave. You think you can just walk in here and end this?" Naruto's face remained emotionless. Yes, Nagato's amusement faded. He had faced many enemies in his life, police, rival gangs, mercenaries, but never had he encountered someone so calm, so completely unaffected by the danger surrounding him. His men were armed to the teeth, and yet Naruto stood there, utterly unfazed, as if this was just another day for him. "You don't know who you're dealing with," Nagato snarled, rising from his chair. "I've built this empire from nothing. Do you really think you can just waltz in here and take it all away?" Naruto didn't blink. "I don't care about your empire. I care about the lives you've destroyed, the women you've enslaved. You're done, Nagato." Nagato's eyes narrowed, his anger rising. "You think you can intimidate me? I'm not afraid of you, Naruto." Naruto tilted his head slightly, his gaze never leaving Nagato's. "Then why are your hands shaking?" For a moment, Nagato froze. He hadn't even realized that his hands were trembling slightly, but now that Naruto had pointed it out, the fear he had been trying to suppress surged to the surface. He clenched his fists, trying to steady himself, but it was too late. Naruto had already seen through him. With a furious growl, Nagato gestured to his men. "Kill him." The guards sprang into action, their weapons drawn, but Naruto was faster. He moved like lightning, his hand darting to his side as he drew his pistol and fired. The first shot hit the closest guard square in the chest, sending him crashing to the floor. Before the second guard could react, Naruto spun, disarming him with a swift kick and following it up with a brutal punch that knocked him unconscious. It was over in seconds. Nagato's eyes widened in shock. His guards were some of the best, trained killers who had never been taken down so easily. But Naruto had dispatched them without breaking a sweat. Naruto took a step forward, his pistol still raised. "You're next." Nagato's bravado crumbled. He backed away, his eyes darting toward the door as if he was searching for an escape. But there was no way out. Desperation took over, and Nagato grabbed a knife from the table, lunging at Naruto with a wild cry. But Naruto was prepared. He sidestepped the attack effortlessly, twisting Nagato's arm and forcing him to drop the knife. In one fluid motion, Naruto knocked him to the ground, his boot pressing against Nagato's chest. "You're finished," Naruto said coldly, his voice devoid of emotion. Nagato struggled beneath him, his eyes wide with fear. "No, wait. You don't understand. I was just..." Naruto didn't let him finish. With a swift, precise movement, he pressed the barrel of his gun to Nagato's forehead and pulled the trigger. The gunshot echoed through the warehouse, and Nagato's body went limp. ####the silent danger. Naruto straightened, his breathing steady as he holstered his gun. The room was silent, save for the distant rumble of thunder outside. But the mission wasn't over yet. As Naruto turned to leave, a sudden movement caught his eye. Konan, who had remained silent throughout the confrontation, had drawn her own weapon, a sleek, black pistol, and was aiming it directly at Naruto's back. Her eyes were cold, filled with a mix of anger and desperation. She had been with Nagato since the beginning, and she wasn't going to let Naruto walk away after killing him. Naruto's senses flared. In a split second, he reacted. His hand darted inside his jacket, pulling out the spare gun Shikamaru had given him. He spun around, just as Konan pulled the trigger. But Naruto was faster. The shot from his spare gun hit her in the shoulder, knocking her back. The bullet from her gun flew wide, missing him by inches. Konan staggered, clutching her shoulder as she dropped to her knees. Her gun clattered to the floor, and she looked up at Naruto with a mix of shock and pain. Naruto didn't say anything. He didn't need to. He holstered the gun, silently thanking Shikamaru for insisting that he carry a backup. Konan looked at him with defiance, her breathing labored. You'll never stop this. There will always be more." Naruto's eyes hardened, but his voice remained calm. "Not if I have anything to say about it." ###freeing the captives. With Nagato dead and Konan neutralized, Naruto turned his attention to the far end of the warehouse, where the women were being held. He motioned for his men to move in and secure the area, but he took the lead. The women had been locked in a large, filthy room, huddled together in fear. Their clothes were torn, their faces pale and gaunt from days, perhaps weeks, of captivity. When Naruto entered the room, their eyes widened with shock and fear. They had been expecting more torment, but instead, they saw a man they had never met before. A blonde officer with a cold, unshakable presence. Naruto approached them slowly, holstering his gun to show he wasn't a threat. "You're safe now," he said, his voice low but firm. "We're here to take you home." For a moment, the women didn't move. They were too stunned to believe what was happening. But slowly, one by one, they began to rise to their feet, their eyes filled with a mixture of disbelief and hope. One of the women, her face streaked with dirt and tears, stepped forward, her hands trembling. Are you really here to help us?" Naruto nodded. "Yes, you're free." The woman's eyes welled with tears, and before she could stop herself, she collapsed into Naruto's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Naruto caught her, holding her gently as she wept. The other women watched in silence, their expressions softening as they realized that they were truly free. One by one, they began to approach Naruto, their faces flushed with relief and gratitude. Some of them blushed at the sight of him. The blonde officer with sharp features, strong arms, and a presence that made them feel safe for the first time in what felt like forever. Naruto said nothing as the women gathered around him. He didn't need to. His actions had spoken for themselves. The rain had slowed to a steady drizzle by the time Shikamaru emerged from the shadows of the back alley, his mind laser-focused on the task ahead. His hands were steady, his breathing calm, but his mind was already running 100 steps ahead. The mission was not yet complete. The enemy had been weakened, but the hardest part, freeing the women and securing their safe passage, was about to begin. Naruto and Sasuke had already confronted the core of the operation, with Naruto taking down Nagato and his right hand, Konan. But now, Shikamaru's job was to finish the cleanup. The freed women were terrified, traumatized, and vulnerable. The criminals still needed to be rounded up, and the smuggling operation dismantled for good. Everything had to go perfectly. There could be no mistakes. He moved swiftly, signaling to his team to take their positions. The warehouse, now under their control, was a tactical maze of hidden rooms and passageways. Shikamaru's primary goal was to evacuate the women to a safe location, but he also had to secure the evidence and ensure the criminals were arrested without further complications. The tension was palpable, but Shikamaru remained cool-headed as ever. His keen intellect and strategic mind had carried them this far, and now they were on the brink of complete success. ##### securing the perimeter. As Shikamaru and his team slipped inside the warehouse through a hidden back entrance, they could hear the faint sounds of chaos dying down from the confrontation that had just taken place. The floor was littered with unconscious guards and the remains of a battle that had ended decisively in their favor. Shikamaru's eyes scanned the surroundings, noting every potential threat, every avenue of escape. There were still a few scattered enemies inside, men who had either been too slow to flee or who had chosen to hide, hoping to avoid the inevitable sweep that was coming. He wasn't worried. His men were trained for this. They had swept through enemy strongholds before, and this mission, though dangerous, was under control. "Secure all exits," Shikamaru whispered into his earpiece. His voice was calm, but it carried the authority of a seasoned leader. "I want no one getting in or out without our say-so." His second-in-command, Kiba, responded quickly. "Understood, Shikamaru. We've got the back covered. No one's getting past us." Shikamaru's eyes flicked toward the central area of the warehouse, where the terrified women were still huddled together, surrounded by the few remaining guards who hadn't yet been taken down by Naruto's team. His heart clenched slightly at the sight of them, their faces pale with fear, their clothes torn and dirty. These women had been through hell, and it was Shikamaru's job to make sure they got out safely. "Prepare for the extraction," he commanded, his voice firm but gentle. "We're getting them out of here." Kiba, along with the rest of Shikamaru's squad, began moving swiftly but silently through the building, subduing the few remaining guards with ease. There was no need for violence at this point. Most of the enemies were either unconscious or too frightened to put up a fight. Shikamaru approached the group of women, his face softening as he crouched down to their level. "You're safe now," he said quietly, his tone soothing. "We're here to help you. We're going to take you to a safe place." The women looked at him with wide, terrified eyes, but there was a flicker of hope in their expressions. Shikamaru had seen that look before. The moment when someone realized they were finally free, when the nightmare they had been living was over. "Follow me," he said, extending a hand to the nearest woman. She hesitated for a moment, then, with trembling fingers, took his hand. #### the escape route. Once the women were gathered and ready to move, Shikamaru signaled to his team to begin the extraction. The rain had picked up again, the downpour masking their movements as they led the women through the narrow back alleys of the Rain Village. Every step was carefully calculated, every turn taken to avoid detection. Shikamaru had mapped out the safest route well in advance, knowing that one wrong move could compromise the entire operation. The women moved quietly, their footsteps barely audible against the wet pavement. They clutched their torn clothes tightly around themselves, some of them still too shocked to speak. Shikamaru glanced back at them occasionally, his heart heavy. He had been on countless missions, seen all kinds of horrors, but this never got easier. The pain in their eyes, the fear, they haunted him, even when the mission was over. As they approached the safe house, a secure location on the outskirts of the village, Shikamaru felt a wave of relief wash over him. They were almost there. Soon, these women would be safe, far from the horrors they had endured. "Just a little further," he whispered, his voice barely audible over the sound of the rain. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the alley ahead of them. Shikamaru tensed, his hand instinctively going to the kunai at his side. But as the figure stepped into the dim light of the street lamp, he recognized the familiar face of Sasuke. "They're waiting for us inside," Sasuke said, his voice low. His dark eyes flicked toward the group of women, and for a brief moment, his usually stoic expression softened. "We've secured the area." Shikamaru nodded, his shoulders relaxing slightly. "Good." He motioned for the women to follow Sasuke, who led them toward the safe house. Inside, medics were waiting, ready to treat their injuries and offer them the comfort and care they so desperately needed. #### the capture of the criminals. With the women safely inside, Shikamaru and Sasuke turned their attention to the final phase of the mission, securing the remaining criminals. Most of Nagato's men had been either killed or incapacitated, but a few had managed to slip through the cracks, fleeing into the shadows of the Rain Village. Shikamaru wasn't about to let them escape. "We've located several of them hiding in the northern district," Shikamaru said, his mind already working through the logistics of the next move. "They're trying to blend in with the civilians, but they're not going to get far." Sasuke nodded, his expression hardening. "We'll take care of it." The two of them moved swiftly, leading a small team of operatives through the winding streets of the village. The rain made visibility difficult, but Shikamaru's mind was sharp as ever, his mental map of the area guiding them with precision. Within minutes, they had cornered the remaining criminals in a rundown building on the outskirts of the village. Sasuke led the charge, his Sharingan blazing as he incapacitated the first man with a swift, well-placed strike. Shikamaru followed, his kunai at the ready, his movement smooth and efficient as he took down the second man. The rest of the criminals surrendered quickly, their faces pale with fear. They had heard what happened to Nagato, and they knew there was no escape. With the criminals subdued and captured, Shikamaru and Sasuke stood over them, their eyes cold and unyielding. This was the end of the line for them. Justice had been served. #### Conan's arrest. As the last of the criminals were being taken into custody, Shikamaru received a message over his earpiece. "Shikamaru, we've located Conan. She's injured but alive." Shikamaru's expression darkened slightly. Conan had been one of Nagato's closest allies, and her capture was crucial to dismantling the entire operation. She was a skilled fighter, but her loyalty to Nagato had blinded her to the atrocities they had committed. He made his way to the location where Conan had been found. Her body slumped against a wall, her shoulder bleeding from the gunshot wound Naruto had inflicted. Her face was pale, her blue hair matted with rain and blood, but there was still defiance in her eyes as she looked up at Shikamaru. "It's over," Shikamaru said simply, crouching down beside her. Conan's lips curled into a bitter smile. You think this changes anything? There will always be others to take our place. Shikamaru's gaze was steady, his voice calm. Maybe, but not today. Konan didn't respond. She was too weak to argue, and deep down, she knew he was right. This was the end of the road for her. Take her into custody, Shikamaru ordered, standing up and motioning for his men to secure her. Make sure she gets medical attention. As Konan was led away, Shikamaru allowed himself a brief moment to reflect. The mission had been a success, but the scars it left behind, both physical and emotional, would linger for a long time. #### reunion and celebration. With the mission finally complete, Shikamaru, Naruto, and Sasuke gathered outside the warehouse, the rain still falling around them in a steady drizzle. They were soaked to the bone, their bodies bruised and exhausted, but the weight of victory hung in the air. Shikamaru looked at both of them, his usually stoic face softening for a moment. "We did it," he said, his voice quiet but filled with pride. "We saved them." Naruto, still cold and composed, nodded. "It's not over yet. We still have to make sure they're safe." Sasuke crossed his arms, his dark eyes glinting in the low light. "They'll be safe. We've made sure of that." For a moment, the three of them stood in silence, the reality of their victory sinking in. Then, in an unexpected display of emotion, Shikamaru stepped forward and pulled both Naruto and Sasuke into a tight embrace. "I'm proud of you," Shikamaru said, his voice thick with emotion. "Both of you. This was a big mission, and you handled it perfectly." Naruto blinked in surprise, not used to this kind of physical affection from Shikamaru. But he didn't pull away. Sasuke, too, allowed the brief show of camaraderie, though his expression remained impassive. Shikamaru released them, stepping back and pulling out his phone. He dialed quickly, his fingers moving with practiced ease, and within moments, Tsunade's voice crackled through the line. "Shikamaru, what's the status?" Shikamaru smiled slightly. "Mission successful. We got them all." There was a brief silence on the other end before Tsunade's voice returned, filled with relief and pride. "Good. I knew I could count on you." Shikamaru glanced at Naruto and Sasuke, his smile widening. "It wasn't just me. Naruto and Sasuke were incredible. We couldn't have done it without them." Tsunade's voice softened. "I'm proud of all of you. Come back safely." #### Ino and Sakura's relief. Meanwhile, back at Sakura's house, the atmosphere was tense. Ino sat on the edge of the couch, her hands tightly clutching her phone as she waited for any news. Sakura sat beside her, holding Sarada in her arms, her own nerves just as frayed. Finally, Sakura's phone buzzed with a message. She glanced at it, her eyes widening with relief. "Ino, it's over. The mission was a success." Ino's breath caught in her throat. "Naruto, is he?" Sakura smiled softly. "He's fine. They're all fine. Naruto, Sasuke, Shikamaru, they did it." Ino's eyes filled with tears, her heart swelling with a mixture of relief and gratitude. "Thank goodness." Sakura reached over, placing a comforting hand on Ino's shoulder. "He'll be back soon, and I know he'll be happy to see you." Ino wiped away her tears, a small, shy smile crossing her face. "I just want him to be safe." Naruto's car rolled slowly up the path towards Sasuke and Sakura's house, the wheels crunching on the gravel driveway. His face was relaxed, a faint smile playing on his lips as he parked the car and turned off the engine. The mission had been a success, but more than that, Naruto felt a sense of relief wash over him. He was back, safe, and now he could see Ino again. He stepped out of the car, stretching his arms above his head, his muscles still sore from the previous night's battle. The morning light caught in his blonde hair, making it shimmer as he walked toward the front door of the house. Before he could even knock, the door burst open, and Ino stood in the doorway, her eyes wide with excitement and relief. Without a word, she rushed toward him, her long blonde hair flying behind her. Ino's arms wrapped tightly around Naruto's torso, and for a moment, she just held him, burying her face in his chest. Naruto laughed softly, caught slightly off guard by the sudden embrace. His arms came around her, holding her close, and for a brief moment, he closed his eyes, enjoying the warmth of her presence. "Ino-chan," Naruto murmured, his voice gentle. "I'm back." Ino didn't say anything at first, her grip on him tightening as if she was afraid he might disappear again. She had been worried, more worried than she had ever been. But now that he was here, safe in her arms, all the fear and anxiety seemed to melt away. "I missed you," Ino finally whispered, her voice trembling slightly. Naruto smiled, brushing a hand through her soft hair. "I missed you too." Suddenly, the sound of a door creaking open interrupted the quiet moment. Sakura stepped outside, her arms crossed over her chest, a teasing smile on her lips. Well, Sakura said, raising an eyebrow. "Looks like someone missed you a lot, Naruto." Ino, who was still clinging to Naruto, froze at the sound of Sakura's voice. Her face flushed a deep shade of red, and she slowly pulled back from Naruto, her hands still resting on his chest. "Ino was just..." Ino stammered, her cheeks burning with embarrassment as she struggled to find the words. Sakura's grin widened, and she waved a hand dismissively. "Oh, I know. I mean, how could she not miss you, Naruto? Especially with that big chest of hers. She's bound to make you happy." Both Naruto and Ino's faces turned crimson at Sakura's comment. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly, trying to hide his embarrassment, while Ino practically hid behind him, her hands clutching his arm as she blushed furiously. "Sakura," Ino squeaked, her voice high-pitched with embarrassment. Sakura laughed, clearly enjoying herself. "Oh, come on, Ino. We all know Naruto's lucky to have you. He's probably been thinking about you the whole time." Naruto tried to suppress his own embarrassment, clearing his throat as he glanced down at Ino, who was still hiding behind him. "It's not like that," he mumbled, though the flush on his face betrayed his words. Sakura just winked at him. Sure, whatever you say." Ino, desperate to escape the teasing, grabbed Naruto's hand and tugged him toward the car. "Come on, Naruto-kun. Let's go." Naruto blinked in surprise, but followed her lead, allowing her to pull him toward the car. As they reached the car, Ino cast one last, embarrassed glance back at Sakura, who was still standing in the doorway with a knowing smirk. "Bye, Sakura," Ino called over her shoulder, her voice shaky. "Have fun, you too." Sakura called after them, her laughter following them as they climbed into the car. Hashtag the ride home. Ino's happiness. Naruto settled into the driver's seat, still chuckling softly to himself as he started the car. Ino sat beside him, her face still flushed, but there was a small smile on her lips now, too. Despite Sakura's teasing, Ino couldn't help but feel happy. Happy that Naruto was back, happy that they were together again. As the car pulled away from Sasuke and Sakura's house and began its journey down the road, Ino glanced over at Naruto, watching him out of the corner of her eye. He was wearing his signature black jacket, and his blonde hair, still slightly damp from the morning mist, glowed in the soft light of dawn. He looked calm, at peace, but there was something different about him, too. Something colder, more serious than usual. Ino's heart fluttered in her chest as she realized just how much she had missed him. She had always known Naruto was strong, physically and emotionally, but seeing him now, after everything he had been through, made her realize just how much she cared about him. "Hey, Naruto-kun," Ino said softly, her voice barely louder than a whisper. Naruto glanced at her, his blue eyes warm and curious. "Yeah, Ino-chan?" Ino hesitated for a moment, her fingers playing with the hem of her shirt as she tried to find the right words. I'm really glad you're okay." Naruto's smile softened, and he reached over to gently squeeze her hand. "I told you I'd be fine. It was a tough mission, but we got the job done." Ino felt a surge of pride in her chest as she looked at him, her eyes shining. "You always do," she whispered. For a moment, there was a comfortable silence between them as they drove through the peaceful streets of the village. Ino could hear the soft hum of the car engine, the gentle patter of rain against the windshield, and the steady rhythm of Naruto's breathing beside her. But then curiosity got the better of her, and she couldn't help but ask, "So, what happened? How did you take down Nagato?" Naruto's expression grew more serious as he thought back to the confrontation. His voice was calm, but there was an underlying intensity as he spoke. "Nagato was dangerous, more dangerous than I expected. He had a lot of men, and he wasn't afraid to use them. But in the end, he underestimated us." Ino listened intently, her eyes wide as she absorbed every detail. She had always admired Naruto's strength, But hearing him talk about the mission made her realize just how much he had grown as a leader, as a protector. Nagato tried to fight me. Naruto continued, his voice steady. He was fast, and he had backup, but he didn't stand a chance. I was prepared for everything he threw at me. Ino's heart swelled with pride. That's Naruto, she thought to herself. Always ready, always strong. Conan tried to stop me too, Naruto added, his lips quirking into a faint smile. But she didn't get very far. Shikamaru gave me a backup gun, just in case, and it saved my life. Ino's eyes widened. Really? Naruto nodded. Yeah. She almost had me, but I was faster. Ino let out a breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding. The thought of Naruto in danger, real danger, made her stomach twist, but hearing that he had come out on top, as he always did, filled her with a sense of relief and admiration. You're amazing, Ino whispered, her cheeks flushing as she spoke the words aloud. Naruto blinked, turning to look at her in surprise. What? Ino quickly looked away, her face turning bright red. I just mean, you're always saving the day. It's really amazing. Naruto chuckled softly, rubbing the back of his neck in embarrassment. I'm just doing my job, Ino-chan. But Ino wasn't done. She turned back to him, her eyes shining with admiration. No, it's more than that. You're brave and strong, and you care so much about people. That's why you're so special, Naruto-kun. That's why Her voice trailed off, her face burning with embarrassment as she realized what she was about to say. Naruto glanced at her, his eyes softening as he watched her struggle to find the words. He reached over and gently placed a hand on hers, giving it a reassuring squeeze. You're special too, Ino-chan, Naruto said quietly, his voice filled with warmth. You've always been there for me, and I don't know what I'd do without you. Ino's heart skipped a beat, and for a moment, all she could do was stare at him, her chest tight with emotion. He really means it, she thought, her eyes filling with unshed tears. He really cares about me. Without thinking, Ino leaned over and rested her head on Naruto's shoulder, her hand still gripping his. Naruto didn't say anything, but he leaned into her touch, his thumb gently rubbing the back of her hand as they continued to drive in comfortable silence. ### the arrival home. By the time they arrived at Naruto's house, the sun had fully risen, casting a warm, golden glow over the village. The streets were beginning to fill with people going about their daily routines, but for Naruto and Ino, it felt like they were in their own little world, away from the chaos and noise of the outside world. Naruto parked the car and turned to look at Ino, who was still leaning against him, her eyes half closed in contentment. We're here, Naruto said softly, his voice breaking the peaceful silence. Ino blinked, slowly sitting up and stretching her arms above her head. She smiled sleepily at Naruto, her cheeks flushed with warmth and happiness. I'm glad you're back, she murmured, her voice soft and sincere. Naruto smiled back at her, his heart feeling lighter than it had in days. Me too, Ino-chan. Me too. As they stepped out of the car and made their way to the front door, Ino slipped her hand into Naruto's, giving it a gentle squeeze. Naruto looked down at her, his smile widening as he intertwined their fingers. Together, they walked into the house, ready to face whatever came next, together. Subscribe for the next part. See you in next video.